Oh my goodness.
Well, it's about that time of year, or rather, every 4 years in this case. How's everyone doing this evening? Happy election day or election eve.
Good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on.
Pretty good. Yeah,
You
thanks for
guys
having me
wanna-
on.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad that I was able to. I was kind of on the fence whether or not I was going to do this or not, especially because like this is going to be going for about 6 hours. Just to let the audience know, this is going to be a rotating panel. Newsfist is going to be my co-host this evening, and so he's in it for the long haul. But other than that, we're going to be having a rotating panel. We're going to be having quite a few guests on tonight. So of course we have Aiden, Yiz, and Newsfist here right now. But later we should be expecting Luth Templar. Luth Templar. I don't know if not me or what's his name. Either we got some OGC people on later too. So. But either way, yeah, I think we have about 12 in all over the next 6 hours that are going to be cycling in. But yeah, anyway, welcome everybody, both panelists and viewers. So would everyone like to go around, introduce yourselves to those who might not know who you are? Starting Newsfist.
Hey everyone, I'm Newsfist. I do a twice weekly news show called Happening TV. That's like the news of the day, humble slop merchant that I am, with some memes and cute animals. And I co-host Empire of Lies on Thursdays with Yiz, and you can often find me on Discord and Dragons on a Monday. You can find all of my links at newsfist.net should you wish to look up,
And I'll go ahead and follow up from there. Yes, indeed, I am Yiz the Eunuch. I host twice weekly streams. Oftentimes, my main Monday night stream, Discordant Dragons, which is a political panelist discussion show, very similar to Unpopular Opinions and shows that you'll find on this channel, is on Monday evenings, 6 p.m. Eastern. And very oftentimes, Mr. Newsfist up there is on with me. And every Thursday evening at the same time, 6 p.m. Eastern, we do a stream together. That's a shorter stream, but it's just him and I, and we pick a single topic to focus on. Usually, it is a prepared thing that Newsfist works on earlier in the week, and we focus in on a single element of the Empire of Lies to talk about. So check those out. And I, of course, make morning walks in my beautiful nature environment here in East Tennessee, in the beautiful rural Shire lands of East Tennessee in the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. So that's me. Over to you, Aiden.
You're muted, Aiden.
Aiden, you're muted, honey.
Many such cases. Hello, I'm Aiden Paladin. Off to a great start, by the way. Yeah, I do coverage of the intersection between politics and social science on my channel, and then I'm often on Discordant Dragons with Yiz and Newsfist. Yeah, and just we've all met before, obviously. So
Yes.
yes.
Well, anyway, yeah. Thank you so much for coming on, everybody. So now I think we should just do a little, I guess, as a preamble. What are your guys' predictions for how this? Or actually, no. Let's take this back a little. What is your overall opinion of this election cycle in general? We can go all the way back, starting with the Republican primaries. I just want to hear what everyone's opinion, their thoughts on it is.
I'll go. It was always going to be Trump, really, if you think about it. The others didn't have a chance. He has the largest social media impact. Look, it was always going to be Trump, really. The neocons are sort of flailing wildly. All of Trump's base believes, erroneously, of course, because they're full of conspiracy theorists and idiots, that the 2020 election was stolen. Of course, since this is YouTube, we know there was no shenanigans involved at all. It's been a weird cycle. I'm in the UK, so my general opinion of this is that Trump getting elected would not only be good for the US, but good for the world, because if he gets in, 2030 is basically over, really, right? They're not going to be able to do it, right? He's going to pull out of the Paris Agreement and all this kind of like other stuff, which will have a knock-on effect. So it's been, I don't know, it's been highs, it's been lows. We've laughed, we've cried, we've seethed, we've coped, and now it's all coming back around again. I guess very 2016 kind of energy. I think.
I think that Trump is definitely going to take it, from what we can tell, unless they assassinate him or something. And why do I think that? Well, I'm a little more cynical minded than Mr. Newsfist up there. The regime is having trouble. The United States is struggling on the world stage. There are economic problems abounding at home. And I believe that the international oligarchs, as well as the deep state agents, whom I truly believe do control the GAE, the Global American Empire, they want more economic stability. So, as Academic Agent and many others have said, certain elements of the woke, all the anti-white shit and anti-male shit, is going to be tempered, and they need stability and support for both Israel and Ukraine, because that forwards, of course, the American empire's international interests and power structure. And so the deep state and the Zionists are in bed together, as always, and they want things to be better for them. And who can accomplish both things? Well, that would be Mr. Donald Trump. Sort out the economy, give the old wokies the slap publicly and socially, and get white men to sign up to die for Israel again, all rolled into a single orange package. That's why I think Trump will take it.
Yep, I agreed almost 100% with what you said. And of course, yeah, AA Scrump, a bunch of people have been talking about this, and I tend to believe that it is accurate, and not just because of the things that they have to say, but demonstrably so. This is the release valve. This is the pressure has been building and building, and some of that is useful, some of it's not. Making young white men feel completely and utterly disenfranchised does not inspire them to go die for wars in Israel and Ukraine. So,
or to care about their jobs, to upkeep necessary infrastructure.
Yes, to care about anything when you've completely robbed them of all hope. And the problem is that they boiled the frog too quickly. So this is the release valve. Other things that make Trump a good candidate, actually, for the left, and by that I mean the oligarchs in power who are supporting leftist policies for the reasons that it gives them more power, is that they're going to kneecap Trump with lawfare so that he can't, if he wants to do anything actually that falls outside of the line that he's allowed to play, he won't be allowed to. So he's going to be essentially hamstrung. He's at the same time just his mere existence will increase the pressure from the left, who don't actually do anything other than riot and break stuff, but who are very easily emotionally malleable. So this also works for them to get them fired up, to get them invested in whatever freaking stupid cause they want them to invest in next. Probably mostly green energy. I imagine is going to be a lot of it. The environmental stuff is going to, the temperature on that will increase, pun intended. I think so. And it'll just be, they get to have the screaming. Also, this totally helps the journalist class who have been complaining about how their ratings and their finances have been down. It's good for the economy, which means it's good for the oligarchs. It is good for absolutely everyone in the existing regime to have Trump be cycled in.
If I may just make a point, I came across a rather interesting nugget of information. So apparently, Trump has privately funded his transition team, number one, and he's been doing it apparently 3 months back. Now, the usual way it's done is you finance your transition team through donors, right? And, this is quid pro quo. So we're going to have like a situation for the first time in the US where the president has paid for and picked his own transition team, which is going to be interesting. I'm not sure how much a lot of the legacy interests are going to be on board. Obviously, Trump is, a great lover of the nation of Israel. So that's going to like keep going. But I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting if he says if he does what he says he's going to do, right? Always with a politician, take what they say leading into an election with a grain of salt. But if he actually does stuff like release the JFK files, appoint RFK to head the American healthcare system, all this kind of other stuff, it is going to be a very, very dramatic shift from, the post-World War II bureaucratic consensus.
I think what you said there is important too. It's that whoever loses, Israel wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it's not
how that works.
Yeah,
and I
we
know
were
that's
joking about that before the stream.
And I know it's a funny meme to say that, but keep in mind, which empire made Israel? Which empire has between a third and a half of all of its higher-ups in every one of its agencies as the ethnicity of Israel, or even people who have citizenship in Israel? So it's not just a meme or a joke to say that. It literally does mean that, that the global American empire is very much Israel first, not white Americans first.
So I have an interesting thought on this, right? Which I don't know whether this is true, but this is an interesting thought experiment, right? what if Trump comes in and basically sort of nerfs the exception, right? Like not completely, but just slightly, right? The people involved are always going on about, how much they love equality and they, love all of these things about America. But in practice, right, they always want a carve out. Trump could just nerf the client exception just a little bit and probably get an incredible amount of clout by doing so. I mean, if he actually wants to, I don't know. Panel, I'm curious as to your thoughts on this. Do you think that Trump actually wants war with Iran, or do you think that he genuinely wants to stop foreign wars in the US, or do you think that the forces around him will force him into war with Iran? Because war with Iran is clearly next big thing.
I think that that Trump's love of Israel is genuine. He is an old-time rich money guy who grew up wealthy and connected in New York. And again,
New York.
I am not someone who thinks every Jew is some manipulative evil boogeyman. I don't think that at all. And if you grow up around a bunch of New York Jews and a ton of New York Jews are your rich buddies, then why would you not like them? Why would you not cater to them? And I also think, just looking at Trump's family and how he's connected via marriage and all that other stuff to Jewish people, why would he not love and be on Israel's side? It just makes sense. It tracks. He's from New York, et cetera, et cetera. So that, I definitely think he will be on the anti-Iran side of things, not the anti-Israel side of things. However, Trump has shown us before he does not like wars. I believe that he will do what he can to pump the brakes on the actual kinetic conflict and getting American interests to fund or perpetuate these kinetic wars. I think that the war, so to speak, that Trump would make against Iran for Israel would be a social and economic thing. Sanctions, et cetera, bolstering defenses, giving even more money to Israel, that kind of thing. However, I do think that Trump will seek to end kinetic conflict and make peace with Putin on the Ukraine front. He has been vocal about that. I have no reason to think that he's lying about that. Whether or not he can pull that off, of course, I can't say. We will have to see how well they can drain the swamp and how well they can actually lay their hands, meaning MAGA, not just Trump, on the actual levers of power to make the machine function. That's still up in the air, and I have my doubts.
I mean, this brings in another really interesting point. The group that is primarily responsible for the war in Ukraine, the sort of Newland, Kagan, Atlantic Council foreign policy blob, Trump seems to be extremely against them, and they are very ethnic in a certain direction. So it might be more of a nuanced take on this, rather than the sort of common 4chan take of Trump just loves the nation of Israel. Not a monolithic group by any means. I mean, we've already seen a number of quite prominent chosen, such as Adelson and stuff, break over to the Trump side. In contrast to 2020.
Look at the nation of Israel itself. They're fractured and split even over there. Like there's a whole bunch of anti-war, let's be nice to Gaza types that do all kinds of political activism and crap in Israel. And most
we may actually be having one of the panelists later. I don't know yet because of the time difference, of course, but we may have a panelist coming later who's actually in Israel right now. In Tel Aviv. So yeah, he's I don't know if he's still studying to be a rabbi or not.
Oh, I'm glad I'll be gone by then.
No, but you've met him before. I know you guys have been on stream together.
Oh, I have. Okay.
Yeah.
Who is he? Do I know him?
No. He was the one who said, he said on stream once, he was like, I don't get the double standard. He identifies, I know, as a Zionist, but at the same time, he's like, I don't understand. There's like this double standard where it's like, why shouldn't other people have like the right to make a country?
Hey, at least there's that. Like that. I mean, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a consistent.
If he lets me want to have nationalism and he won't call me a Nazi, then he can have his nationalism too. That's fine.
So, either way, so we have another person here who just joined, Minister Julius von Richard. I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, just call me, please. Yeah. Should I just introduce myself or just?
Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay. Hello, my name is Julius. I'm from Germany. I am friends with the Politicrat in Discord, and I am currently a student. I'm currently studying law, and I'm just, and of course, as a European, what happens in America is still of a very high degree of interest to us, since we are basically vassals of the global American empire. So,
Welcome, Julius. Might I say you
Yeah.
have a beautiful accent, and I love and appreciate the people and country of Germany.
thank you very much.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, hey, Julius.
Yeah. So yeah. Regarding what you just said, regarding the design and the often perceived Zionist double standard of nationalism, that if the Jews have the right, why don't for a homeland, why don't others? I think not too long ago, I've actually seen an interview with an Israeli army officer who said that every nation has the right of self-determination. Even Palestinians, they just don't have the means to enforce that right. So we see which I personally find it interesting. Something very interesting to hear from Israeli.
Mhm.
Basically, also very much might makes right kind of worldview.
And I think going back to also to what the start of the question, sort of about or how we got on this topic about what will Trump do, or I guess supposedly just that is, yeah, I think that in terms of the wars, I do think he's anti-war. He seems to have proven himself on that fairly consistently.
No, yeah, even back during
Yeah.
Iraq, like he was very critical of Iraq back in the day.
Mhm.
I mean that's when because I mean it was like the Republicans, except for Ron Paul, pretty much, were all in for the Iraq War, and then there was like sort of a weird split among the Democrats. Like you had the more like you had the young 2000s liberals who were opposed to it, and then the sort of and then some establishment Dems who were against it. But then I mean, of course,
The libertarians,
AIPAC,
and yeah.
yeah. No, but like I remember, so I mean, Trump again, like at the time, he was like a centrist establishment Democrat back in, but up until about 2014. Because in what's funny is he actually donated to Chuck Schumer's campaigns and other Israel-backed candidates.
Oh my God.
No, he was a major Schumer donor.
Wow,
So,
the
yeah,
irony.
but yeah. So,
I
So
didn't know that.
we have some results sort of coming in. I don't know how reliable this is from Chief Nerd.
I
Early
will
results coming in
project it
from Indiana and Kentucky show Trump is off to a good start. Trump 62.6, Harris 36.2. We haven't had the exit polls yet, have we? They must be coming out around now. Yes? No?
Probably.
Well,
at least in the East Coast.
Polls on the East Coast just closed.
Right.
So
Right. Okay.
yes, it is. Yeah, it is 7 p.m. So yeah, so let's go take a look at 538 right here. Hold on, give me a second. Pulling it up. My computer's a little slow right now. I have a bunch of tabs open. I always keep a bunch of tabs open. So here we go. All right. So who is favored to win? So Trump, okay. So 538's final forecast for the presidential race between Kamala and Trump is officially out. It's real nail biter. Okay, we don't need to read that. But so a 538's model has Harris 50 out of 100 chance of winning the majority of the Electoral College. And then for Trump, it is 49 out of 100. 538 is usually pretty good. But at the same time, they predicted a Hillary landslide in 2016. So take that for what you will. But yeah.
Yeah, I should note
either
the way 538 has done their polls is they've basically run a whole bunch of simulations. But the thing is, apparently you're getting an effect now where a lot of Republican voters, if polled, just won't answer. Some of them are
Yes.
they just hate the pollsters. So if a poller calls them, they'll just tell them to bugger off.
And can you blame them?
Yeah, exactly. Others apparently are afraid of being identified.
Yes.
There is a CNN poll. It's not directly relevant to the election, but on polling whether the US is a happy country or not, 7% of the population are enthusiastic, 19% are satisfied, 43% are dissatisfied, and 29% are angry. Who are the 7%? Has anyone met any of these 7%ers?
I don't think I have.
I'd like to say that I don't trust these. I trust money more. And if you look at
Yes.
the bookies across America, Trump
They're
is getting
betting on Trump.
3 and 4 to 1 odds to winning.
Yes. That's
So,
what you should always follow is follow
take
the money.
that for what you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
Whether
that's
it's
a far better
Atlantic City
metric.
or Vegas.
Yeah. I just think that it's a better metric than
I'm
the
just
polling
saying,
for
yeah.
exactly what you brought up there, Newsfist, too, is that, like, why would anyone who is voting for Trump tell a pollster who calls up and says, "Hello, I'm here from CNN, and I would like to get your opinion on who are you voting for this election?" You
So,
have no
did you
reason
vote
to
for the
believe.
nice diversity lady, or did you vote for Orange Hitler? Tell us.
Did-
Tell the news. What are you going to say?
Why
Of course
would
you're
you-
going to say I voted for Kamala.
Yes, because these people will also. You have no reason to believe that if you answered honestly, they wouldn't dox you. That they wouldn't just have a data
Yeah.
leak, you know, and put all of your names out there. They've
Mhm.
done it or similar stuff many times before. People don't trust researchers for good reason. Also, even though we're held to way higher standards than journalists are, journalists really aren't held to any standards. If it gets
No.
leaked, oh well.
You know who's
oopsie.
held to a high standard? People who run bookies in major gambling cities. They're held
Exactly.
to high standards.
Yep, because that's
Those-
money
those
on the
people
table.
get concrete shoes if they mess up.
Exactly. Yes. It's not. Yeah. So money on the table. Yeah. Concrete shoes.
Yeah.
That's why I say follow the money. And if the bookies are saying it's Trump, that's a better metric than the polls, I would say.
Regarding the polls, if I remember correctly, in 2016, most polls actually predicted a mostly landslide Hillary victory.
Landslide. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
which of course didn't happen because again, most people who supported Trump at the time stayed silent about it because
Mhm.
And who was
be-
giving
because-
Trump 2 to 1 to win in 2016? The bookies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also the
Exactly.
thing is too,
They need-
if it was bad in 2016 about people wanting to stay silent, and it was, I heard many people talk about it like, why I won't tell because I wouldn't tell anyone because then my family and friends would get mad at me. I don't want to get into conflict, but I'm voting for Trump. If that's how it was in 2016, now it is escalated in terms of the intensity by a factor that I can't even calculate how much worse it is now, how much more afraid people would be at this point to say they're voting for Trump.
Oh yeah, and especially given that the entire Democratic voting campaign has just basically been guilting and shaming people either
Yep.
directly or indirectly into
You're voting for a
into voting for them.
felon, a rapist. You're voting,
Yeah,
you know.
but also the most recent stuff that's come out has been I played these on my show actually. These ads that are like nobody knows how it is you vote in the voting booth. Sisters, don't vote for Trump. You know, like they're basically doing commercials saying, "Well, just lie to your peer group."
Yes.
They did 2 of these, one for women and one for men. And the male one was basically really funny because they all walk into the polling booth together. And they're like, "It's time to make America great together again, fellas," right? And this guy goes up to the polling booth and he meets the eyes of another guy across the way also voting. They share a gay moment together. They decide to vote for Harris. It's very. I'm a bit of a connoisseur of election advertising because it's sort of very interesting form of propaganda.
It's fascinating.
It's raw and often very hastily crafted. The needs of the moment. It's been pretty amazing.
The thing that's so funny about that is that it's probably the most studied area of persuasion research, and yet, I sit here just like rolling my eyes and getting an aneurysm by watching them produce this horrible propaganda. It's like you have so much that you can draw from, and they just maybe it is because it's hasty. There's another campaign they ran maybe a week ago or so it was essentially that if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, women won't have sex with you.
Yes.
Because of the abortion stuff. And by the way, if you look at the polling on this, was it 42% of women say they're voting for Kamala Harris, single issue voters, abortion. That's why women
So
shouldn't
can we
vote.
can we
Sorry.
talk about why? Can we
Yeah,
talk
I
about
mean,
why women
It's
shouldn't?
mostly here's what it mostly
You
is
guys hear me at
specifically.
all? Hello.
Yeah,
Yes,
Yep,
yes.
yeah,
oh,
we can
yeah,
hear you.
sorry.
Okay.
But what it
I was
mostly
gonna
is,
say-
it's most, or I just wanted to say real quick, it's mostly middle and upper middle class, and of course, women, and then women from wealthier backgrounds as well, who are primarily voting for Kamala. And the thing is, they have the luxury of not having or not needing to care about the economy as much.
Yes.
Like
I
that.
was going to say if 42% of voting women, did you say 42% of voting women had pro-abortion?
That was the number that Spoon gave me earlier. What did he say here? He said 42% of young women, their biggest issue is abortion,
young.
and therefore,
Yeah.
so sorry, young, which I don't. He didn't
Okay.
specify there, but I would assume that's under 35. So-
Usually that's what that means. So
Mhm.
if that's the case, let's say it's under 35 or under 30. If
Mhm.
42% of women are single issue pro-abortion voters, can we say that women voting is a failed experiment if almost
Yes,
half of them
absolutely.
if almost half of them only want to vote to have the right to murder their own children? Like that,
Yes.
isn't that messed up?
Well,
Like,
it's
it's
because
messed up.
that's it. It's because women. I won't get into it too much, but it's why the patriarchy is good because it actually takes care of women. When women have no
Yeah.
men in to tell them what to do, to give them direction, well, then they only have one thing that they see of value that they have to offer, which is sex. And so abortion becomes the primary issue for a lot of them because that's their control over sex and control
messed
over
up.
reproduction. It
Oh,
is
and-
disgusting.
Just so people don't think I'm hating on women. I don't think men should
I
have
am.
universal suffrage either. Me and
Yeah,
Aiden
me
have
neither,
talked
so-
about this before. Like,
Yeah, we
I
agree.
don't like
Neither
voting in
do I.
democracy.
Yeah.
I don't like voting in democracy in
Agreed.
general, but if we have to have it, I think we should go back to the old original American system where it's one
Sure.
vote from a man who owns a property, has a family, and
Mhm.
is invested in the system with skin
Yep.
in the game. Like,
Yep, landowner.
at least if we're going to give some kind of universal suffrage, at least make people have to show they've got skin in the game, and only let there be one vote per household. None of
Yeah,
this
and
15 immigrants coming over and living in one apartment and having 15 votes in California shit.
Well, you see
No.
this stuff too now. They're doing where you can go vote for your kid. Essentially, they're
Yeah.
trying that stuff, and then they're also
Mhm.
just
What is-
a bunch of states have totally dropped all voter ID laws, completely. I mean, it's the ones you expect. I think it's California and New York, but just
We
no
covered
voter
an
ID
article
needed at
last
all.
night. We covered an article last night on Discordant Dragons about these predatory mail-in vote campaigns where in Alabama and I think I forget the other state, but there were 3 or 4 states in the article where there are these Democrat NGOs that have teams that fill out dozens or hundreds of ballots with Democrats already checked and everything filled out, and they mail them to these low activity Democrat voters just to try to get them to sign it and send it back. And in
Well,
one
they probably
case,
don't even read
and in
it.
one case,
Yeah.
the return address wasn't even to the county it was supposed to go to. It was to a major city for Democrats. So it's
Aidan,
like,
if I may ask, is it true that that women rely more on social proof?
Yes.
And so this whole sort of whether that many women are actually voting based on abortion might not really be it. You could probably use that as a proxy for saying that this many women are voting purely, on the concept of social proof. Rather, social proof is the idea that something is good if everyone around you says it is good, regardless of its goodness.
So that's called the pro-social effect in surveying research. It does exist, but if people are convinced that it is a truly anonymous survey, that's a sort of social normative stuff tends to go away, and people would say how they really feel. But it's the problem of what we just raised earlier, which is that I think most people do not believe these surveys are anonymous, and they think that with probably good reason, as was brought up.
mhm.
So then the social proof does come through. It's, how am I supposed to respond? How is the researcher or the pollster expecting me to answer this question? So then there is a social normative appeal to that, and people will say what they think they're supposed to say, or what they think is pro-social, aka like what is the good thing, the appropriate thing to say. And with women who tend to be obviously more social animals, it's like, well, I don't want to be outcast. I don't want to be seen as a bad, not one of the girls, and I don't want to be kicked out of my social group. And Kamala, of course, is, girl power, all girls stick together, that kind of stuff. That's been her entire campaign, such as it is. Coconut, brat, something. Weird female social stuff that I can't understand because I'm too autistic. but that's exactly what that is. So
And
it
you're
is
also too
possible.
white.
Yeah.
Generally,
it is
can say-
possible that 42% is elevated out of the social proof, or I would say social desirability bias. Yeah.
But regarding
Right.
social proof, that this is a general rule of democracy. The average Joe does not really think critically of on particularly hard issue. The average Joe just adapts the dominant worldview in his community in social surroundings, which is also another reason why democracy is a scam. Because he who controls the narratives controls the public's opinion.
Sure. It's classic McCombs and Shaw 1979 agenda setting theory. 98% correlation between what the news reports on and what issues people think are important.
Yes.
98% correlation. I have never
98%.
seen that, and I've not seen that anywhere else in any other social science study ever besides McCombs and Shaw 1979. That's agenda setting theory. Now, it doesn't mean that how the person will think about or feel about a topic, but what
It just means the
are
topics that they
important.
think are important.
Yes, and
Okay,
so
guys, I have some breaking news. Apparently, Indiana has been called for Trump, 61-38. Kentucky has also been called for Trump, 71-28.
It's not surprising.
And
Yeah, those
Vermont
aren't surprises.
apparently has been called for Harris, but this is
not surprising.
randomly
yeah.
off Twitter, so wait for a better source, maybe.
All of those
Yeah.
would be logical and anticipated results anyway. I mean, of course, it's always comes down to the swing states that end up being the battlegrounds.
My home state, Virginia, is going to be a very significant one this time around. I mean, more so than 2020 as well. I mean, a lot of people say that, Virginia is a blue state. We need to take Virginia back to being red. But Virginia is
a blue state.
Virginia is neither a red or a blue
Yes.
state. Virginia
Well,
has always been a purple state, but yet you have people saying keep Virginia blue or keep Virginia red. Like no, it's
because of its proximity to DC. Where I was born in Virginia. Where are you from? About Politicrat? I didn't know that.
Oh no, so I live in Northern Virginia.
Okay. Yeah, I was born in Norton. I haven't lived there since I was a kid, but yes, it was where I was born at least.
Where's-
So
I'm East
technically
Tennessee.
Where's Norton?
I'm East Tennessee, born and raised.
We know
actually,
yes.
Actually, I don't know where Norton is. We lived in Richmond though for a while as well before we
Okay,
moved out.
okay.
But Virginia is a purple state because of DC, because all of the DC left-wing politicos live in Virginia, or
And
Yeah.
Tennessee's a purple state too because of Nashville and Memphis and Chattanooga.
Yep. Cities always mess it up, and
Isn't
DC
democracy
is
great,
the
kids?
hive. Yeah, I know. And DC is the most concentrated. Well, DC and Chicago are probably the two worst. Like Chicago destroys Illinois every election. Chicago is what decides Illinois, even though Illinois has huge, for the most part, segments of it that are very far red, for the most part. But because of Chirac, which goes so hard blue, it disturbs the entire state. And there's many such cases like that. But yep, again, those three states, Vermont, what was it, Kentucky, and Indiana, those I would expect. I expect that is the way that those will go, whether or not that's accurate yet or not.
Where can
Yeah,
we actually watch the polls come in? There must be some.
Yeah, I've
Central.
seen.
Don't,
I have
don't they
CNN
pop up
pulled
on
up.
YouGov? Don't they update it on YouGov?
I
Or
think they
or-
just do polls. Wait, let's see what's on CNN, shall we?
When we covered it 4 years ago, there was an official government website that showed the incoming updates. I don't remember the URL, but
Twitter is ahead of CNN.
big shock.
Unsurprising.
Big shook, yeah. Dude.
Did you guys see how many people were freaking out about? It was about it was about 2 weeks ago. It was about just because the Washington Post refused to endorse a candidate.
Right.
It's like
Yeah.
shouldn't
yeah.
that be the ideal? Isn't that like
Yeah.
actually? Yeah, people are.
No,
It's
the
supposed to be an
ideal should be everyone.
independent news
No,
outlet.
no. The ideal is everyone supports the correct candidate.
Yes. I mean, that's how it is in practice. In theory, journalism is supposed to be the fourth estate. They're supposed to be removed from the politics. But no, of course,
When has that ever been the case?
That's never
been
the case.
never.
Never been
Not
the case.
once ever.
Ideally,
you-
if like a reactionary government or a revolution ever takes place, journalism too should be a tool used to indoctrinate the masses into the new Catholic-based monarchism that will take place.
I bet
Are you-
Aiden
are
likes
you,
the sound of that.
Julius, are you Bayerish by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured.
I don't know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
word.
No,
What's that word?
my family
I'm not familiar with that
is my family is from Bayern also. So
Oh, that's
on
very
my
nice.
father's side. Yeah.
Like, so we're basically related.
Is
Yeah,
that-
essentially.
Oh, Bayern,
Essentially.
okay.
Part
is
of
that a
the
province
Volt.
in Germany or what,
Yes,
what
yes,
is it?
it's Bavaria.
Bayern is Bavaria.
Ooh, that's beautiful
yeah.
countryside. I've
Oh,
seen nature
absolutely.
videos.
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah.
nature videos of Bavaria. It's pretty.
It is beautiful, and I
Especially
love
around-
Bavarian
especially around,
food.
like, places
it's my
like-
favorite.
Neuschwanstein.
Oh yeah. No,
Yeah,
like
no
no
sh-
Schwanz.
Oh, Gesundheit.
And now I'm hungry.
No, that's like that big sort of that big white castle that was built on top of the mountain in Bavaria. I mean, it's iconic.
Hmm.
You'd recognize it if you saw, in case anybody doesn't know.
Even
But-
Hitler.
but-
Even Hitler made a great painting of it.
Oh yeah. It was actually a decent painting, I think. But either way, so we have, I know, Newsfist just sent me another CNN. Hold on. I don't know why my tab went black.
Yeah,
Okay, there we
CNN. I think they've got like an updating thing.
Yeah,
as
first
much
projections
as
of the
I
night. Yeah.
hate CNN, obviously.
Nobody likes CNN. Not even Democrats like CNN. Really, it's airport news. That's basically what it is.
Yes,
All right.
it's made for airports and doctors' offices.
Yeah. And then Fox News is bar news.
Yeah,
Okay, so I mean, not a surprise. Vermont called for Harris.
Georgia is also allegedly going
Georgia's a
for
big one.
Harris. Wait, big
Georgia's a
county.
big
No,
one.
Douglas County. No, sorry, scratch that.
Georgia's that's gonna be one that's not gonna get called until probably very early in the morning, I would imagine.
Or
Georgia,
maybe sometime
Pennsylvania.
next month. We'll see. Who
Or
knows?
right, that's gonna be Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona. These are gonna be the contentious states.
Yes.
Ohio,
I'd say-
probably.
I say, well, Ohio always is.
Yes.
But yeah, I say, yeah, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Virginia, Arizona.
Yeah.
And then, there was one Iowa, also Iowa.
Iowa might be.
Not as much as 2020, but I mean, it has definitely more of a chance for Trump. But it's still, I guess, technically, it's considered a swing state, right?
It can be.
So,
Iowa's just weird. Iowa's weird.
may I proffer a topic of conversation while we wait?
Yes, absolutely.
What do you guys think will happen if the democratic process gives us Kamala Harris and Kamala Harris is decided by the end of tonight with no shenanigans? Do you think what will you think if that's the case? And what
I
will
hope
you
for
do?
a civil war, to be honest.
I think so.
No, I don't want a civil war, but I will say
Civil war. Civil war.
Is
I will
that
say-
is that a man? Look at that lady on the screen right now. That looks like a man.
No. That she's just cat faced. Yeah, I can't remember her name.
she's just not wearing any makeup.
No,
That is not true at all. I see
She's
makeup
wearing
all
a ton of
over her
makeup, and
face.
she always looks like that. I can't remember her name right now, but like she
Is that
just got like a
Crystal?
weird.
Is that Crystal Ball?
Shit.
No.
That's a very
No.
handsome woman. I'll say that.
God, I know her name, but she has a very feline like facial features, and not necessarily in a like good
That's
or
not
bad
what
way,
I
but
see.
very-
To me, she looks like a drag queen or a tranny.
she
Like,
is a woman, a natal woman, as far as I know. I just can't remember her name. But
Yeah.
so if
I didn't mean
if,
to derail the conversation.
Oh,
I'm
no,
sorry.
it's
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm not a
If-
regular CNN watcher. I don't know.
Oh,
It
yeah.
surprised
She-
me.
she is a regular though. If Kamala wins, I don't think it will be civil war. I'm not gonna. I don't have a beanie to put on. I don't think that's gonna happen. But
I just think
But
it's gonna be
we
more.
can-
I don't actually think Kamala's gonna be allowed to win because
Yeah, I don't
she
think
is
so either.
she is not in the best interest. Now, I could be wrong. The way that I would be wrong though is if the oligarchs have lost control of the bureaucrats And
Yeah.
that's the only way that I think that that could happen, is that if those in charge at the top have somehow lost control because the people that they have put into the bureaucracy, into the positions of power in the bureaucracy, are ideological maniacs who may go against what they've been told to do, who may act rogue and go ahead and fortify in a different way than just letting things fly or the way that they're supposed to. Because putting Trump in office is the pressure release valve. It is exactly what actually is better for everyone involved, as I said at the beginning of the stream. So
All the power players.
all the power players, right?
Yeah.
And the American people, but none of the people in power care about them.
Mhm.
So if Kamala wins, something in the system is really fucked up. And that would be interesting because I think that Trump wasn't supposed to win in 2016. So that was an upset, I believe, that he wasn't supposed to win. At least I think so. But actually, that's a good question. Do you guys think that Trump was supposed to win in 2016? I really think that astonished them that people were that the public was that on board with Trump, even after they had portrayed him as a joke over and over again. I thought
I think-
maybe they didn't feel the
Like,
need to
CNN
fortify.
CNN got Trump elected in 2016. That's what I say. CNN.
I have
was
an
Trump's-
alternative theory actually on
Go ahead.
2016. So you may recall prior to 2016, the US was going around the world promoting freedom of information,
Mhm.
releasing tools like Tor, and merrily overthrowing governments all over the world. Arab Spring, Georgia, all this kind of like other stuff, right? And they're like, everyone
Ukraine.
must have freedom of information. And then 2016 came around, and those same tools were basically used against the American establishment, after which they made this sudden pivot to like, actually, we're not so sure whether freedom of speech is a good thing anymore, boys.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, I'm not going so far as to say, like, I think this might be one of the reasons why they seriously thought that it was, Russia doing it, because they were so used to engineering color revolutions in other countries. It literally they could not process the idea that their own compliant sheeple would dare rebel against their political cause.
Who was it? Was it Rachel Maddow? I don't remember who said that quote around 2016, which is that we tell you don't get to decide how to think. That's our job, or something to that akin.
It
to
was
that,
something
where,
to that effect. Yeah, I
that's
remember
our
that at the
job.
time really standing
Mhm.
out. She said that it shouldn't be the American people's job to do all the political thinking. That's
think.
our job.
That's-
we do
yes.
that for you, or something like that. Like it was a really just egregious, insane sounding thing for a
And I
for
don't
a,
remember if it was
for a
Maddow.
mainstream pundit to say. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it when she said it. It was wild.
Yeah, I
I mean,
recall that that's our job line, but I don't remember who said it or what the preceding line was. But yeah,
I think it was Maddow,
I mean,
but it could have been
It's
someone
stuck
else.
in my head.
Let
Yeah.
me see if I can dig it up.
As an anti-populist myself, I agree with the statement. However, not the sentiment from which that statement was coming from. And I don't think it was Rachel Maddow. I think it was Joy Reid.
Oh, yeah, I think it
It
was.
might have
Jordan.
been, yeah.
I think
It was
Joy Reid.
one of those, just slot them in, replaceable NPC femoids.
Yeah.
At one of these shitty left. I don't know, it was
But
MSN
no, yeah,
NPC or
Politicrat,
CNN. whichever.
Politicrat, you're right. Like
MSNBC.
it's
found it.
it's not arrogant to say that specialists are better at niche thinking. Like if let's say your wife is sick and she has some kind of serious autoimmune condition, right? You're not going to just okay, let me ask you, would you rather go to an autoimmune specialist doctor and see a few of them to get some opinions, or do you just open up a poll to 4chan and Twitter to find out what's wrong with her? Of course you go to a specialist. This is why I think democracy is retarded.
I trust my
Well, it's
um,
is this Moldbug or is this? No, is this whose thought experiment is this? Now I can't recall. It's would you rather be operated on by a drunk but well-meaning a drunk surgeon, so an expert who is drunk, or by a well-meaning person who has no expertise? Who would you rather operate on you? This is the argument for monarchs. So it might have been, again, I can't remember if this is Moldbug or Kunatlian. I think it's Moldbug, but I can't recall off the top of my head. I have it in my
And again,
notes
that's
If
somewhere.
I had to choose, how drunk is the surgeon?
Well, I mean, let's just
That's important.
okay.
That's important.
You are stuck on the specific hypothesis or question was you have been shipwrecked. So there's no one else who can help you, and you've got a drunk surgeon or just a well-meaning random person who's like, and you had an appendix burst, so you need to have it operated on immediately. Someone's got to do it. Would you rather pick someone who has experience, who has been trained in doing this, but might not be the best because of certain circumstances, or someone who has no idea but means well? And this is the democracy versus the elite theory kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that like regular people need to not be considered or cared about. They should be. We need to care about our people. But
Of course.
this is where the whole concept of the natural order comes into play. Some men are driven to lead. That's not most men. Most men want to grill and have a wife and play with their kids and go hunting.
Yeah.
That's just
Yes,
how it
absolutely.
is.
That shouldn't
And
be
it's like-
controversial either.
And that shouldn't be a controversial
It should
thing to
not be.
say.
It's an
If
analytical
men are
statement, it's
driven
not
to
an
lead
ideological
and
one.
be invested in the power structure, they need to be focused on that echelon of man. And the others should just, if they want to change that and be involved in what those men are doing, well, if that's your call to rise through the ranks and try to participate in whatever type of body politic your governmental system is, then do it. All of this democracy stuff, it has always from the very beginning been a fake sham for people to get power and to do horrible things with no accountability. That's why democracy is wrong. and
Absolutely.
flawed. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yep. I
Is
thought
what-
and I lost it. Oh, here it is. Yeah. This clip. Oh, it was Mika Brzezinski. It was Mika. We were all wrong.
Yeah,
It was
the
Mika.
Brzezinskis, what a
Ah.
surprise.
I
Can you
swear
believe-
that
so
Maddow
Jen-
said something like that, though. Like I see
all
it
get
in
the
my
sa-
head.
They all get fed
Right.
the same script, so I'm sure she said something akin to that as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna say MSNBC is my least favorite news network. I don't even consider Fox News. I consider that entertainment, so it's
It
completely
is
irrelevant.
entertainment.
but yeah.
MSNBC, I
Yeah,
think, is
but-
hilarious, but that's not because they're
No, I'm saying
news.
I consider Fox News entertainment. MSNBC is just a bad is just
Pure
it's just-
propaganda.
yeah, but so I will say Joe Scarborough. I've always found him to be the. I mean, I'm not a fan of his, but he's always been the least annoying. He's historically been one of the more tolerable ones. But the
It's not
the
high
ridic-
praise, though, to be fair.
It's not. No. But did you know he used to be a paleocon up until
Oh.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
can absolutely believe that.
he was part of the Republican Revolution back in the 90s, the 94, I wanted to say class of 94, but what is it? The Congress that was elected in 1994.
Yes.
So, but yeah, no. So let's go ahead and watch the clip.
Great.
All right. Do you guys hear the
What
audio?
I hear from
Yes, yes.
all the Trump supporters
You guys hear the audio?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep,
Yeah.
coming through.
that I talked to who were Trump voters and are still Trump supporters, they go, yeah, you guys are going crazy. He's doing, what are you so surprised about? He's doing exactly what he said he's going to do.
Well, and I think that the dangerous, edges here are that he's trying to undermine the media, trying to make up his own facts. And it could be that while unemployment and
our job.
the economy worsens, he could have undermined the messaging so much that he can actually control
Right.
exactly what people think. And that is
If
our
you-
job.
Yeah.
I can't
Wow.
believe she said the quiet part out loud. Mika, you're not
Hilarious.
supposed to say that part.
It's like an abusive girlfriend, or something. It's like, have you been talking to other people? It's my job to tell you what to think. No. God.
Oh my god.
Politicrat also put a link in the chat, 270 to win, that shows all the poll closing times as well. 4chan, as usual, being an invaluable resource. There's a thread with basically all the links. Actually, I might just scrape them all and stick them in chat.
West Virginia has been
thanks.
called, says Simon Laird in the chat, which is also not surprising in Trump's favor, I'm sure. West Virginia was one of the first states called in both 2020 and 2016. Even though, which is when I was excited about that in 2020, I posted about it. People were like, "Of course, it's a hillbilly state." It's like, actually, why it's interesting is that West Virginia, up until Trump, has voted blue. Often votes red for the presidential, but not always, because West Virginia is an old Union state.
Yes.
So
it has
it-
like centrist Democrats like Manchin.
yes, Yes, old school ones, which Mansion is, a centrist, but it is interesting to see that flip, at least for me politically, is that West Virginia is now solidly red, and they were not until 2016. So it's my home state. Yes, I was born in Virginia, but I grew up in West Virginia, so I always am interested in what's happening in the mountain state. But yeah, it's not surprising.
It's going to be a long night.
It is going to be
Absolutely.
a long night.
Yep, and we'll
But,
be here till we'll probably be here till 1. At least me and Newsfist will.
Yeah,
But-
I'll go as late as I can. I've got
Okay, yeah,
some
you
energy
too,
drinks.
Aiden.
Like I
Yeah,
told you, I've got other streams to visit, so
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
have
yeah.
to bounce around. But if you will have me, I'll probably be back later.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. We're limited to 6, and I know we have some people coming on here actually
Sure.
any minute at one point. So we have room for
No problem.
one
and again,
more,
I
and then
I don't mind. I'm not trying to like get as much screen time as I can.
Oh
or
yeah, no,
anything.
no,
I'm
no,
just
no.
saying,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm just going to bounce around and visit other of my friends' streams and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, it's usually streaming.
oh yeah,
at some point.
that's who
I
I'm
might
going to go
try-
visit most. Yeah,
Okay,
and I'm
I'll have
also going
drop
to be
in at
on
some
with No
point.
White Guilt here in a little bit too.
Oh, nice.
Uh-huh.
Oh, nice.
Uh,
You've my best to both stream.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. I'll tell
By
them
the
that,
way,
that my co-host Newsfist said howdy when I get in there.
Howdy. Wait, am I saying it right?
Yeah, you're pretty good at it actually, but you're Australian, so you have a
Thank you
But-
very much.
yeah. Australians seem to really like East Tennessee. Like I meet a whole bunch of them here, especially coming here to see Pigeon Forge and Dollywood.
I was about to say.
Oh,
I
I
was
love
about to say.
Dollywood. Oh.
I was literally about to say Yiz should start her own Dollywood.
Should do what with Dollywood?
You should
Yizzy-
start
Yizzy
your own
would.
version of Dollywood.
Oh,
Yizzy would. Yeah.
it's the nation. It's
I was
the
about to say
nation of
Yizzy would,
Israel.
Nation of Israel, yes.
The nation of
Israel, yeah.
Israel. Yes.
And then you
Yes.
can just put it right next to Dollywood, and then slowly expand the borders, and then until you can just
You
encapsulate.
turn Dollywood into like a ghetto and constantly say that the people from
No.
Dollywood are
No,
like
I love
firing
Dolly
rockets
Parton
across
so
the border
much.
and slowly,
But that is
slowly
a-
take all their land.
Dolly Parton is a treasure.
She is a national.
She's one of the
treasure.
most base boomers you'll ever hear speak.
She's based, but she's also like just like clearly a kind person.
Yeah, she's a
which-
really nice person. I told you the story. Me getting to
Not
sit
fake.
on her lap when I was a little kid.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Like when
And
Dollywood
maybe it's fake.
was a new thing, she was there a lot more, and people would get to go and hang
Yeah.
out with her and stuff. It was fun.
Maybe it's a facade, but I just get the feeling that she's legitimate, that she's a real one.
I'm pretty
you
sure
know?
she is. I mean, you never really know somebody.
Yeah,
famous,
yeah,
but,
unless you.
but
yeah.
like from living here in Tennessee and
Mhm.
getting to go to Dollywood a lot. And when I was a little kid, she would actually be there and talk to us and stuff. Like
her
it's,
even building that is so totally revitalized so much of that area.
Yep.
It was a huge deal. I mean, that shows her commitment. She put her money literally where her mouth
also-
was and helped that
and-
area.
And unlike a lot of Christians who only just want to give their money to starving Africans or some
Right,
shit, she's
right.
actually given a lot of her wealth to the local area here and helped build up
Yes.
stuff. She
And
puts a lot of
after-
her money into like local churches and local
And-
businesses.
and
After the
when you see
hurricane
that-
and
that's-
stuff too, she donated a ton of money. What was it? It was several million, I think, or something.
That is the ideal form of like America first, when it is actually into private citizens and
Mhm.
businesses that are actually investing into the community to make the community better.
Love that
I don't
ratio
trust. I don't
piece, man.
trust a lot of the basically the
NGO.
America first that you see. Like for instance, that
Mm.
was the deal of the of NatCon, the National Conservative Conference back in July. Was it? It was either May or July. I think it was July. I think, but yeah, where it's all about using state power. Or it was basically all about using state power in order to promote America. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with doing something like that within reason, but like the government should not be the, I guess, primary driver of quote unquote America first, whatever that even means.
Absolutely.
It should definitely be communities and private individuals, but we live in a low trust society, unfortunately. And on top of that, I mean, we live in an atomized society fundamentally, so there's definitely not as much.
Mate, I'd be willing to bet you that my low trust society in London is even more low trust and atomized
Yeah.
than yours, bro, mate. Oh,
Like,
Oh
tell-
no, definitely.
Tell him what you said. Tell him what you said when you flew in for the OGC event. Because Memphis is very heavily majority black city, right?
yeah.
But, and also London is a majority non-white city now. It seems.
Yes.
But
so
the weird
tell-
thing
tell
about
him
As
what
John
you
Cleese,
told me that-
as John Cleese said, London is no longer an
No,
English.
English
the
city.
weird thing
No,
about
English,
Memphis
no.
was that everyone spoke English. I mean, it was black English, but
But you
Like,
can
seriously.
understand the people. Yeah.
yeah, you know, the holla, of course, you know.
Or
Yeah.
where to, sir?
It is
Where
election
to,
night, so I am
sir?
drinking.
Sir, where to,
Excuse
sir?
me. We're getting a little bit of an early start, but it is election night.
It is
Oh,
election
yeah,
night.
Oh yeah,
That's a good
I've
idea.
got a
I'm
couple of
gonna have
beers
a weak
chilling.
chocolate as well.
I did that. Yeah, I did that 4 years ago. I remember towards the end of the stream, it was funny. At about, it was before midnight. I was like, I'm gonna walk to the convenience store, and I'm gonna get, which is like a mile away, and get some beer. That's what I did last time. At like 11 p.m. while we were still streaming, I just switched to my phone, and I was hosting the stream, but I was just like walking over to the. And then by the time but then my phone ran out, so everyone else was on stream for like 30 minutes by themselves without me. And then as soon as I get back and sit back down, everyone drops out of the stream
Oh, fun.
before I announce that I'm back. So
Oh.
yeah, it was a very funny end to the stream. But yeah.
So we
Oh.
are seeing allegations that Georgia's exit poll reveals that Trump is winning the independent vote by 11 points. This is from CNN. Georgia at the moment, so it's everything's in play. You know, all the beans are on the table, as they say.
Regarding Mr. President Trump, I just have just a quick question on all participants here. In your view, to what degree does Trump conform to the Spenglerian idea of the Caesar?
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think Trump is a Caesar. Trump is like a proto Caesar. He's definitely.
He has some aspects of the
I think-
Caesarian spirit. Yes, I agree.
He's like kind of like Publius Pulcher as opposed to Julius Caesar.
I'm glad you brought that up, Julius. If we're going to have a Caesar, I think it will be Baron Trump.
That's what I've joked. Yeah. No,
It's
because
mostly a
the thing
joke,
is,
but,
what a lot of people don't realize, because everyone thinks in the short term, a lot of people don't realize, and this is going to drive so many people crazy, but the Trumps aren't going anywhere. They're going to be like they're ingrained in politics. They are going to. I wouldn't be surprised if Don Jr. probably not Eric, but I wouldn't be surprised if Don Jr. At some point runs for something.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, most likely. From the Spenglerian perspective specifically, I think Trump could have the capacity, but I don't think he does. And if he did,
Also-
it's
He's
a little
also
bit too
too
late.
old.
That's what I
also,
mean. He
we
might have
to-
had it 10 years ago.
Also, we have to say that at least that the Caesar is supposed to lead in some sense a revolution against the ruling money power, the money elites, which to be honest, quite frankly, Trump is part of the money elite. He's not
Yes.
going to oust his own people.
Yeah, very true.
I
It's
just want to
unlikely
bring
that
up
he'll
the
truly
when
grant it.
Trump won in 2016. When Trump lost in 2020. Forgive me. He was ahead in Georgia until the very end when there was
Yes.
Shenanigans. So,
A bunch of votes that showed up in the middle of the night. Yes.
which there is
So-
video evidence of them being falsified,
Yes.
by the way.
We shouldn't be too hopeful for tonight's election, though. So.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't
I'm
have,
not at all.
This is very unlike 2020 or 2016. In 2016, I was genuinely excited because we didn't know Trump was an unknown variable. We didn't know anything
Yeah.
really about what he would do, and that made it very exciting. In 2024, well, Trump's a known variable, Kamala is a known variable. The only unknown is, like I said, again, I agree. You and I seem to be on the same page that the oligarchs have decided they want to cycle in Trump. The only unknown variable in this one is does the bureaucracy falter in carrying out the will of the oligarchs? I think.
There's a very interesting assessment academic agent Nima Parvini made. Is what we are witnessing currently is that the elites are putting the vote away. Like they are.
Yes.
They're conceding the field regarding the very regarding the most extreme versions of the subversion.
Let's be
And I
clear though
think-
about what putting the woke away means. It doesn't mean putting it away permanently.
No,
It
no,
means
of
a
course
temporary
not. No,
stepping
no.
back from it. Yeah.
It's
So go
just
ahead.
And it doesn't
just
even
so-
mean stopping any of the policies. It means
Yes.
stopping the blatant, in-your-face anti-whiteism, anti-male stuff. Like
exactly.
that's what I think they're going to quote put away.
Yep.
I think that they realized that they were boiling the frog way too fast, way too
Yep.
hot, and
Yeah,
all they
they
want, all
just
that
need
I
some-
think that the Trump that
Yeah, they
the anti-white people who want Trump for stability, they're not going to be any less anti-white or any less pro-abortion and
Of
shit.
course.
They're still
They
going to
just-
like and support all the trans shit and the feminism shit and all that. They're just going to do it more subtly, and they're going to take it out of the limelight. They're going to try to pull it out of the media sphere.
Yeah, they just pull back a little bit and wait till their recent revolutionary gains normalize in public consciousness.
Yes, and your culture warriors will go out on Twitter, your Mark Kearns, etc. They'll go out and say, "Look, we won. We got rid of DEI crap. You didn't." But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like
I think that
it's-
it'll look like a win, right?
it's in like 10 years it's going to be, and probably it's already starting at that. I don't mind trans folks as long they don't make it the center of their personality.
Right.
I'm seeing on Twitter allegedly that West Virginia has been called for Trump as well.
Yeah.
Yep, no, that's what the map is showing that we have in front of us.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
it's
it's
the
hard to smell,
weirdest
it's hard to
looking
see.
one.
I should zoom it out.
It's the weirdest looking state.
It really is, especially because and I literally, and so I'm a geography guy, but I literally just noticed for some reason about a week or two ago that little part of West Virginia that just goes up and borders Pennsylvania. That just
The
like,
Northern Panhandle,
skinny-
yeah.
like that's really weird.
It's because of it's a bunch to do with Civil War era stuff I won't
Yeah,
get
yeah,
into,
yeah.
but yeah.
Um,
The capital's up there in the Northern Panhandle. The original capital. Now the capital's in Charleston, which is in the south.
By the way, so we have
ask-
another person who joined us, Simon. How are you
Hey.
doing this evening? Want to go ahead
I'm
and
doing
introduce
great.
yourself?
What was that?
Want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Oh yeah, my name's Simon, and I'm happy to be here. And I've just started writing a Substack.
Do you want to tell us about that real quick? Just shill yourself out.
Yeah, it's called Simon Laird's Substack. My last name is Laird, and I write about philosophy and politics stuff.
Oh, very interesting.
Okay. Well, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hello,
so yeah,
Simon.
we now our panel is now full. So I don't know when I think our next person comes on in about 45 minutes. So so we have time.
So we have time, yeah. I don't know how long I will stay up. Like it's already pretty late here in Germany.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
welcome
I'm,
you're
I'm
free
going to
leave
step
if
away
you want.
shortly. So,
Okay.
But not right now though. Just in a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah.
whenever I get the join link from my friend, so it'll be in here in a little while.
Yeah, so Simon, you and I are from the same. You and I are both from Virginia. I don't know if I just doxed you there, but
No, that's
No,
No,
but-
see, the state's not
Yeah.
doxing. It's a,
Yeah,
it's a,
okay,
it's a
okay,
big
yeah.
state.
well, yeah. Either way,
Virginia's
so,
a big place with a lot of people in a lot of places. It's okay.
so I'm going to ask my fellow Virginian here, and again, not Aiden because Aiden does not identify.
I identify as
No,
a
but-
West Virginian. West
Yes,
by God. Montana Semper Liberi.
But Simon, so what are your thoughts on Virginia? Do you think it's gonna, because I think it's definitely one of the more, especially compared to 2020, it's gonna have a lot more influence in this election. What do you see Virginia doing?
I don't think it's going to be close. I think it's going to be solid blue. It's not one of the Polymarket didn't have it close at all. Let me actually check that.
I mean,
Right
but remember 2021 with Youngkin, that was like a lot of people were not expecting that. I mean, you did have a lot of disaffected Democrats who ended
Yeah,
up
but that's an
voting.
off-year election. So a lot of low information people who don't vote in the off-year
Yeah.
elections were not voting in the time that Youngkin got
All
elected.
right, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it looks so. Polymarket has it as less swingy than New Hampshire, less swingy than New
Really,
Mexico
less
even.
than New Hampshire. Okay.
Yeah, New Hampshire
Yeah.
they're giving Trump a 15% chance now. New Mexico a 10% chance. Virginia 7% chance.
Okay.
I'm looking at Florida right now. It looks like
Florida's down. I can't see Florida going.
so
blue.
Trump is up 10 points with 76% in and the western part of the Panhandle, which is going to be really red, is not even in yet. So that's a good sign because he was only up 7 points in the polls. So if he's up 10 points in the actual vote, that means he's outperforming by a few points.
Okay. And
And so if that
then,
applies nationally, that would push him over the edge in Pennsylvania and everywhere else.
okay. So do you see any Midwest states going blue?
I think Michigan.
Or just this is a question just for any. This is just a question for everyone.
I think Michigan. Well, Harris has been ahead in Michigan in the polls, and also Michigan has always voted more Democrat than the other Midwest states.
I think Michigan might be a call for Harris. There's parts of Michigan. It's one of those, again, it's another one of those states where the cities vote very, very hard blue. There's tons of people in rural Michigan where it's extremely far red. But it's a same issue with Illinois as it is in Michigan. So I think for those two states, Illinois will go blue because of Chirac. And Michigan probably will go blue as well because of Detroit. That's just typically how it's gone. If that is the case, the only reason also now again, like I've given my hypothesis that I don't think Trump will be allowed to lose in the same way that Biden was not allowed to lose. I mean, safest and most secure election of all time in 2020. But that being said, Kamala Harris has no momentum behind her. The momentum behind 2020
She has no grassroots support whatsoever.
No, at least the momentum in 2020 was Trump is evil, orange Hitler. We have to get him out or he's going to put people in camps or whatever, which he didn't do the first time. But whatever, there was so much more anger and animosity there. But now people have had to live under 4 years of Joe Biden, who has been a global embarrassment. Kamala Harris, who has no platform other than I was working class family, whatever, her middle class stupid shit.
I was born in a middle class family.
I was born in a middle class family.
Just
Kamala Harris.
completely, nothing, nonsense. No one has any idea what any of her policies are. Even with all of this Project 2025 fear mongering, which honestly a lot of it is based, even though it's completely has nothing to do with the Trump campaign and has just made up shit that they threw out there. I don't think that Kamala Harris has enough. Let's say if things were totally fair and honest and votes were all counted the same and no one actually controls this stuff, then I don't think Kamala has the actual social media has inflated it, but social media is bought and paid for. Let's make clear about that. What you see is paid for algorithmically. So I think that there isn't really a lot of support for Kamala Harris. I just don't see it. I can't see it. And in fact, I think they've been setting people up for months to prepare for a Trump victory. That's the way I see it, is that it's been slowly working these people into it and being like, oh no, there's nothing we can do, kind of demoralizing their own side, such as it were, because they have no side. It's their side is their side. They don't care about this left-right stuff, the oligarchs, I mean. So it's just been setting the people up for an easier letdown when Kamala loses, because she's not electable. She wasn't electable in her own state. How is she electable at a national level?
No, exactly. No, this just goes to show, like, she was okay. And so this is something that I wanted to talk about on this stream specifically. I've been sitting on a video for a while. I mean, I haven't done much with my channel lately, but just about this, the fact that they have wanted, or at least the Democratic establishment, they refuse to accept that Kamala Harris is unelectable. I'm specifically speaking about the DNC establishment. She was always the preferred, ever since Hillary Clinton lost in 2016. Kamala was sort of the up and coming one that they wanted to prop up. They tried doing that in 2019. She didn't make it. She didn't make it 6 months. She dropped out, I think, in November of 2019. Yep. It was after Tulsi Gabbard destroyed. Kamala was not popular. She pulled at 3% by the time. I think she actually dipped below 3% by the time she dropped out. So there was that. They were trying to force her on us. She lost. So I mean, but then, and I call this. People were saying, "Oh no, you're crazy. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen." But I was calling for months. As soon as she dropped out, whoever is going to be the nominee, and by that point it was looking like Biden, Buttigieg sort of had a chance, but it was mostly Biden.
It was clear
at the time.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah,
was
no,
Biden,
but
yeah.
Biden was kind of always yeah. But then of course they did neoliberal Voltron after Bernie started getting supported. All of them dropped out and backed Biden basically. But either way, so by the time Biden was the nominee, I was like, yeah, no, it's still going to be Harris. And what they're going to do is they're going to be like, because there was that big sort of back and forth between them. I think it was in the June 2019 debate where, no, not June 2019. No, yeah, it was June 2019 where they were talking about busing, and then she insinuated Biden was a racist, but also said, I'm not calling you a racist. But there was that
I
situation.
don't think she even insinuated it. She was pretty clear that she thought he was a racist. But yeah, then
Yeah,
but she said, you tapped me.
No, yeah, no, but the thing is, so there was that spat between them for the longest time, and I was like, well, they're still going to make her. People were saying, no, she's not going to be the presidential nominee, specifically because of that. And I'm like, no, they're going to market it as, oh, it's unity. They made up. That's what America should be. They were going to market it as a unity ticket, which they did. And this was also sort of a backdoor plan in order to get Kamala closer to the White House, because of course she would be the heir apparent after Joe Biden. But then Joe Biden steps down in back in, I was at July or August. It was back in the summer. So immediately Kamala Harris is like, I will be the new Democratic nominee. She just kind of said it. Like there was no consulting, there was no primary. I almost wonder if they waited purposefully until it was close enough to the election where there could not be an actual Democratic primary. It was very strategic.
There still could have been, but they did wait. It definitely was strategic because
but
essentially they stole it. They stole the Democrat nomination. That was intentional,
and nobody noticed. That's the crazy thing, especially the Democrat.
We noticed.
Nobody. No. I'm just saying that nobody noticed, as in like regular people, and then also the Democrat. Yeah. No, but the thing is, they have been trying to force Kamala Harris on the United States for the past 7 years.
Because she's utterly.
I need to bounce, guys. I will like to come back later. I'll check in with you later after I visit some other streams. Okay. But,
all right. Yes. You.
Simon, I know we didn't. Simon, I know we didn't get to talk much, but excellent to meet you. Maybe we can talk some more later. Julius, very nice to talk to you. And I hope you guys have a wonderful stream, and I'll check in with you guys after a while.
All right. Come back whenever.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So, Simon, you seem like you're quite clued in on a lot of this stuff. Do you have any thoughts you'd like to share, given that you're being quite quiet down the bottom of the screen there?
Well, I work for a conservative political organization. I don't want to say which one. But no, I don't have any special information.
Okay. All right. Okay, fine. You can just continue to lurk then, I guess.
So yeah. So what are your thoughts on that? Like, I mean, do you guys think that Kamala Harris do you think there has been a consistent long-term effort to, and I mean Kamala specifically, force her on American voters?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah.
I would say no, actually.
And the thing is, what a lot of people also forget is that she is the least popular in terms of approval ratings, least popular vice president in United States history, even more so than Dick Cheney.
Yeah, and we also have to remember that most political action is not bottom up, but top, but usually top down.
Yeah.
I think she's Obama's creature, fundamentally, or the people around Biden, around Obama. I mean, it seems like the most likely sort of idea in terms of congruence of ideas. I mean, she doesn't really have any ideas of her own, as far as I can.
No, she doesn't.
Tell.
No,
she stole a bunch of stuff that Trump said he was like. For instance, she like the no tax on tips. That was funny.
Mm-hmm.
That was like
taken directly from Trump.
And then she was playing it as if it was her, like her thing. She could have been like, "Hey, Trump, you know what? That's a good idea. I think this is something everybody should get behind."
Oh,
but no,
that's not how the game's played.
No, it's not how the game is played. Exactly.
I mean, it's interesting that they ditched Biden, right? I mean, like I get it. Okay, like everyone
tossed him to the curb.
And
Dude, this was I've been saying it was elder abuse since 2020. Like, I
Okay,
mean,
but look, everyone was fine with Biden, right? The legacy media was fine with Biden. You weren't allowed to say anything bad about Biden until October 7th kicked off, right? And then all of a sudden, Biden started making noises saying, "Oh, look, we better like restrict shipments for Israel." And then all of a sudden, it flipped. Like, you know,
I'll stop you right there. I'm just gonna say, I think what exception would be, what exception to this would be at least briefly August of 2021, when he pulled out of Afghanistan. There were pundits, talking heads on like MSNBC and
kind of had
CNN
to.
who were criticizing that.
Yeah, but not vociferously. Like imagine
There we
Trump
go,
had
we're
done
on
that,
now.
right? He'd pulled out of Afghanistan and left God knows how many billions of dollars of like weapons and produced. They would have been like, "Yeah, man, good."
Yeah,
The-
but sure, talking about the double standard is kind of pointless.
Yeah, no,
'cause of course
I'm just saying that after, maybe this is just me, okay, but I was following this whole thing in like very, very closely, and Biden started saying, "Look, you know, we're going to have to restrict arms to Israel," and then all of a sudden, like the media was just like, "It's okay to criticize him now," right? Like up until that
Mhm.
point, oh, you can't criticize him.
Curious.
He's an old man. You know, possibly just a coincidence. You know, I wouldn't know.
Unlikely. I mean, yeah, just a coincidence.
Just a coincidence, you know. So this suggests that if Kamala is Obama's creature, I mean, so Academic Agent basically has this theory that she's a jobber, right? Like she was born to lose, effectively, right? So
Yes.
she's too stupid to realize that she's just been put up there, you know, basically to lose.
So that's another thing that I have considered. It's possible that the Democrats are just kind of running her as it's possible that they're running her as a sacrificial lamb and
Yes.
focusing specifically on the Senate.
Well, Josh Shapiro wouldn't run, and he is a far more capable candidate than she is. So he
Even
he
Newsom,
can
I do not
actually
like
have
Yeah.
launching-
I,
Or
I do
Newsom.
not
Yeah.
like
Like,
I do
look,
not like
he's-
Even Newsom.
I do not like Newsom at all. Patrick Bateman.
Yeah,
But
But even he is
but
more
still,
electable
he's
than Kamala
competent.
Harris.
He's at
Yeah.
least he's competent. He's authoritarian as hell, but he's competent.
he's so slick.
I find it hilarious that nobody brings this up that he and Don Jr. are Eskimo.
If he ever
brothers.
runs,
Oh, yeah,
everyone
they
is
are.
going to be
God.
doing American Psycho memes like
Yeah.
until the end of time, right?
But the situation begs the question: why did the Democratic Party invest so much time and energy into propping up Kamala Harris? They're just going to.
They
let
didn't
her
really
fall.
though. They did. I mean, they did put money into it enough to make it look serious, to make it look sincere. Like I said, I think that this was intended. They want to cycle Trump in because it helps them unilaterally by every measurement. It helps them
Do you-
financially, socially, every way. But
Do
the
you
thing
think
about
it
Kamala
could
is,
be-
I agree that with AA that she is a jobber. She was set up to fail. She has always been set up to fail, and again, it helps them because then they can point to her and they can make the left mad by saying, "Look, they robbed another woman of her. It was her turn," and make the feminists mad for another, you know, however many years. They robbed a woman of it again, and a brown woman at that this time. Oh, you know, go screech about that.
Do you think it could be payback to the BLM types? You know, who you couldn't actually
no.
have running a country because they're just too psycho. But on the
No,
other
no,
hand,
you don't understand. That's part of it, though, too, is that Kamala is completely bought and paid for, just like BLM.
yeah,
BLM
yeah, no,
is
exactly.
just an arm, is just their paramilitary organization that they've created, or a paramilitary organization that they've created. And Kamala Harris is also on the payroll. She is a tool,
Yeah,
just
but
like
the thing
BLM
about
is.
paramilitary organizations is if they get disgruntled, particularly after you've built them up to be an effective force, they can be. So you know they're in a weird sort of position. They need to keep BLM and Antifa around, but at the same time they've got to sort of keep them happy. And you know you
But
could,
they've given them a target now, haven't they? Trump.
yes,
Bring Trump
yes,
back.
but you could also say like, you know, look, we ran the candidate that you want. We ran strong brown woman who's, I mean, she's a Pachita. I just the number of American blacks
Well,
I've seen on TikTok
She's black,
being like,
or she's Jamaican, or she's Indian, or she's white, depending on the day.
"Well,
But yeah, go
Kamala
ahead.
ain't black. What
And
what
she
you
even
talking about,
changes.
Willis?"
She even changes her accent. She even changes her
Yes.
voice depending on who she's speaking. It's
No.
hilarious.
It's
I mean,
like-
it's like at
Oh,
least
oh,
George W. Bush was like he was able to get away with it because I mean his Texas accent, of course, is fake. He's from Connecticut.
Yeah.
But
He just
his
called Alabama.
sort of his fake,
the chart
his
is
fake
updated.
Texas accent right there, George W. Bush.
George
like,
W. Bush.
There was that, and that was purposefully he learned that to make him more relatable to voters. Kamala's doing that, but at the same time, she doesn't realize that there's always a camera in her face, and that it is so easy to see what she's doing. Like, whereas at least
It's like
Bush
she thinks
was
it's still
able to stick with what.
She thinks it's still she thinks it's still 1998 or whatever when the internet doesn't really exist. There's something called communication accommodation theory, which is that it happens naturally. So that when two interlocutors are communicating, if one person has an accent or two people have accents of different parts, sometimes when they're talking, they will mirror each other's accents. They'll come to have more similar ones. It's just a normal thing that people do to accommodate the other person. So Kamala Harris, and I think Dr. Dutton just diagnosed her with bipolar disorder. No, borderline. Did you say borderline? I remember what he said. He diagnosed. He gave her an unofficial diagnosis. I think it was borderline.
I think she seems more borderline than.
It's definitely not bipolar, but whatever he diagnosed her with is that she is over accommodating. And the thing is about communication accommodation theory is that, like I said, or what the data from this theory evidences, is that although there's normal amounts of it, if you're putting it on, the other people are very well aware that you're doing it. Everybody notices it. It's like the Hillary Clinton's Tabasco fiasco.
But Aidan, communication accommodation only works if you are actually having a conversation with someone else. It doesn't work like when you're doing a speech from the pulpit.
Yes.
No one's talking at you. That's a completely different. I mean, that's just
But she is definitely public speaking is still. It's still interlocutors. It's just because you're talking you're still having this conversation with the group rather than the individual. So she thinks she is accommodating. So wherever she's at, she accommodates to the group that she's talking to. The problem is, again, as you said, it's not 1995 anymore or whatever. The internet records all of this stuff. It is around permanently. And there is an issue with that as well, in that people are overwhelmed with information all the time. So they forget a lot of stuff. They can't remember the things that they saw first. And I wonder, actually, this is actually a good question and a good segue maybe. Because of there's a primacy effect, people remember the things that they heard first, and people remember the things they heard most recently. Do you think this freaking squirrel story is going to fix the election? Or, I mean, like, at least I already gave my opinion on what I actually think is happening with the oligarchs and bureaucrats. But I think the squirrel story, the stupid squirrel story, might have actually influenced the way people vote. Because it's just recent. It's right in their heads right now.
Look, it's not about the bloody squirrel. I mean, it is partially, right? Like, white people love their small furry pets, right?
Yes.
It's really more about the sort of the visible thing of anarcho tyranny, right? This whole, the two-tier policing, whatever you want to call it, right? Like, you let 1,000 murderers across the border, but oh my God, you've got like a squirrel. We got like. That's the real sort of meat behind this story. Everyone is tired of government overreach.
Yeah. Sorry, we've been talking too much. Yeah. Let's.
Yo. How's it going, folks? Kevin Castley here, Superpower Broadcasting. I see we got new results coming in, and it looks like it's going to be an orange November. How's everybody doing?
Doing all right.
Good. Nice to meet you, Kevin.
So Kevin here, interesting political trajectory. He was like the neocon's neocon about 5 years ago. And then now what do you consider yourself, like a progressive Canadian nationalist who likes both Biden and Trump?
Yeah. So I call myself a progressive nationalist. I also use terms like socialism with Canadian characteristics or people-centered politics. With respect to Biden and Trump, I've talked a lot about this. I think Biden and Trump are the most pro-industrialization presidents since before Reagan and Carter. Like they're almost like pre-neoliberal in that sense, that they want to do tariffs, they want to bring factories back. Biden did bring some factories back. He did make unremitting efforts to bring the chip plants to America, which is very good both for your security and our security up here, because being dependent on Taiwan necessitates that we will get into a war with China if anything happens there. Having them in America or having them in Texas or wherever, that's going to make it so that it gives you some strategic choice that you don't have to do a war if you don't want to, and I like that about them. Now you were talking about me being a neocon about 5 years ago. I appreciate that because I see sometimes on X people are like, "Oh, weren't you a neocon yesterday?" It's like, no, it's been a long time, dude. Get with the program. But you're aware of that. But I do want to just ask you a quick question there, Politicrat, which is that there was a person earlier on my chat saying, why did you become a populist? But you would probably know back when I was a neocon, I was kind of a populist, right?
Yes,
I wasn't like,
we had an entire stream.
You're right about that, right?
Yeah. No, there was that stream. Remember the discerning conservatism stream, the one that it was a 2-part episode of the Pigpen, back when the Pigpen was still going on. I'm probably going to revive it at some point coming out, but
base.
Either way, it was remember the one where we brought on each panelist represented a different form of conservatism.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
No, where you were basically, you kind of shocked everyone that you weren't for free trade and you weren't like a sort of George W. Bush style. I know, or George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush.
Yeah.
They weren't technically neocon. They were neocon adjacent though, liberal internationalists. But
even when I was a neocon, I was still a populist.
Yes, exactly.
That's why they didn't like me, by the way. Even back then, most of the neocons thought I was a nationalist and stuff. They thought I wasn't globalist enough, that sort of thing. You know. So in that sense, you know, you're probably one of the few folks that probably would have predicted where I was going to go politically, right?
Actually, no, not at all.
No.
I mean, if I would have, but so yeah, no. On that note, back to the election map.
Oh yeah, it's wild, right?
It is. No, so it looks like.
Bro. Oh. You remember the polling said it was going to be basically 50-50, and then look at what's happened in Georgia so far. So I mean, it looks like the polling that claims that they were hurting was largely correct because it doesn't look close here. What do you think?
Yeah, I know. Too early to call.
We just have started, but it seems like.
But we also need to remember that,
bros, you know,
we also need to remember that towards the end of the night, the blue starts picking up speed because they count all the mail-ins. So
yes, they count all the mail-ins, and also we go further west, and then so Washington, Oregon, California all have a huge, there's a lot of electoral votes, and they don't get counted until last. The whole West Coast, so. You're going to see red first because it's going to go the smaller, northeast states that tend to vote blue. And then you're going to get all of the Midwest, which tend to vote red. And then you get the big Dem swing at the end when you get into the Pacific time zone.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. I mean, I know the past two have been also close, but this is a really interesting one. I mean,
I think it's going to come down to like 150,000 votes across a few swing states. Probably is what's going to determine.
I mean, the fact that that's even the reality, which it probably is mortifying to me, and why I am not in favor of democracy. Because why would anyone vote for Kamala Harris? Does anyone know a single thing that she stands for? Can anyone name a single thing? Child tax
exactly.
credits?
People have literally gaslit themselves into liking Kamala Harris because she is not Donald Trump. That nobody liked her up until she decided to become, became the nominee.
So I've argued that she's actually less charismatic and likable than Hillary Clinton, and now maybe that's a hot take. But what do you guys think?
I'd vote for Hillary before I'd vote for Kamala.
Like at least people voted for Hillary Clinton.
They probably thought that if Hillary was black, she'd win or something. I don't know. It's a terrible candidate.
Again, Kamala, she has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. She has no platform in that no one has any idea what she's going to do. No matter how many options she's had to explain it, she has no platform.
She has joy.
She has joy. She has joy, right? Yes, of course.
She has very detailed policy. She has joy.
It's
and she's not Donald Trump.
But that's what Joe Biden ran on. But the other thing that Biden had that Kamala didn't is that Joe Biden's name was intrinsically connected to Obama, and so it was it's just another Obama. We love Obama, but I don't think that translates into that property of Obama association. I don't know if that transfers third hand onto Kamala from Joe Biden. I don't think it does. I don't think you still get the Obama wishy-washy feel goodness kind of stuff that they
That's a perfect way to put it,
experienced in
because it's
2008.
like, oh, let's go back to when things were good, and then it's
Yes.
like just because of Biden, like, yeah.
Well,
But
and it's also worth noting there too that she's more associated with Biden than she is with Obama. It's kind of like a chain
Yeah,
where
exactly.
Biden was associated with Obama, but Obama had very positive connotations in the Democratic Party, and even some Republicans respected him. Whereas
Oh,
Biden,
he was a great speaker. He's a
yeah,
very
no,
good
and
orator.
whereas with
Well,
Biden,
associated teleprompter, yeah.
Biden,
and as-
Biden did do some reindustrialization, and he did, of course, have, in my view, some protectionist policy that was good, and I think Trump pushed him in that direction. But he also had the misfortune of presiding over a huge downturn as a result of both the pandemic and some of these wars that he decided to enter into, and that was him, of course. But now Harris is attached to that, and so there's this great meme. My favorite memes from this cycle is in July of 2024, the mainstream media was saying how, the economy is going great, vote for Biden. And then in August of 2024, they're saying, oh, trust us, Kamala can fix the economy. It's like, yeah, who created that? It's largely the fault of Biden in that regard. And I think that some of that, you can say, oh, well, some of it was the predecessors, and it's not all Biden's fault. Here's the thing, though. A lot of voters are going to look at it and see that their cost of living is a lot higher now.
Yes.
And then they're going to put two together and say things were better under Trump. And so what that means is that Kamala being associated with Biden is actually bad for her, whereas Biden being associated with Obama was good for him. So I don't think she, I know I saw a lot of people today were saying that there's a very high chance that she wins the election. I don't think that that's the case. I actually think that Trump has the advantage here. There's a chance she still wins it, but I'll be surprised if she wins. I won't be surprised if Trump wins.
I have a question. What reindustrialization did Biden really engage in? Do you have any specific examples?
Yeah, sure. So the big
I don't
one
want to
was
Destiny because, again, I was talking earlier about the area that I'm from. At least in the Rust Belt, there's been no reindustrialization.
No. I want to clarify on that. This is one of the things where Trump is a lot better. Is that
And
Trump
that's why he
is
chose-
specifically J.D. Vance, and
I was about to say that's why he chose Vance. I was literally about to say that.
Yeah.
Is why he chose Vance.
Vance is somebody who used to be a neoliberal technocrat.
Oh, I know.
Peter
I've
Thiel
read
guy.
his book.
And I'm trying to answer your question, right? So with regards to Vance, one of his big things is that he's kind of like me a little bit. He moved further left on economics, where his big thing now is he wants to reindustrialize the Rust Belt. And the thing with Biden is, I talked about the reindustrialization. I think Biden was largely pushed by Trump in that direction. I think if Trump never came down the escalator and he just stayed a TV showman guy, never got into politics, I don't think Biden would have been anywhere near as good on this as he turned out to be. What Biden did do is Biden did the CHIPS Act, as well as a few different battery packages that really shored up American manufacturing production on electric car and other battery production, which was all done in China beforehand, and semiconductors, which have all basically been done in Taiwan. Those are two really key strategic industries where, yes, they were not done in the Rust Belt. It did nothing for people in the Rust Belt that got bumped over by the legacy of Clinton and Reagan and so on. But what it did do was, on a national level for American security, it gave America strategic leeway that when these plants are eventually up and running in the next 5 to 7 years or so, you're not going to be forced to fight a war in Taiwan. Whereas if you didn't have them, you probably would be. That's smart. That's good. Now, where'd they go to? They went to Texas and Arizona. So it didn't really benefit anybody in the Rust Belt. And you're correct to point that out. And I think that when you have a protectionist and a populist running against a neoliberal, the populist has the advantage. But in this case, where it's basically Biden's legacy against Trump's legacy, Biden's kind of protectionist. Harris, not so much. But even if it was Biden against Trump, Trump's the one who pushed him to do this stuff. Trump is inherently and definitionally better on this issue. And I think that Trump, the core referent group of him, and I think that he's genuine and authentic in this, is the Rust Belt, because otherwise he would have picked somebody other than J.D. Vance. I do think he genuinely cares about those people. And I do think he will make efforts to actually follow through with the tariffs and to bring the factories back to Appalachia and the Rust Belt. And if he does that, he will be remembered as a great president in American history, but he only has 4 years. So that's going to be a tall order. So
I'm very skeptical of J.D. Vance. I happened because I did read his book when it was published. I didn't like it. He felt to me like a carpetbagger, and I still consider him to be something of a carpetbagger. But that's maybe just my Appalachian hangups. If other people feel that he's authentic, I wish Yiz was still here because she would be the other person to ask about it.
Did you watch him on Rogan?
I did. He was that was
I
so
thought,
much.
I thought he came across as like an actual living person.
It did change my opinion on him. I have to be completely honest. Even after reading his book, even after listening to him speak so many times, and being like, this guy's pretty cool. I had that weirdness about him because the book's called Hillbilly Elegy. He portrays himself as a hillbilly, as an Appalachian person. He's from the middle of Ohio.
Not really. In the book, he never really painted himself because
the
hillbilly.
The
because
beginning.
the thing is, I mean,
we talked about his background growing up.
Well, because he spent summers, I know, in Kentucky with his grandma. So I mean, a lot of it rubbed off on him, sure, but like, yes, that's not. He's not.
It felt inauthentic to me at the time. Again, I think actually after the Joe Rogan interview, I think I would say I don't think it is as inauthentic as I originally got from it. And you have to understand, I think my perspective is from someone, from Appalachia. There's a fear there because we've been taken advantage of by Yankees a whole lot and carpetbaggers who come in trying to take advantage of us. It's happened so many times over the course of the last 350 years that we're starting logging, coal, glass, steel, West Virginia and the Appalachian region in general, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio included, but only the southern parts of Ohio. The Rust Belt region has been taken advantage of, and so these people are hard to win over. Trump won them over. Vance secures it, and I think he might help secure a lot of votes for other parts of the country, though, by being someone who appears to be, even if it's not genuine, he certainly appears to be genuine.
I got to say, I was thinking about this a while back. If the new gold standard for political interfacing with the public is going to be the 3-hour podcast, then you're going to have a certain group of people who are immediately going to start media training so that they can lie through an entire 3-hour podcast. But I think that's a relatively new development. I think, at least in this period, the 3-hour podcast is actually an excellent way of getting to people's actual genuine roots, because it's very hard to dissemble for that period of time. I mean, imagine if Kamala had gone on Rogan for 3 hours and just tried to say, how many times could she say I'm from a middle class family?
I mean, did you see Freedom Tunes? Freedom Tunes did an animation of what it would be like if Kamala went on Rogan.
Wait, where's the music coming from? Is that me?
Oh, no, it's it'd be a mess. Here's the thing with Harris, right? Not only is Harris not very charismatic, she's not good at selling this image of her that she wants to portray. I mean, there was the whole McDonald's kerfuffle. There was the entire thing about her being, from a middle class or working class background. That turned out to be a joke. And if she went on there for 3 hours, she'd get through about the first 15 minutes with rehearsed talking points, and then she would just look really terrible because she's not somebody who's capable of having a really authentic one-on-one sort of conversation. Whereas with Trump, he might say things off the script. He might go and do stuff that his consultants would say that was bad to say, but he didn't plan it out. There's no planning there. And people like that. People see that as somebody that's a genuine person. And that's why George W. Bush was popular back in the day, was that he was seen as authentic.
Stupid,
and Trump benefits from well, it doesn't matter. Stupid. I mean,
exactly.
A lot of people think, well, I might be stupid. A lot of people think that too. And they're like, he's like me. He's just like me for real, right?
It was something I heard. It was exactly what Sebastian Gorka said at CPAC when I went there in 2017. He said, yeah, that guy's a billionaire, but if I had $1 billion, I'd act exactly like him. He's just like me.
Yep. And I think that's a big part of what they call populism is just the desire for a leader who, you know, just does not speak in perfectly crafted talking points continually, you know, and I think this is why the professional political class abhor this kind of like thing, because in their universe, that's how politics is done. You know what I mean? You say your perfectly crafted political talking points, you know, you tell the plebs what to think, and then you go away and you get on with running the country. But that's, if you're constantly telling the people that all the decisions of government are made on their behalf, which of course they are not, but you know, this is how you garner legitimacy. And then you turn around and say, oh, well, anyone who is actually a genuine person, we must exclude from the process. This creates an incredible tension that just cannot ever be resolved.
Oh yeah, no, and the thing is, the professional political class in America and the Beltway circle in general is so out of touch that even though they're technically operating basically what's a bourgeois democracy, they are far more detached from the image and the lifestyle of the average American than any of the leaders in the so-called authoritarian or dictatorial countries. Like if you look at China or whatever, what do the leaders there always try to do? They're usually engineers, they're usually academics and stuff, or they're laborers. In the case of Xi Jinping, he's both. He was a farm worker and he's got a chemical engineering degree, and they portray themselves as men of the people, essentially. That you know, they might have access to stuff that a lot of folks don't have, but when they're in public, they generally wear, you know, pretty modest gear and stuff. Whereas the professional class in America, they do the Hillary Clinton thing. They do the Marie Antoinette thing. You know, well, you have to vote for me. And it's like, even in single party systems, they don't do that, because they know that even if there's not an election, their being in power is still relying on the people's consent to it. And the people, if they see the leader is wearing, you know, a tracksuit or something, that's going to look a lot better than if the leader's just seen looking like a king or something and has nothing in common with them. Whereas in America, the Democratic establishment, basically up until Biden, largely did that. I mean, you could argue that Obama was a little bit of a break from that, but it's important to know that even though Obama was kind of this guy that came from nowhere, everybody around him, every consultant around him, every advisor, everybody that he tapped for these different positions, they were deep state as hell. They were just establishment as heck. There was nothing populist about them.
Look,
so,
I mean,
Obama didn't
come
from nowhere. He was born into the into the American Communist movement.
Yes, Obama was crafted in many ways.
Barack Obama's parents met in a Russian language class.
Yes.
Look, the
George Bush had a little bit of that, you know, home folksy, and a lot of Republican candidates have had that populist bent on it. But the thing with Trump, sorry, I'll let you go in a second, Newsfist. The thing with Trump is that he occupies two spaces at once. He is that elite, the king. And people want hierarchy. They want someone to look up to. So he represents that. But he is not afraid to eat a McDonald's cheeseburger, and not like in a performative way. I mean, you could, yes,
he's not afraid to work at McDonald's.
Work at McDonald's.
I mean, it was performative to a certain degree, but him just being like, the parts of him that are legitimate come off as legitimate, because I think they are. You can't. Some really good orators can fake authenticity, but it is difficult. And Kamala Harris certainly cannot fake authenticity. And Joe Biden used to be able to a little bit, but he was way too senile to be able to pull it off anymore.
So if it's performative and people are like, well, it was only a few hours or whatever. Okay, so why can't Harris do it? If Harris had just spent 3 hours, even in a closed down Wendy's or something, gone in there and said, yeah, you know, me and Walls are here, we're going to cook up food for the people, that would have bumped her up. That would have done numbers, but she can't do it. She's running a Hillary Clinton style campaign in a post neoliberal climate.
But also,
I mean,
look at the paths to power for these people.
Hold on, before
undergrad
we
at
continue.
Yale, right? Politics or foreign policy. Go on to do like masters at Georgetown, PhD, then like move to some like think tank or glow up. The entire time you're at these institutions, they are suffusing you with this idea, like fundamentally, that the people have no idea what's going on. You've gone to university, you've read all the books, you've read Hobsbawm and Fukuyama, and you understand the end of history and multilateral institutional. There's none of that. I mean, at least, you know, George W. Bush, you know, did work in the oil industry. I mean, you know, I think it went bankrupt, but he didn't spend his entire time at university, right? Like these people are completely removed from not only the concerns of the common man, but they just it is inherent the idea that the common man can't be trusted. They're fundamentally anti-democratic.
Well, and to be clear, I've read Hobbes. I've actually done a space recently encouraging leftists to read Hobbes, to say, look, you need to have a good understanding of human nature and the need for authority, and understand how we can use that to advance working class interests. Here's the deal. This political class in America, the establishment class, is very technocratic and elitist and neoliberal, because you're right, they kind of have this view that's similar to the old religious clerics of the masses can't be trusted to read their own theory. Whereas if you look at the right wing, libertarians, Republican establishment, their sort of theory is generally at this point memes, and it's very digestible for the people. And yeah, some of them will read books. They'll read Mises, they'll read Friedman and that sort of stuff. That's fine. But they don't have this attitude that the common man can't read that stuff. And then you look at the left, and what's the left's attitude towards this? It's always, look, we can't have a good revolution. We can't have a successful revolution unless the masses are well read on theory. Everybody needs to read Marx. Everybody needs to read Lenin. But then you look at what's the
Which is
center.
hilarious, because Marx
What's
is
the
totally
neoliberal
irrelevant.
say? What does the neoliberal center say? The masses can't be trusted to read the theory. We read it. We tell them what to do.
Well, yes.
Even single party states don't do that. They base their legitimacy on popular, basically working class theory, and they teach that stuff to the masses. The Hillary Clinton type folks, I'm telling you, they're detached from history in a way that's so much more similar to the old monarchies of like hundreds of years ago, before the Congress of Europe, before all that stuff.
Yep.
We're talking old school absolute monarchy is the vibe that they give off, right?
Yeah, the difference is
would
that an
argue-
absolute monarch would care about the people, and they hate you.
And
That's
I would,
the
I would,
difference.
al-
Well, that's
I would
debatable.
also-
It depends on the monarch, but
I would also argue.
Well, I'm a
that-
monarchist, so.
I would also.
Wait,
argue
well,
that-
okay. Well, I'm not necessarily anti-monarchy. I believe if we're going to have a monarchy, it should be a monarchy of the proletariat, though. So basically,
Hey,
imagine
guys,
if Lenin had a bunch of kids and they went on to. I think that could be, there could be something there. But.
I just want to say, I want to butt in real quick and say that more or less, the Democratic Party now, or social liberal, whatever you call their ideology, I not even really liberalism, but it is.
No, it is liberalism.
Well, yes, in a sense,
it is
yeah.
liberal
But
for sure.
no, but what I'm saying is, they're basically the Burkean party at this point, because the consensus, basically the paradigm that was established following the New Deal, and I know it like changed, it became less less economically left wing over time in the United States, especially going into the 60s, 70s, and 80s. But either way, that's still part of it basically just merged neoliberal economic consensus with New Deal liberalism in a lot of respects. But either way, that is the current throne and altar. That is so not the Ancien regime. That was the Constitution. That's been ousted. But the current Democratic Party is conservative in the Burkean sense, because they're trying to conserve these institutions, like the public school system, for example, the IRS. Like the IRS literally just endorsed Kamala.
Well, yeah, Trump wants to get rid of income tax,
So, exactly.
of course they're going to endorse her.
These institutions that were established following the New Deal, they are it is the status quo. Like the status quo is New Deal or post New Deal.
No, I disagree with that. I think in the 70s and 80s, a lot of the New Deal era stuff was gutted, though. I think it's
no. Like
more...
I said, the economic. When I say New Deal liberalism, I mean like the sort of social liberalism of that emerged in the 30s and 40s. But then that mixed with the neoliberal economic consensus in the 70s and 80s. That's what I'm saying. And then
but I want to point out,
just
for the record, that the baseline bread and butter issues and the status quo that you're describing is very much hostile and antagonistic towards the New Deal project, though. And I think you would agree with that, right?
I won't necessarily say hostile, but opposed. Yes. But either way, before we continue, LSP has joined us. How are you doing this evening? Do you want to go ahead?
I'm all right. How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
Hello. Hey, Aiden. Hey, Kevin.
sorry.
I'm hyped. I think it's going to be an
rambling
Orange
for a while.
November.
It's gonna what?
It's going to be an orange November.
An
The funny
orange
thing is-
November.
The funny thing is, Kevin is 2 year left. LSP.
I've heard of his.
Wait,
his,
what's
left
your
lordship.
politics?
I'm just a standard Buckner liberal, but I've heard you've gone Trotsky. I guess you could say.
No, Trotsky was a Nazi, dude.
Oh, okay.
Sound like a Leninist. Would you call yourself a Leninist?
A Leninist?
No,
I think Lenin was a pretty smart fellow. I think he was one of the few politicians that delivered on their promises. What were his three main promises to the people? He wanted peace. He ended the war. He wanted to give the peasants land. They got land. He wanted to give the peasants bread. They got bread. It's not every day you see a politician who actually follows through on their promises in a short period. So.
I think the Kulaks might disagree with some of that, but
yeah, I must strongly protest.
Yeah, no, sure. There was a whole civil war and everything. Guess what? They lost, so that's cool, right? So,
who do you think Lenin would be voting for in this election, Kevin?
Himself,
yeah.
Well, let's just be clear. Lenin would say that both parties represent bourgeois forces, but there's a part of me that's like. Lenin might come out there and give a speech and say that Trump carries the spirit. That Trump carries the spirit of the people.
No, that reminds me. There was a stream I did. There was a stream I did about 2 years ago now. This was back after Hawes with the whole MAGA communism thing back in fall of it was like October of 22. But so I had a MAGA communist on because I'd been hearing about this. I'm like, this sounds like the most retarded ideology ever. But it was surprisingly consistent. It was consistent as hell. What this guy was arguing for, and he actually made a rhetorically convincing. I don't agree with him, but the MAGA communist I had on, I forget his name, but he made a very convincing rhetorically.
Wait, who'd you have on? It wasn't Haas, was it?
No, it wasn't Haas. I tried to get Haas on, but he was. Was
it John Jackman? Because I interviewed John Jackman. He's like a high up in his party now. So.
No. It wasn't. It wasn't a content creator. It was just like a regular guy.
Oh, okay. Because I know they've got a few folks that really kind of go out there, like Grayson in the political sphere, and kind of give talks and stuff.
But basically, this guy's argument was that communism is actually the fulfillment of the American Revolution, and the American Revolution is ongoing. And
I mean, this is Whig view of history, progressive Marxism.
Yeah, the American Revolution was kind of a merchant's rebellion.
It was a revolution of the middle class. Yeah.
Well, their argument primarily, if you listen to them, and I don't agree with a lot of their like manifest destiny type stuff, but their argument is essentially that the American Revolution was in many ways in a similar vein to the Bolshevik Revolution, in that they were both deposing the autocratic imposition of basically a synthetic state on them, in the case of King George or in the case of the Tsar, and that this is why they if you follow these folks, and I follow a lot of them, they'll often draw comparisons between the founding fathers of America showing up in their ships to fight in the Revolutionary War, and they'll draw comparisons to the fighters in Gaza resisting occupation over there. Like they see the spirit of the revolution. They see the spirit of Washington in the Islamic resistance, for example.
But it wasn't the same. But the American Revolution wasn't really. I mean, when I think of the American Revolution, I think the American Revolution was not itself the war. I mean, it was a part of it, but the revolution was more of an intellectual movement. It was more of an intellectual, political, social movement, as opposed to, it wasn't the rebellion itself in the same way the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution were, because this was more or less trying to throw the yoke of a I guess technically foreign. I know they were British. It
was a foreign empire.
It wasn't an uprising. It was not an uprising in the same way.
There was no representation. If you go read the writings of the founders,
exactly.
They oftentimes initially they wanted to have their own American monarchy, and George Washington was proposed as the American monarch.
Alexander Hamilton was. Yeah.
Yes. They did not actually necessarily have a problem with monarchy as a system. What they had a problem with was a 3-month gap between the king in England and what they were doing in America, and a gap between what they were doing there and what England was taxing them for.
Right.
And they had no representation within the parliament. That was the issue.
Can't you see, though, that regardless of what system you choose to be governed by, that the people prefer to be governed by their own leaders as opposed to somebody overseas?
Exactly. No,
I mean, that's right. No, that's great if they prefer that, but it's not what's best for them. People prefer to get really fat and do drugs. Is that what's best for them?
Not everybody. Wait, what do you mean? You think that King George was best for America as opposed to Washington? Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because I fundamentally think that democracy is deeply flawed, whether or not it's guarded by the bulwark of a republic, is a terrible system because it ultimately comes down to mob mentality and mob rule. And mobs do not act intelligently. They don't act with the wisdom of kings.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, which is why I think
that's
why I think we need to draw a distinction between like uppercase democracy, lowercase democracy. Uppercase democracy is more ideological. Lowercase democracy, more or less, is about the process itself. For instance, the United States was not created as a democracy, but was founded as a republic that is legitimized partially via the democratic process and democratic institutions that are part of the larger dynamic republic that was established.
King George add a quick commentary on that mob and the decisions that mob makes. That mob established a system that was based on Enlightenment rules that upended the monarch systems of before and create a blueprint for democracies going forward.
Oh, and Enlightenment has been fantastic for civilization, hasn't it?
The I take a more nuanced, like, I hate all the people who are like total Enlightenment shills. Oh my God, the Enlightenment created everything that's like great. But then you also have the other ones who are like, oh no, anti-Enlightenment 100% everything.
I mean, the Enlightenment
there's
also
nuance.
Created, like,
Enlightenment,
I'm not saying the Enlightenment's the end all be all, but it created
the Enlightenment was a mixed bag.
I am fundamentally anti-Enlightenment.
That the most powerful and prosperous countries to this day emulate.
So if King
I'm
George
just saying
its
consequences were a mixed bag, more or less. There are a lot of good things that came from it, a lot of bad things as well. So I mean, yeah, I mean,
when we look at like advancing the forces of production, though, it's very clear that the monarchist system as it existed in the UK, there was a sort of a capitalist class that emerged under the king. But the king and his aristocracy was fundamentally a reactionary force that was arguably even anti-capitalist for the most part. I mean, if you look at the logic of capitalism, it's mainly the industrialists. They get big, they own land, and then they pay people as low as they can to get as much value out of them. Okay, that's whatever. But then you look at the monarchy and the nobility and how they operate. They don't even draw their legitimacy from that work. Like, at least the capitalists, you could argue that the early days, like the Fords, the Rockefellers, and the guys that predated them over in the UK, that they worked their way up there. And Marx describes them essentially as being exploitative. But a lot of them, at least, they worked their way up to that. The king was born exploitative, though, right?
Oh, no.
So here's let me say, I think I think that a good way to look at it is, yes, even though monarchies exist now currently, they are still like, yes, they are within the overall like elite apparatus, but they're kind of more like a legacy. It's kind of more like a legacy institution in the sense the real power.
Almost all monarchies
the real power and this is one aspect of again. I am not a dialectical materialist by any means, but there is. Truth. There is some. No, that's not
the
what we're
dialectic is insane. But
but either way, what we saw, the Age of Revolution. So this was between 1760 and about 1840. Push it to 1850, whatever. I mean, give or take a few years. But what that really was is it was a conflict of orders fundamentally, and it was the middle class or the bourgeois, if you want to use that term, becoming the new elite, more or less. Basically, it was the rise of a sort of a peasant aristocracy, more or less, and that was what the nouveau riche, and before that the
politocrat. But you'd have to concede, though, that even in that context, if you want to frame it that way, it was still more progressive at the level of the production than having a feudal order, right? Like, I mean, capitalism and industrialism was a progressive force. Would
Yes,
you disagree?
no, I would agree just from a
Okay.
categorical perspective, just from a purely analytical perspective. Like, yes, the Industrial Revolution did. There are a lot of bad things came from it, but at the same time, it did create the modern world as we know it.
Yeah.
Which is
Led
terrible.
to material. Well, no, what I mean is in terms of it did lead to material, like the improvement of material conditions. Yes, it led to more it led to more atomization, which is the negative
Increase in
aspect.
happiness.
But no, yeah, it's like
Well, and then that's why socialism comes in to address that. But socialism doesn't say don't do capitalism. Socialism says do capitalism, and then here, once we're there,
Until
we've
you
got
can
a
work through the
solution.
dialectic until you and that's why it
Yeah,
has to
that
be
is
globalistic,
basically
yes.
the idea of the dialectic at work in
Yes.
terms of the material conditions,
Yeah.
right? So,
but
you guys don't believe in that, right?
no, I mean, I believe I believe there are some
Direct
aspects of
after
it
the
that are
monarch.
correct, but I'm not a dialectical materialist. But that doesn't mean there
But
aren't
why?
something. That doesn't mean that there aren't some useful aspects to take from it.
Okay, but why
Well,
not?
okay.
Why not?
Well, that's not what
I
we're,
directly
that's not what we're
I
on here to
directly oppose the dialectic
Why?
because it's Hegelian.
Why? Yeah, why is that bad? Why is Hegel bad?
Because it never stops. Because it never stops.
It's progress.
Right,
never ends.
and matter and motion never stops. What's that old meme? There's that meme of like a parade in
it's
China.
inherently
There's that
entropic
meme
system
of a
then. It's
parade
not.
in
It's
China
entropic.
where it's like 15 billion years of matter and motion
Okay,
led up
cool.
to this, and there's like the statue of Mao and stuff. So, like,
Okay,
yeah,
so you're talking about, so yes, is it not part of the dialectic? Therefore, to always break, you have to always deconstruct any inequalities that exist. Yes, there will always be inequality because that is the natural state of reality. There will always be inequality. Therefore, the dialectic never ends. The revolution never ends. There will never be peace. There will never be stability in a society wherein the dialectic always has to be deconstructed. We're under the dialectic. Excuse me. Everything needs to be deconstructed all the time. All differences between class, which is in the traditional Marxist and Hegelian sense, more well. The Marxist sense is class, but then of course we've seen how this has been applied. It doesn't stop at class, does it? It goes to race, it goes to sexuality, it goes to
No.
sex.
Frankfurt. I mean,
you're confusing. What you're doing is
really not, though.
you're confusing the corporate PMCs in America with
PMC
like
is the
basic.
paramilitary.
No, the professional managerial class, the people who
Okay.
give you your lecture on like diversity and.
I just want to say, guys, let's get back on the topic. This is a good discussion, but I feel like it's probably best saved for another stream.
Fine, I'll just say this. Dialectical materialists aren't on board with that identity politics stuff, generally speaking. That's like a bourgeois thing to distract from class consciousness. So.
But either way, so LSP, were you saying something earlier before we went off on that tangent?
No, I was just hanging around listening to the conversation about dialectics. I didn't have much to contribute to that.
So either way, so moving to you. So
Well, yeah,
what
you're
are
a
you-
liberal, right?
What are your predictions? What are your predictions? What do you call it? Just from because
On the
that's what we
election?
started. Yeah, that's what we started discussing back when the stream started. And I mean, like I said, it's a rotating panel, so I ask everyone that when they come in. So
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit more focused on the election. My prediction, I'm anxiously hopeful. I'm Team Hala for Kamala. At the moment, we are seeing some promising returns in a few states. The turnout from women seems to be pretty high, which bodes well. The issues that voters rank as important to them, abortion, democracy, like these tend to bode well for Democrats. Trump's got the stain of January 6th, which is like one major thing that weighs him down.
When you said promising returns, were you talking about the voting returns or polls?
Yes. I'm talking about voting returns and demographics of the voters. Like
So
both
are you
of
looking
those,
at
I think,
even
are
exit
showing
polls?
some promise. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
exit.
I guess to me it seems like the opposite. So Trump has climbed up like 6 points in the betting markets just since we started getting election results.
He's over 70%
overperformed.
now.
Yeah,
I'm
I
looking at
wouldn't rely
68%
on
polling market.
betting
Also,
markets
in
to
Florida.
be-
So Florida counts the fastest because they changed the procedure after the Bush-Gore election, and it looks like Trump is up about 11 or 12 points in Florida, and the polls had him.
Yeah,
at 7
can we
points.
scroll
He's
down on the
overperforming
map?
The polls significantly in Florida. If he's overperforming the polls in other states, then that's a good sign for him. Which
Yo, Politicrat, let's zoom in on Florida. Let's see the precincts. How many are reporting there? Can you see at the state level?
It's 90 plus reporting.
90 plus reporting now. So, oh, wow. And what's the percent currently? There we go. Zoom in on Florida. Oh, 56. Yeah, no, that's huge. Okay. That's huge.
And it's going to be even better than that for Trump because Florida has a time zone split and the west part of the panhandle hasn't, I think they're still counting. And that part is going to be even more for Trump than the rest of the state.
Yeah, deep red over there. Oh man, that's huge.
Wow, that's.
Can we take a look at Iowa because there was a poll that came out a few days ago by Seltzer saying that she had Kamala up 3 points in Iowa, and everybody thought that was nuts. But can we see how Iowa's doing? Is Iowa reporting yet?
I don't think they're reporting yet. I mean, you can check, but I'm pretty sure they haven't.
Let's just take a look at the map, Politicrat. If you could scroll over to the map,
the polls aren't even closed in Iowa.
They're not closed there yet. Okay, Kansas is closed though. If we go over to Kansas, because Kansas started off blue and then they've gone over red now.
Trying to get back to the map.
Always redder than Iowa.
Trying to get back to the map right now. I'm trying to figure out how do I get back there.
Once you get back to the map, actually, it'd be interesting to see with Georgia because Georgia, the polling was pretty close there, and then when the actual results come in, it seemed like it was big advantage to Trump.
For Georgia, Trump's up by like 11.
I'm looking at Georgia
now,
waiting
on results from like the biggest counties, the metro area around Atlanta and Augusta counties. So those results are likely to start. Like we're kind of experiencing the same thing we had in 2020 with respect to a red mirage, and you might end up having a blue shift because the rural counties get their returns first. And Georgia, at the moment, Trump's up 11 points. That's likely to shrink as we get further into the night.
Georgia's probably.
Go on to the New York Times, you can see the graph by county.
Georgia, I think we could very well expect a flip at any point to Harris. Briefly, once Atlanta comes in.
Speaking of flip, Harris just pulled ahead in Kansas.
Kansas, I would be surprised by, but Georgia, I think you might be able. They could very easily go either way.
On predictions, whoever wins Pennsylvania is probably winning this election.
With Florida in the bag, though, that's not good for Harris.
Yo, can we take a look at Michigan quickly?
If that maintains,
for like the last 3 election cycles.
Let's take a look at Michigan right now on the state level.
Again, with a lot of these states, it depends on when the cities come in. So when all that stuff starts to report. So with Michigan, again, it's going to be Detroit. With Illinois, it's going to be Chicago. Those are going to be the big changers. But with Florida, there's no more big cities to count from what the sounds of it. Besides those.
No, they already called Florida.
Yeah. And the big deal is
the same as 2020. It's the same as 2016.
Yeah. Okay.
With Florida, the big deal is that he's overperforming the polls because he was on 7 points.
Do you guys see Virginia?
Quite a bit higher than that.
Yeah, I want to know what percent are getting from Virginia though, because
it's 45% in on Virginia, and they're at a statistical tie, 49% for both.
Plus, then again, we need to also remember that there's also the absentee ballots, which Democrats tend to do more often.
Overwhelmingly blue, most likely.
So that's why there's always a blue upsurge. Like
you can count mine, but mine won't really. You can count mine, but I'm in the minority. So
the betting markets still have 93% odds for Harris for Virginia.
Yeah.
I think
that's likely. Again, for as you talked about before, the reason for Virginia is because of all the DC politicos and who live outside DC and Virginia. The rest of the state's fairly decently red, but DC area is not.
I'm seeing some disturbing numbers for Pennsylvania. 72% for Harris so far.
Disturbing, you say?
Yeah. Must be the vampire pencils got to them.
Kansas is interesting because Kansas is interesting. I'm surprised it's going blue.
It's
probably not going to stay blue.
I mean, it's not going blue, but I'm surprised that it's as blue as it is right now.
It's only 28% reporting though. But the thing about Pennsylvania is concerning because that's like 13%, but that's a huge state. and it's showing like a 2-to-1 advantage for Harris, basically, which is that's weird. I mean, if she so if Florida's over polling for Trump, but then Pennsylvania is over polling for Harris, I mean, then Trump's going to need a few more states.
Harris. So I'm looking at the map of Pennsylvania now. So they already have results for Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and most of the rural areas have not reported yet.
That's the issue.
Well, you see results. It's 5% in on Pittsburgh, and I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
30% for
5% in on. Is it 5% in on Pittsburgh? But how much is it on Philly?
Why is there
Philly
no reporting for
Philly's actually further east.
Philly County, or sorry, Delaware County for Philadelphia shows 17% in.
Because Philly's going to go blue. That's a given. Pittsburgh is one of very few cities that will have a bit more mixed results in the whole of the United States, because Pittsburgh is a steel town. It still is, despite the fact that most of the mills are closed. So they tend to be a lot of the union worker or the post-union worker kind of people in the Rust Belt. Again, they used to vote blue. They voted blue religiously. My family voted blue religiously all of their lives until very recently, because the party of unions was not the party that represented them anymore.
And we also need to remember, like, Trump's core base, even his core base now, like, when I say, I don't just mean Trump voters, but like the hardcore MAGA base, they're not conservative. They didn't come from, I mean, I get they might consider themselves conservative now or whatever, but Trump appealed primarily to disaffected Democrats, many Obama voters too, who didn't like Hillary, as well as people who've never voted in their life, apolitical people. Like, I mean, that was his initial base. It was,
and evangelicals, though. Like, he did have a big conservative base too, though.
Well, yeah. No, but that's because they're going to just vote for whoever the Republican is anyway.
Yeah, but also not really, because Trump, he could have had a stronger pull with the evangelical base if he had done a bunch of like Christ posting, which he didn't do. I mean, he's mentioned Jesus and stuff.
Not a religious. Trump is not a religious person. No.
He really kept religion out of his campaign. I mean, he
did
it a little bit.
More religious.
I mean, he has a whole Trump Bible. I'm not sure he kept religion out of his campaign. I think he catered to his religious base as much as he physically could have. He doesn't have a religious bone in his body. So
he uses religion. It's a grift. He uses it as a grift when he does, but
but who doesn't? Both parties do.
Trump is definitely less religious than Romney. He presents himself as less religious than Romney or Rick Santorum or George Bush.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of this whole thing. Like, it's kind of like, he'll do like, almost self-deprecating humor with it. I think everybody kind of knows he's not that religious or whatever, but he's like, oh, but they love me, right? The Jesus people love me, right? And everybody claps and they clap and they do love him. So it's like, it's kind of, there's an understanding there that, he might not be devout, but basically he's against abortion now and that sort of stuff. So they give him a pass.
Well,
basically,
he's not against abortion, though, is he? He said it was a state's issue, which it is.
Well, but for all intents and purposes, that is moving against the pro-abortion status quo, right? So
I don't think so at all.
And you get rid of Roe v. Wade, which his court got rid of Roe v. Wade. That is hostile to abortion rights.
Is being anti-abortion.
So within the Republican Party, the pro-life wing is a lot more extreme than Trump, and they don't like Trump because they think he's a moderate.
He's not.
Yeah, but they're going to vote for him, though.
Well, some of them actually won't. Lila Rose came out, I think, a couple days ago and said she was voting for him.
Wait. So you think that the totally unconstitutional, totally illegitimate vote that was Roe v. Wade should have kept up by the books, and the state shouldn't choose on that, and the Supreme Court was wrong in overturning it?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Oh my
God. I mean, I was posting out here today that all these liberals.
Look, Aiden, I got a channel. I'm doing conversations and debates. You ever want to have an in-depth conversation about abortion?
I think you called me a Nazi at one point years ago.
You can come
used to
anytime.
talk a whole bunch of shit about me. Man.
What's that?
I think a long time ago, you talked a whole bunch of shit about me.
What shit did I talk about you, Aiden?
I don't remember, but your name looks familiar. I think like 6 years ago.
Yeah, Aiden, you tend to think a lot of people talk shit about you. I didn't talk shit about you.
Why'd you say that then?
For the same reason you say that shit about Kraut. Like, you seem to think everybody's out to get you.
This is it. Yes, you were a Kraut dick rider. That was that. Yep. Now I remember you.
A Kraut dick rider. Okay. Who's throwing shade in here? I just gave you a friendly invitation to my channel to talk about abortion. and you immediately derailed it by like saying I'm talking shit about you.
Wait, if I understand
I said
correctly,
6 years ago you did.
wait, but if I understand correctly, and I don't follow him anymore, but I do sometimes see him show up on my feed, wasn't Kraut basically arguing for troops on the ground in Ukraine? If I understand correctly.
He argues for all kinds of
I have
crazy
no
stuff.
idea what Kraut's position is.
Okay, maybe that was somebody else, but I'm pretty sure he was basically like doing like the NAFO World War III posting type stuff. But
That was recently. I haven't paid attention to him in years. And let's be,
Okay.
if you would like to have an abortion debate, I would love to have an abortion debate with you.
Okay, cool. I don't know if we got each other on Discord, but we'll reach out sometime and we'll set it up. I'm down to have that conversation.
Yeah, sure.
All
We can
right,
walk through
so-
all these arguments. We can walk through all of them.
Can I ask, why are there no results at all from New York? Can any Ameribros enlighten me on this?
New York is just called blue. I don't even think anyone cares.
Yeah.
Well,
Mid-
it's
New
blue.
York
I
is
have no
a-
idea why they don't have
It's
the results
reporting
yet, but it's gonna be blue.
0% votes on AP.
They just have a
Why-
really slow counting process, I would guess, and no one cares to improve it because it's going to be blue anyway.
you know, Trump was pulling better there than he was in 2020, though. Like Harris is going to win it, but I don't think she's going to win it by as much as Biden did. So, thing about New York is just that, like, and in general in this election, I don't think Harris is as popular as Biden was. I mean, she might win, but I don't know. I think a lot of people aren't very happy with her. I mean, now granted, there were some psyops around that. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the whole non-committed vote, but that guy, a guy who was leading that, came out a couple days ago and said, yeah, we're going to vote for Harris. It's like, okay, well, then it was kind of a meme. But there were about 10% of people in the Democratic Party that, even with Biden, they were refusing now to endorse and support him in the primary. That was largely centered around Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. It was largely a lot of Arab Americans that are really, really upset with Biden and Kamala's support of Israel with regards to the war going on right now. So I think
that's going to be. You're not going to look. We said this when we started. Whoever loses, or I said it, whoever loses, Israel's going to win because the Kamala Harris campaign is supportive of Israel, even if they're not saying it. And of course, Trump's campaign is supportive of Israel. So no matter who loses this, Israel wins.
But what about if Trump does pull the rug on them? Like, I'm not saying he's going to do it, but like he said he was going to go to war with North Korea, and then he sat down and did diplomacy with them. What if he does that with Israel? What if he says,
that's his art of the deal shit, you know, which did work with North Korea. I'm not saying it works all the time. It is essentially bloviating and fluffy.
In what sense did it work with North Korea? They still test-fired missiles. They still do that. They're still
of
developing
course they're going to do that. He avoided a war with them, right?
But that's he avoided outright war.
We were never going to go into an outright war.
I don't think we were ever going to go to war with North Korea.
Probably not. And that's why I wouldn't count that as a true win for Trump, but it was seen that way of he de-escalated. I agree, by the way, that it was not, he didn't actually de-escalate anything, but it was seen
I think
that
it
way.
was a win for Trump.
No, he did de-escalate.
Trump was the first
at least
U.S.
talked
president
to them
to visit North
to
Korea.
talk. Yes.
Yeah, Trump literally visited a
diplomat at all
DPRK.
to visit North
That's the
Korea.
thing.
Which no one else had done. No other president. So that was a big deal in terms of like the nuclear power of North Korea being as minuscule as it is, can still hit Japan, can still hit. I mean, I guess nowhere else around there they would be interested in hitting.
They can hit Miami. They can hit Miami.
Has that been? They have.
Yeah, it's already been proven. They fired the Hwasong 18 several times. It's got a range of about 17,000 kilometers.
Oh shit! Okay. Well,
yeah, they have better nukes
then it is important to pay attention to North Korea and their nuclear armaments then.
But they're not interested in a war with America. They just don't like America having 29,000 troops in the South. That's their problem.
Well, so. I agree. I also don't like America having 29,000 troops.
Okay,
in
then we're in agreement.
They would be an adversary of America even if America withdrew from South Korea. Because North Korea is aligned with the non-American axis. North Korea is sending troops to Ukraine, I believe.
Yeah, but no. They'd be hostile towards the people in America that want to send troops to Ukraine. But the selling point with Trump was that, you know, if you look at the mainstream media and you look at the narrative around him, they have this false dichotomy, or they have this strange way of talking about him where they say, look, he's a psycho, he's insane. Look at all these excerpts from people around him. He's going to start World War III. He's like Adolf. And then at the same time, they say, hey, look, this guy gets along with Putin. He gets along with Xi Jinping. Don't vote for him. It's like, so which is it? Is he going to do World War III, or does he get along with these people? Which is it? And the reality is they don't like him because he does diplomacy. That's why they don't like him. So because they want war. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're in the deep state and you've got a lot of money invested in Raytheon and Northrop and all these guys. I know Raytheon recently changed their name to try to get around all the negative connotations and stuff. Okay, great.
Unbelievable they did that. I mean, it is believable, but
well,
yeah,
like Blackwater did that a bunch of times. They changed it to like Academy and stuff. But it's like, okay, if you've got money invested in all these, guess what? You're going to profit from sending troops over to Ukraine. They don't care if it might start a nuclear war because they're only looking at their short-term financial interests. But when Trump comes out and says, no, we're going to get a deal. We're going to end the war. They don't like that. That's really bad for business. Harris and Biden, here's one of the big things about Harris. Like, if anybody here supports Harris, I'll be down to debate them on this. One of the big stains of her going into this election is her and Biden gave over $200 billion to Ukraine, basically, of American tax money at a time when Americans are living 78% or so are living paycheck to paycheck. So, I mean, that's... that right there is a scandal. I know LSP said that he was supportive of Harris, but I see he left. I would have been interested in debating him on that.
No, I think he got disconnected.
Okay. Well, if he comes back, I'd like to talk to him about that, because how are you going to defend giving $200 billion to a foreign power when your own people are living in tents? Like exactly. That's why Trump's winning right now, is that he said, why are we sending money over there when we don't even have money here? Like, you know?
And for the average person, what matters to them is their day-to-day.
Exactly.
What they can feel is their wallet and how heavy it is and how much money they had typically under Trump and how much they have under Harris. And I know that every economist says, actually, no, inflation isn't up that much. And it's not, but it is in a way that is manifest and a way that the average person feels. Yes, the person with $1 million doesn't feel it, but the person who lives paycheck to paycheck, they do feel that small increase.
And a lot of those economists, like I have an economics degree. Here's the thing with a lot of economists in academia. They've never really worked a real job in their life. They don't know what it's like to live paycheck to paycheck. Those people. That's true. I'm serious. I'm serious about it. They might have some theories and
I said it's true. I agree with you. No, I'm just saying I agree with you. I studied economics.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? So here's the thing. I think one of the reasons why Trump has been kind of successful is that his base is kind of syncretic. Like, you've got Aiden here. You identify yourself as a monarchist, right?
I'm a libertarian monarchist, yes.
Okay. And I see myself as an authoritarian socialist, and yet we're in agreement here. So so we're in agreement here.
It's kind of funny because like when there was this really great episode of the Pigpen last summer. It was I forget what it was on. It doesn't matter, but we had the panel. It was so LSP was on there, Luth Templar. I forget if you were, Kevin. You might have been on there, Kevin. LSP was on there, and then Ray Murasame was on there. And so,
I remember Ray. Actually, I might have been there.
No, the funniest thing. So Ray Murasame, who's like Asian third worldist socialists, whatever. Who yet she and Yiz ended up agreeing on way more than Ray did with LSP, even though they're both on the left. Like,
well, you know who would have agreed with some of the third worldists were the founding fathers. They wanted to govern themselves. Like, what's third worldism? The idea that we don't want a foreign superpower telling us what to do, basically, right?
Yeah, and I respect that. Again, I think that the founding fathers wanted it to be a monarchy, and they might have been more correct in that.
I don't think they wanted it to be a monarchy. I think some of them wanted it to. Some of them, I mean, there was definitely a faction of them who wanted something that was similar to a monarchy. I don't like. They wanted, but they wanted like a president for life, more or less. Yeah.
Did you hear about the nickname that Congress wanted to give to George Washington?
No.
They wanted to call him His Serene Majesty, President of the United States and Defender of his Liberties. But Washington Well, Washington preferred to be called Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. President is so, like all of the titles and terms and stuff we have in the US are kind of lame. Like why not? We should at least. I feel like Your Excellency would be better than Mr. President.
Look, monarchy's based. I can walk all through it, but
I am not. With me. I am not a monarchist when it comes to the United States specifically, because with the United States, there is no sort of there was no precedent for monarchy within the American the American Weltgeist, whereas with the United Kingdom, for instance, there is no England, there is no Britain without the monarchy. Fundamentally, it is a cultural capstone. And then
but
that's
a lot
also
of
why,
Britons would disagree with that, though.
They're dumb.
Yeah, they'd be
That's
wrong.
not true.
They would be wrong.
Most Britons love the monarchy, though. Like republicanism is kind of a minority in
Actually, you might want to look at Australia as well. I don't know how much have you looked at those data Newsfest at the rising support for the monarchy in Australia.
Also, I think I read.
Australia is being driven massively into the dirt by
because of the democratic system. I mean, good God, parties are. Well, I mean, it's more.
Corruption. I mean, it's the democratic system in the same way that you've got in the UK. You've got these large interest groups have decided that everyone has to start.
Guys, I'm just going to interject for a second, but I'm looking at the odds now, and Trump is now given a 90% chance to win Georgia.
Whoa! Okay.
Whoa! There we go.
And
there we
now
go.
to win Wisconsin as well.
It's going to be spicy in Atlanta tonight, boys.
And they're counting they've got 66% of the votes counted in Georgia right now, and Trump's up 52.6 to 47% right now in Georgia. That's according to the Associated Press. And the thing that's crazy about that is, as I was saying, the polling and the run up to this had them basically neck and neck. And then it's like, you look at what's actually happened here, they're like 6 points apart. They're like 6 points apart basically right now.
See, this is what I'm thinking, because 6 points was also the margin by which he overperformed in Florida. So we could see, I wonder if we're going to see huge overperforming in the polls everywhere.
Well, let's take a look at Pennsylvania again, because that's really important what's going on
PA
there.
is the big one. PA is,
it's true. That's true.
Election winner, that state.
He doesn't have to have. So he would win if he got Pennsylvania, but he could also win with Arizona and Wisconsin.
I think Pennsylvania is going to be one of those states that is extremely delayed in its results.
Yes. It's going to have to be. It's going to end up being no matter what, because again, PA is a weird state because you have a bunch of big cities. You have Pittsburgh. Sorry, that's my little bit Pittsburgh accent coming through there. You have Pittsburgh, which can lean kind of more red. Philly, which goes hard blue. And then you have Harrisburg. Is it Harrisonburg or Harrisburg? It's been so long. Which tends to lean the capital, which leans blue, and then the rest of the state leans red. So but that's the case also with Michigan. So you've got Detroit, which leans hard blue, and then the rest of the state, which leans red. Because Michigan leans very red outside of Detroit. It's a lot of militia groups up there and things like that, if you know what I mean.
It's interesting with Virginia, because right now they're at 49% counted, and it's basically a statistical tie there. Now Minnesota's just come online there. Now it initially went red, but there's 0% counted. God, it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. Obviously, Tim Walz from Minnesota, but here's the thing: the Democrats gutted that state when it comes to the manufacturing base.
Yes.
I don't understand how you can live in these states and vote blue. Like I understand not voting. I also understand voting for maybe Joe Biden. But Kamala Harris didn't run on industrialization. She's not a populist.
Well, she's run on nothing, and of the nothing, industry has been least. I haven't heard her say anything about industry.
And that's all that Vance talks about, basically. So,
which is what makes him popular with the rest of people. The only thing that Kamala Harris has been consistent on is the child tax credit. It's the only thing I've heard her mention repeatedly, which is fine. I actually don't have a problem necessarily with the child tax credit.
Okay.
I mean, I'm largely against. I won't get into my libertarian stuff, but I'm largely against a lot of government spending, but the child tax credit I think is a positive thing. If we're going to institute any of that, I'm okay with the child tax credit stuff. That one doesn't bother me at all, or very little. And I think that's the reason why it's the only solid policy she mentions, is because it's amiable to people even like myself who would say, yeah, I think that's okay. But then if Trump says he's all right with something like it too, then of course all of a sudden it would become wrong. But I think Trump would actually even be okay with that too.
Well, Trump came out and said that one of the things that he wants to do is to make interest on car loans tax deductible, which that was so smart for him, because if you think about it, that's good for working class people that have to take out a loan to buy a vehicle, but it's also good for the capitalists that support him financially, because they want more people buying their cars. So that was actually very smart, right? So
yes, it's a total win-win.
And but you don't see these sorts of win-wins with Harris, though. She hasn't really talked much about policy. I think that's been her big weak point, apart from the charisma, is that she doesn't really get into policy very much. I mean, she did have that thing about housing, but I don't believe her on it.
It's also disconnected from reality.
It's like, say what you want about Hillary Clinton, but at least she had policies.
They were bad, but you're right. She was more specific.
She was a total wonk, but like
she could tell you at least what she planned to do.
Yeah,
Harris is just like, we're going to make sure everyone has more money. We're going to make sure everything is cheaper. How?
Hillary is actually intelligent. Kamala Harris is not intelligent.
Hillary is scheming.
Absolutely.
She's a very nefarious person, right?
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So is Trump, to be fair, but you know.
Yeah.
So Wisconsin and Minnesota are coming online right now. I mean, obviously it's like just at the beginning, but I mean, I feel that Tim Walz is going to lose his own state, because JD Vance is a better representative of people in Minnesota than Tim Walz is. So
I don't think they're going to lose Minnesota.
You don't think they're going to lose?
I think he'll take Minnesota only because it's his home state. And I'm saying that because of historical precedent. I'm thinking about the Mondale Reagan campaign, right?
Yeah, that was wild, though. I mean, that Reagan won 48 states. That was nuts.
Yes, the only one that Mondale won was his home state. So I'm not saying I'm not saying this is a Reagan Mondale moment at all, but I'm saying that usually, even in the most dire situations, usually you take your own state.
Yeah, that's true.
In-group homophily, in-group preference of, he represents us, so we have to vote for him. So that would be my guess as to that. Is, again, like if Mondale, who lost most meteorously in the history of U.S. Voting, and still took his home state, then I think he can take Minnesota.
So, Politicrat, let's just play around with this map for a little bit here. Let's just say we give Pennsylvania to Harris, but we give Georgia to Trump, and then we give Wisconsin and Michigan to Trump. Let's just see those numbers.
I can't see Michigan.
Michigan,
that's a Trump win.
I think Michigan's going blue. I can't.
You don't see it? You don't see it? I don't know. I don't know. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people that are Democrats that are upset with Biden and Harris on Israel, and they're just not going to vote. So
that would be the only cases if they don't go out and vote. Detroit is such a strong factor, though, in Michigan. I'm not. It depends. It depends. Are people? As I went back to what I said at the beginning of the stream, which you weren't here for, but people I don't think are hyped about Harris, but they're less angry about Trump now with distance from it than they were in 2020. Because in 2020, there was all this animus built up about Trump. We hate him. We got to get him out. He's an orange dictator. He's Hitler. We got to get him out. Anyone is better. Anyone but Trump. That was actually the message. Vote blue no matter who, as long as it's not Trump. That was that was their sloganeering.
Right, but also there was massive social media censorship.
Yes,
at that time as well, right? So, like, this is a very, very important thing to consider. This is why I don't think you can overestimate Musk's effect on the social discourse, because for propaganda to really be properly working, it has to be an uninterrupted membrane. If that membrane is holed, it doesn't work. So everyone's talking now. The glowies can't just send a huge list of stuff they want removed from Twitter, which of course was having a secondary effect back in the COVID years of just stopping people from going on it. You know what I mean? You see the same thing with Reddit. People just get banned from Reddit. They don't go back.
Or the Hunter Biden laptop story that they censored everywhere. Yeah.
So if Trump wins Minnesota and Wisconsin and Georgia, but she wins Pennsylvania. And if Trump wins Arizona, then he wins. Then he wins with 271, and then we see, Nevada and North Carolina, of course, come in. But the thing is, how do you guys feel like Nevada and North Carolina are going to go, though? Because I feel like Trump. I don't know. I feel like Trump has the hype here. So
That's difficult.
I think
don't
Trump's
know.
going to get North Carolina.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
What about Nevada?
Yeah, he's
Nevada,
gonna
If he's North Carolina, then Nevada
I'm up.
doesn't
No,
even
I'm
matter.
up
So
in
then
the
he
air about North
wins then in
Carolina and
that
Nevada. Yes, he does, but I'm up in the air about both North Carolina and Nevada because North Carolina seemed to be kind of a cinch for Trump before, and I don't think he did take it, did he? He lost
In
that in 2020.
2020?
did he not?
In 2020.
Each one.
Yeah. So
Although we just saw that, unfortunately, Mark Robinson lost the governor's race in Nevada. I mean, North Carolina.
So I'm again. That's why I'm saying I'm up in the air on North Carolina, and Nevada. I think I'm also up in the air on because Nevada tends to be weird. They're a very purple state in many senses. Obviously, high influence or high importance on economy, and particularly a more libertarian sort of economy. Obviously, with where Nevada makes the majority of its income, both in Reno and Vegas. Yeah, I don't know. Nevada is always a bit of a toss up too, and I think North Carolina is a toss up. I don't know.
Yeah. No, it's going to be interesting here. Are we going to get any more panelists on here tonight, Politicrat?
Yes, we are.
Nice.
That's why we're doing the rotating communist. I mean, not rotating communists.
Communist.
You're seizing the means of stream production.
Hey man, I'll tell you this. Kevin,
I don't think Yiz knows that you're pro-Trump though.
Wait, what?
I don't think. No. Yiz was.
He's calling you a
saying-
commie in the chat.
Yeah.
Oh, she might have been calling
or LSP.
shoot,
No,
LSP.
Yiz and LSP. They had a back and forth on on that stream I was talking about. with
Like I
Edward
said,
from-
I haven't talked to LSP in 6 years. So
That's funny. All of us have encountered each other, I think, at some point.
Yeah, I remember LSP. I know he was on some debate panels back in the day. I don't remember which one, but I know I've seen him before.
I couldn't remember exactly if that was who I thought it was, but look, I don't hold grudges, and I've not. I've tried to mend a lot of those old fucking wounds because I think it's gay to keep mad at people. But I was like, wait a minute.
Life's too short to get. Life's too short for drama.
If he forgot it, then I should forget it, right?
Yeah.
So when are the polls closing in the western states? Arizona,
Isn't it 7?
7.
So polls have closed in the Rocky Mountain or in the Rocky Mountain time zone. But so the West Coast still has another 40 minutes before they close.
So is that Colorado, New Mexico, Wyoming, and what's MT?
Mountain time.
Montana's not closed yet.
No, MT.
Oh, Montana.
Montana. Right. I still have problems with your Omero, bro.
No, don't worry about it. Montana will go red.
Yeah, Montana.
Yeah,
It's definitely going red. Minnesota. Minnesota's the outlier because it's because walls.
Yeah.
So Elon,
Scandinavians, I think.
Elon Musk and Trump are going to be watching the election live in Mar-a-Lago. I know Elon was doing a space earlier and saying, like, as soon as the space is over, he's getting on a plane and headed to Florida. So if Trump wins, I expect Elon's going to be speaking there too, maybe. So,
Basically.
Yeah.
So,
which is
Aiden, you have a question from the chat. How do you feel about West Virginia flipping red?
Oh, I mentioned it earlier, but it's predictable. West Virginia voted blue, not normally in the general election, but in all of its state elections for about 100 years. And the reason for that was
Josh Stein defeated Mark Robinson.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Interesting.
I mean that the black Nazi.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
that was so funny. Like he was clearly trolling.
I think it was pretty obvious.
It does look like West Virginia is going to flip red. There's a serious possibility.
Oh, it's already read. West Virginia is 100%.
Yeah, 60%
on
of votes
side.
counted. Trump is 70% to
Yeah.
Harris's 27.8.
He's had 200,000 votes.
Well, hang on. West
Yeah.
Virginia voted for Trump. This will be the third time. Why I found it interesting before, not now, it's predictable, but because internally West Virginia still tends to vote blue up until very recently. And like I said, it's been about 80 years that West Virginia has voted blue because West Virginia was a state that was very, very working class. And it was steel mills. Well, first it was coal mines and glass mills, and then it became steel mills. And that was all West Virginia's history, has been basically destroying the land and reaping from it, and really, really hard labor in a very harsh environment where you can't grow crops. It is again, my home state, or what I consider my home state, but a very hostile, although verdant environment. You can't grow food there easily. These people were unionists for obvious reasons. They supported labor for, again, very clear reasons, because they were working in often very horrible environments in these in these coal towns, and then later in steel mills. But what has happened is that the Democrats that they kept electing enacted policies that destroyed every single industry in West Virginia. And it took, I know my family from West Virginia. My grandmother lived to be 107. Up until the day she died, voted blue because, well, the Democrats take care of us. That was her mindset, right? The Democrats take care of us. They're for labor. They're for unions. And that has changed. That was the overwhelming ideology of West Virginia for about 80 years. And that is dead now, completely and utterly. Because
there's been a realignment. It's not just that there's been a realignment on labor, where the Democrats have become the party of like upper middle class PMCs and stuff. The Republicans have become the party of like blue collar workers. But there's also been a realignment where I think this happened around 2018, largely 2019, where the Republicans have become the party of essentially nationalism or realism in foreign policy, and the Democrats have become the party of interventionism. It used to be the complete other way around. It used to be that the Democrats were generally anti-war, and the Republicans were the ones wanting to go and send your kids over to
saber rattlers, warmongers. Yes.
Yeah, but I think that changed, and it didn't change when Trump became president, because he brought in a lot of neocons and stuff. I think it changed when the neocons realized they didn't like Trump too much, and Trump realized he didn't like them too much, and that happened around halfway through his administration. And that's when there was a turning point where he went from basically putting America on a course of nuclear war in Korea to doing diplomacy there. And I think that Hanoi summit marked that transition period where after then, all the generals and contractors and foreign policy guys that were interventionists, they started going to the Democratic Party, and everybody else that was like anti-war and stuff, including libertarians, started going to the Republican Party. But imagine telling that to somebody in 2008, that in 2024, the party that Obama's running for on Hope and Change, they're going to be the ones wanting to start World War III with Russia and China. Imagine telling somebody in 2008 that. They'd be like, no, the Republicans are the war party, So
it has certainly flipped in that sense. At least
Republicans are still the war party.
It's like that, like the political parties.
Don't get too twisted.
I mean, the political parties, they don't really shift. It's more like the ship of Theseus, if anything.
Yes, exactly. Yes, good analogy. The ship of Theseus. At some point, the parties actually don't mean anything. Largely in the United States, we deal with a uniparty. We all know this.
I think another thing we also need to bring up
in terms of big level politics. They all work for the same stuff. They don't really differentiate or delineate from each other in any meaningful manner.
But if that were true, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I've made that argument
individual
before.
Politicians
But I guess my point is, why didn't they treat Mitt Romney like literally Hitler? Why are they so paranoid about Trump in particular? There is something there that
because he's anti-establishment.
Doesn't like, right?
Because he's anti-establishment. That's exactly why.
So then it's not really a uniparty. This election, there is an actual choice then, right?
No, the uniparty is actually set against Trump. They have been. This is why you had all the Republicans who stood up against him. The people, the actual uniparty, the oligarchs, people who work for the oligarchs.
Like they wanted DeSantis at largely.
Yes,
Yes,
someone
yeah,
they
they
can
wanted
control, an actual neocon who they can control, who works for their globalist sort of bent, but not and not for nationalist ideas. That's who they want. And
But-
Trump,
but because
unfortunately, is a
Trump's-
nationalist.
And what they're
for them.
trying,
But
what they're
Trump's
trying
the
to do right
leader, though. But Trump being the leader means that there is an authentic difference, though. It's not just the red guys or the blue guys. There is actually a difference between Trump and Harris, though, a material
Yes.
difference, right?
Yes.
That's the difference.
But
Yes,
but
that
but
is
here's the thing.
difference.
What we need to remember, what Trump effectively did in 2016. Yes, he ran as a Republican, but it was essentially a third party campaign. He just used the Republican Party as a platform.
I would
more or
agree.
less.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trump had behind him money and power and influence that Ron Paul did not have, essentially. No,
Yeah, he got
I'm not
free-
conflating Ron Paul with Trump entirely. I'm saying, but a Ron Paul libertarian. It's the same reason why Ron Paul ran as a Republican, even though he is far from what
Or why
represents the
Bernie
Republican
Sanders runs as a
Party.
Democrat.
Ran as a Democrat.
Yeah. But the thing about Ron Paul, like I understand that Ron Paul has a huge following in libertarian circles, but Trump had a huge following of people that never knew what politics was.
Yes,
like if you
yes,
look
Exactly.
that's
core part of his
why
base.
Ron Paul, like if Ron Paul had been a reality TV showman, I think he might have been able to win maybe. But because with Trump, if you look at the people that rallied behind Trump, they don't read political theory. Some of them hadn't really voted very much before. Some of them might have voted Democrat before, but they loved Trump. Like he has, they call it a cult of personality. I don't actually see that as a bad thing. I see that as a useful tool if you want to get political power.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
so
Absolutely. That's great. It's great man theory. Again, it's whether or not you think you agree with great man theory or not.
I thought you hated Hegel. Oh wait, no, that's not
do.
Hegel.
It's not
That's
Hegel.
That's Carlyle.
It's Carlyle. Very different.
Well, what am I thinking?
I also don't hate Hegel. I have problems with the dialectic, but we've been over that. We go through it more.
But not everybody who upholds the dialectic, though, has that same sort of Frankfurt approach that you
All
were
right,
kind
no,
of
okay, no more dialectical.
Okay.
No more dialectic.
Fine. We don't have to
I
talk
don't-
about that, but I want to have a
if-
debate about that at some point.
If I don't hear the term dialectic again on this stream tonight, I will be a happy person.
Look, I know that debating some of that weird, I would call it esoteric political philosophy is it's like having bees live in your head. So I mean, it's a little bit frustrating, but I think it's that Trump did have that background as being sort of he was a reality TV star that someone like Ron Paul didn't have. Despite, I think Ron Paul would have been the better option. Of course, I think that. But
look, another big difference between Trump and Ron Paul is that Trump only started to say stuff that would offend the money power, to put it in a certain term, quite late in the piece, right? Talking about the income tax. Vance on Rogan said, "Oh yeah, maybe we'll have to take a look at the Fed," whereas that was Ron Paul's entire
platform. Thing.
Yeah,
I also think we need
by the
to.
time Trump started talking about this, it was too late to get rid of him. Now, in my personal opinion, this opens him up to many assassination attempts. You don't.
They already tried,
power, bro. What
they already tried.
Runs this bitch.
Like, don't you guys find it kind of suspicious that both of the shooters, like the Crooks kid and that blue-haired NAFO guy, even though they're like 58 years apart in age, they were both in BlackRock commercials? Isn't there something suspicious?
So
no, that's not true. Okay,
Yeah, that's all.
Crooks was in a BlackRock commercial, right? Roof was in a protest in Ukraine that was
used
filmed
for an ad
on CNN. They weren't both in BlackRock commercials. That's bullshit, right? In my opinion, the first assassination attempt was very, very well planned, right? This was clearly Glowy adjacent, right?
Yep.
Crooks' body was like incinerated 10 days afterwards, right? All this kind of like stuff, right? Classic sort of, Glowy hallmark.
Yeah.
Ryan Ruth, right, in my opinion, was basically a sort of contingency plan by the Ukrainian people. They're just like, we've got this guy. I mean, Ruth had Ukraine literally all over him, right? You've got to understand that
which would be BlackRock.
Because
Atlantic
BlackRock
Council
stands
people-
to own Ukraine if they win the war, right? Like,
Yeah.
the contracts are in place. BlackRock
Yes.
is going to be the guys
They will
rebuilding the country.
literally own the country.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, you guys ever see that show Jericho, like
Yep.
from way back, where there's that
Mhm.
private company that destroys America to rebuild it in their image? It's like that. It's like
it is.
that. It's basically BlackRock is like Jennings and Rawl in that show.
Right,
So-
but BlackRock has access to practically infinite money. Okay,
Yeah.
right?
Exactly.
So saying this is about the money is completely redundant, right? It is
Well, it's not
about
the money; it's about the
No.
power.
It's not the money.
It's
It's about the
about-
power.
it's about the resources, and it's about the special place that Ukraine holds in the heart of certain groups, right? Like, I mean, if you take this whole the purpose of a system is what it does view, the purpose of the Ukraine war is to depopulate Ukraine. That is basically what they are, literally killing everyone there. And
Particularly all
after
young males.
I think
they're
the purpose is just to push on the borders of Russia.
Yeah, it's to depopulate
there are
Russia.
there are
too.
other ways you could do that. There are other ways you could do that, right? Like the main function seems to be to just kill as many Ukrainians as possible.
Well, no,
it's to kill both
that's-
sides.
No, it's
so.
basically, when I talk to people who support the war, they basically say, look, the more we give them, the more Russians they kill. It's a way to kill Russian men, basically.
Yeah, but look, I talk to idiots as well, and they say all kinds of stuff, right? The purpose of a system is what it does, right? And they are just throwing people. Look, have you ever sat down and seriously considered how you would depopulate an entire country? War is the way to go. War is the way to do it, right? Famine,
Fastest
disease,
way.
Well, or no
war is
birth
the way to
rate.
do it.
South
Yeah.
Korea is depopulating faster than Ukraine, and they don't even have a war,
Oh,
right?
that's not true. Come on.
No,
That's
No,
not
it is.
true.
It is true. No, it
Just
is
because
true.
the fertility
It's
rate
not
is
true.
falling
They-
does not
they
mean that
are-
they are losing. Like,
No, it is true. It is true.
Women of reproductive age have fled Ukraine in mass, and no, you might not see that today. And we're not talking about even about the death toll, which is horrific. But women have fled Ukraine.
Yeah.
So you're in terms of the population decline you're going to see in Ukraine is so precipitous that I can't even fathom the calculation on it at this point.
But
Yeah,
but
and-
you need the women of a country to leave to depopulate it. If they can't afford to have kids, like in South Korea, they're going extinct more than Ukraine is, right?
But it's faster if the expedience at which the depopulation happens is faster if the women leave the country and the
Right.
men die.
but
No,
the
you're not-
counter
you're-
to
hang
that
on,
though, but-
you're not seeing it right the second because we're 3 years into the war
right?
now.
But the counter,
versus 80 years of democratization in Korea.
but the counter,
slow
well, no,
democratization.
there's
It's really been
they've only
40.
had a democracy there for about 30 years. But in
30, yeah.
in Ukraine, the counter is what happens if that plan fails and Russia wins, and then they repopulate it with Russian people? Then you've failed. Now Ukraine's strong again under the Russian banner. So, like,
Yeah, but
if
the
this
Russians don't
idea,
want to conquer all of Ukraine, right? Because it would be a massive shit show if they did. They would be ruling over the entire western part of the country that not only hates their guts, but has been subject to at least a 30-year denazification war program where they've changed their language, they've changed their culture, they've outlawed the Orthodox Church. The Ukrainians hate the Russians with such a bloody passion that there is absolutely no way the Russians could rule
Did
Western
you say
Ukraine unless they killed
denazification?
everybody there.
wait, but
You know-
the western part is where the Nazis are. They're where most of the Banderites are.
Well, okay. Yes, the Banderites, yes, but it's also where you have the largest portion of ethnic Russians. So it's Crimea, Donetsk, and Luhansk, right? I'm not saying it's rightful Russian claim.
That's Eastern Ukraine.
Did I say Western? I always get the two mixed up.
Okay,
Eastern
Eastern Ukraine is more Russian, Western's more Ukrainian. The western part is
I
where most
obviously
of
just
the
gave you
Nazis
I
are.
obviously just gave you the provinces,
How
right?
about
So
how
I know what you're
about
talking
we go
about.
back to the how about
Yes.
we instead of foreign policy, let's go back to
Sure.
the let's go to the no guys, don't apologize. Just say I just want to keep us on track. But yeah, okay, so Kamala. Kevin, were you here when we were talking about how Kamala is essentially astroturfed?
No, I think we were here. I was here when we were talking about how she had no charisma. But what's the argument for the astroturfing? Because I've argued in the past before that she really doesn't have anything to offer. Like Hillary Clinton had things to offer, but Kamala Harris doesn't really, right?
So my argument is that Kamala in making Kamala president ever since Hillary lost in 2016, Kamala was pretty much the one that they've been trying to set up kind of as like the next Hillary Clinton, more or less, or at least she's the one. And it's because she's, of course, easily controlled by the DNC. They wanted to put her, like, since about 2017, 2018 or so, they've wanted Kamala to be in the White House. She was clearly the donor and the establishment favorite in 2019 during the Democratic primaries. However, in November, she dropped out at 3%. She was not polling well at all. She was unlikable. Like, yeah. And then after that, they end up making her the VP nomination. They end up making her Biden's VP. And they did that, of course, to get her closer to the presidency in case Biden, like, basically to set her up as like the natural heir to Biden. And then what they did is they used, of course, Biden, since he's senile, they used that as an excuse more or less to set up Kamala to take over and run in this election right here. Basically, they're doing everything they can to force Kamala upon the American people without Democratic consensus in the Democratic Party. Like, there were no primaries. Like, no one voted for her. No one voted for her. Like, that's what, but like, and a lot of people don't recognize that for some reason. Like, that's what I mean. They are force feeding us Kamala, and they've been trying to do this. This has been a concerted effort for the past 7 years, and this is the closest that they've been to, like, Kamala. They've always wanted Kamala to become president at some point.
I totally disagree with that. I think that Kamala was set up to fail, but our two interpretations as to why are irrelevant. The reality is that, yes, Kamala is brought in at the last second. No one votes for her. No one really knows what she stands for because she's never stood for anything, and she can't articulate what she stands for. So
no, she's the queen of words.
Can we get the map back up?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, because the people are just seeing this. Let's take a look at the map. Let's check in on Georgia. Oh, yeah, 3/4 counted.
Oh, ooh. I said I thought Georgia might go for Kamala.
Yeah, no, it's still 5 points up, but let's take a look at Minnesota now. Oh, no, it's showing gray there. Oh, wait, what percent is counted? Yeah, there's really, I guess, nothing in yet.
Not much, no.
Let's take a look at Virginia. Oh.
Trump is leading slightly in Virginia, according to AP.
Oh, yeah.
7% votes counted. Trump is 1.5 points ahead. It's going to be close.
That's going to be close, yeah. So Pennsylvania now is up to 30%, but it's gone down to 53% for Harris and 46% for Trump. So the gap is closing in Pennsylvania. Oh, yeah, we've got like the cities and stuff there. If you take a look at Pennsylvania there, Politicrat, I kind of want to see what percentage is in from Philadelphia now. Because if they've counted everything from there, then that's going to leave mostly rural stuff. PA, let's take a look.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was unmuted. You probably heard me coughing. I have horrible allergies. Sorry.
Yeah, what percent have they counted in from Philly?
Let's see.
Well, Philly's gonna be blue. It's kind of
Philly's gonna be Philly's.
But we want to see like how much of it's done, so we can compare it to the average.
I see. Yes, I get you.
22%.
Because say for example, if it was 100% in from Philly, then you would know Trump was going to win the state.
Then we could count it.
But they've actually counted less there than the average, which is a good sign for her. So, because there's 30% counted, and they've only counted 22 from Philly, that Philly's going to give more to her. So
Philly's going to be hard. Her Pittsburgh will go for Harris, but it will be close.
It's gonna be close.
Can we take a look at Pittsburgh?
It's gonna be place. Oh, it's gonna be places. Sorry, there's a dog.
I couldn't tell.
No,
I thought it was a
but-
cat.
Yeah, no,
Bark,
but
bark, meow.
okay, wait.
Oh, speaking
no,
of like cats and dogs and stuff.
No, so I'm saying so Pittsburgh is going to, even though it's going to be pretty much split, I see it going blue, of course. However, what's going to make the difference is the counties north of Pittsburgh, like Mercer
Right.
and
Yes.
places like that, like the sort of Mercer, Grove City, like
Yeah,
area. That's going red. That's going red.
Speaking of cats and dogs, though, the Democrats really fumbled on the whole animal thing this election
really
cycle.
did.
Like, this is one of Trump's big quotes from this election cycle is, quote, they're eating the cats,
Eating the dogs,
they're eating the dogs, they're eating the pets, unquote. That's what people associate the Democrats with. And then there was the squirrel.
The squirrel. Who is the core? What demographic is the core of the Democrat Party?
It's supposed to be what cat ladies is what Vance said, right?
But he's not incorrect in terms of actual statistical polling. The core of the Democrat Party is white women. And what do white women love more than anything?
Animals. Yeah.
So like, even
it's
more
bad
than children,
optics.
they love
bad
the thing
optics.
that they love the most are animals. And the Biden-Harris campaign has had all of this stuff come out over the last just like 3 months that has been under Biden-Harris, animals are getting killed. And that's even though I just saw the statistic is that 42% of young women, like I said, 42% of young women voting for Harris or planning to vote for Harris, not white women, all young women. So I think under 35 planning to vote for Harris. But still, even so, that's lower than it should be. Because Harris should expect that to be like 90%, right? Of women under 35. It should be that high for her because, girl power stuff. But this animal thing has really thrown a wrench in that.
Well, it's not just the animals, too. If you look at Trump versus Harris across the board, Trump does better with older people and Trump does better with younger people. Harris does better with like middle-aged people and some older women. But it's Gen X that's on board with Harris. The boomers and the Zoomers are more conservative.
I was about to say young Gen X and younger. No, so older millennials, Gen X, and younger boomers are all for
Harris.
That's Harris's base. Whereas, and I do think that there is a reason for that. I'm not gonna get into that, but it does make sense.
Wait, what's the reason? What's the reason? We got time. We got time before the next.
I'm not going to go over. Okay, so you know academic agent, right?
I give you my hypothesis. Yeah, our hypothesis is probably the same then. All right.
About what was it? Boomer Waylon, Millennial Madison. Remember those?
Gen X Daria.
Gen X Daria.
Yeah. Yes.
But I will say, speaking of Daria, I'm going to say Beavis and Butthead is pretty much the that entire show is basically Gen X, a microcosm of Gen X. It
is. I think
it's literally they are literally the avatars of Gen X, Beavis and Butthead. Like I say that with the least bit of irony.
I don't even think it's insulting. What I think is true also though is that you have there's a large number of people who really don't care about politics because politics take an incredible amount of mental energy. And all people are cognitive misers. We are evolutionarily designed or evolved, whatever. I threw the word design in there, not intentionally, but we are evolutionarily designed to not want to spend energy when we can conserve it because energy is difficult to come by. Calories are difficult to come by. So thinking requires a lot of cognitive energy. So we are also evolved to not want to expend a lot of energy when we don't have to. So instead, people rely on heuristics, which are shortcuts. Right. So I think what a lot of the Gen X people are thinking is that they just want to go back to when things were apolitical. And I think they see in Harris of maybe we can get back to that. This apolitical, but we still have this ideal for the future, this progressive march through history thing still exists. And we want to get away from, because Trump represents all of the chaos that's happened, particularly over the last 12 years. Now, Trump is not the cause of it, but he represents it. Do you know what I mean? Like he
represents material reality. He represents actually having to go out and find your resources. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing about politics. I forget who said it, but politics is the allocation of resources. And at the end of the day, humans, as you say, we need calories and other essentials to survive. In the Western world, by and large, we've been able to ignore that because we either plunder other countries or, we do other sort of behavior. But then what happened? What did the neoliberals do? They gutted our own country. They took our own good jobs away. And now people are in survival mode again. And if you're in survival mode, how are you going to get on board with some incrementalist joy rhetoric when you have to work 3 jobs and you still can't pay your rent? So if politics is the allocation of resources, people are going to start getting political again because they need resources. And in that scenario, this is why I say which way voter, and which way voter, and it's Trump wearing his Ushanka in Red Square, and he's got the communist insignia, and it's Harris, and she's got her Nazi armband. Because at the end of the day, Harris represents a far more fascistic, technocratic approach, and Trump is far more in line with the authentic working base of America. Like, if you're a communist here, I understand not wanting to vote for any of them, but if you're going to have to vote, you should probably vote for Trump. So
I'm sorry, Newsfist, what were you saying?
What I was saying is that the quote is politics is about who gets what when, and I'm pretty sure it was Weber who said that.
Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's the allocation of resources.
Well, but also when as well, and not just resources, but also power. It's more complicated than that. It's sort of like meant to be like the fundamental basis of the idea of political systems. I see what you're getting at, right? Like, the economic situation in the US has been bad. It's been all across the West. It's been bad, deliberately by design, right? They're shutting down the power plants. They are destroying the food systems. They are blowing up the dams because, in my opinion, quite frankly, Harris and the group around her are Bolsheviks, and they're basically trying to do a Bolshevik revolution. And they don't care how many people die. And that's why someone like Harris has no policies. It's because any of the policies that she does have, even if she understood them, she could not explain to the people, because if she did, they would all be horrified.
Yeah.
The rule is just lie, just keep lying, get close to the revolution, close to the revolution, close to the revolution. And this is why I think it's entirely possible that the Democrats or the people behind them will resort to extreme measures. But I hope I'm wrong on this.
But Newsfist, if that were true and she was a Bolshevik, though, wouldn't she be for advancing the forces of production? Because if we look at a Bolshevik-inspired party like the Communist Party of China, they're building dams. They're not blowing up dams. They're building factories. They're not blowing up factories.
Look, the Communist Party of China currently is like how many years removed from the actual revolution? Right? Like nearly 100 years at this point, right? They have entered a much different form to the Bolshevik Revolutionary Party, right? Getting a revolution off the ground and getting instantiated has nothing to do with the kind of society that you attempt to stabilize afterwards. And every single time this happens, the destruction that the revolution causes is inevitably pulled back on in order to stop the entire country from collapsing. So I don't look at
the Bolsheviks were in charge for 69 years in the Soviet Union, and after the Civil War they built rapidly. Stalin industrialized the country famously from nothing to nuclear bombs in 15 years. So they advanced the forces of production. They didn't destroy, they built.
The Bolsheviks essentially ended with Lenin, right? Look at the state and revolution, right? Lenin was about the gaining of power. Stalin was the management of power once it had been gained. Bolshevism is essentially a revolutionary ideology. What you do after the revolution is a completely different set of criteria.
But they were still the Bolshevik Party, though.
Sure, and I could be the happy, nice things party and go around shooting everybody in the face, right? Like that doesn't. You can call yourself whatever the hell you want, right? The important thing about Bolshevism, the important thing about Lenin is that he wrote down a specific set of sequences to gain revolutionary power, right? That's
so if she's a Bolshevik, why is she associated with neocons and BlackRock? If she's a communist, why does she associate with people trying to fund Ukraine who banned the Communist Party? That doesn't make any sense.
For the same reasons that ultimately, this has happened many times in the past with socialist sort of revolutions, is that they do end up agreeing with a bunch of the capitalists, people in power, They keep
You may as
them
well ask
in
why-
charge
why
and
did
make them into
USSR
oligarchs instead of making. They don't
No,
totally
but-
eviscerate
But
them. They make them
why
into oligarchs.
fund Ukraine? Ukraine is a Nazi government. Why would a Bolshevik fund a party that bans
Um,
a communist
trying to
party?
okay,
kill
let- oh
everybody
my
in
God, okay.
Ukraine. They're trying to kill everybody in Ukraine.
All
That's
right,
why.
so we're gonna move on from this point right now.
Okay, sorry.
Again, we
let's move
always
on.
get back to this. Yeah. No, but we have a
Well,
new.
no, it just doesn't make any sense. Why would communists fund a Nazi?
Do you think Ukraine is actually full of Nazis?
It's run by well, one, they have Nazis in their military, and two,
Yes,
they
they do.
banned the
Totalitarian, yes.
they banned the Communist Party. So yeah, they're basically a Nazi state. They're anti-communist. Why would a communist fund that?
Again, this is a conversation we can have for another stream.
It's a very
But-
this is a very deep. I'm gonna head
This-
out at the top of the hour, but yeah, that's a very deep conversation. If you want to talk about that some other time, we could talk about the Ukraine thing, but it's
Okay.
very complicated. I mean, hey man, you're always welcome on my podcast if you'd like to come on and talk about it. I've done the Ukraine.
Okay,
thing many
yeah, no,
times.
thanks. I'm down for a debate. It's just like if you look at what actual socialists are saying, they're not on board with Ukraine. So
Oh, I know, but
Yeah,
well,
that is true.
Some are,
like
but
talk to MAGA communists. They don't like Ukraine too much. So
well, I don't know what I've never met a MAGA communist, but I know I know Dylan Burns, and he's certainly on board with Ukraine.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
mainly
well,
just-
Burns is a liberal.
Either way,
Well, Burns
so
is
we have
basically a
we have a
I thought he
um,
calls himself a socialist. But let's go. Sorry.
no.
Yep. So we have. It looks like we have two new. So we have two new additions to the panel. We have Ezra, and we have a longtime friend of the channel, Luth Templar. How are the two of you doing this evening?
Doing well. How are you doing this evening?
Doing all right. So first, I mean, Ezra, you've never been on before. You want to go ahead and
Have not.
introduce yourself?
My name is Ezra Wyrick. I've been in the Liberty Movement for a little while. Me and Jacob actually met at Mises University. I think it was 2023. Is that correct, Jacob?
I forget. Either way, I don't think have I ever even revealed my name on here. I don't know. You might have.
Oh no. Oh,
I mean, it's
God.
easy to find out who I am. I'm just gonna say it's easy to find out who I am, but I don't go by anybody. But no, it's fine. But yeah, no. But thank you for coming on, Ezra.
I just doxed you the first time
You
I
just
come
doxed
on.
me.
It's
No.
perfect.
I think I've been doxxed before by accident. It's fine. It's not a big deal. No, but
How are you doing?
oh, how are you doing? It's Luke Templar.
Yes.
I think no. We were talking about the last stream I know you were on. It was a Pigpen from last summer. It was the one with LSP and Yiz. They were both on it too. We were talking about how much of with Ray Murasami. We were talking about how much of a shit show that was earlier because both LSP and Yiz were on here earlier. Not at the same time though. Not at the same time. But either way, how have you been doing?
Well, I'm my typical black pilled self. I never believe anything happens.
Yes,
Nothing
very
ever
good.
happens.
How's the
So-
OGC? How's the OGC stream? What's
It's
on
going
over there?
well. I mentioned I was coming over here just to like yell at people and be a cynic. But
Did you hear there was
well-
a communist over here?
I like to yell. I like to debate. I like to be
Well,
a
this
cynic.
is not a debate stream though. That's the thing. That's the thing. Kevin always tries to make it a debate. Kevin and LSP at this.
Yeah, I like to debate.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Either way.
How many people do you need before it becomes a mass debate? Just out of curiosity.
True.
Yeah.
Good question. Good question.
We could have a mass debate with this.
Well,
got
no,
enough.
but either way. So Ezra, let's go with you. So, what are your predictions? I ask all new panelists this.
Oh God, I have absolutely no predictions right now. I'm just. I mean, I don't really know. I like you at this point in the election. You can get like vibes, right? But the vibes are kind of all over the place at this point. I think whatever way this goes, it's going to be really close. I was surprised to see that Trump was performing a little bit better with younger voters than expected in some of those swing states. That's definitely been a shock. And Harris performing a lot better with the boomers and the older people. That was also a shock. So it kind of defied the conventional wisdom, to be perfectly honest, in a couple of those swing states. I think particularly I saw in North Carolina that he was doing better with younger people. She was doing better with older people. So that's not something you would typically expect to see. I think so far the story of the night has been just the fact that the seismic shift in Florida is complete. I mean, the state is very much a red state now. It can no longer be claimed to be a competitive state. It can no longer be claimed to be in any way blue. It's not a purple state. It is very much a red state. And I think whatever you think of Ron DeSantis, that's very much, I mean, you have to give him credit for that if you're a Republican. He has turned that state blood red. He took
100%.
a swing state and turned it blood red. And I think that's an impressive accomplishment for anybody in partisan politics.
He definitely didn't monkey it up. If anybody gets the reference.
Oh, that's a little spicy.
It was hilarious. They were like, "Oh my god, he's so racist for saying that." But that's like a term. It's like monkey. It's like monkeys are goofy. It's like
it's a colloquialism. Yeah, whatever.
No, Ezra, you're right about that. To point out about Florida, because the polling in the run up to this had them basically neck and neck in Georgia and Florida, and then what happened? Trump's up 1.5 million votes in Florida. So when I look, like in contrast though, if we look at Wisconsin, they're only 0.5% apart. Like the polling was basically on point there, but Florida was no, you're right. It's basically Republican territory. So yeah, I would agree with that.
And I think you can absolutely give that to DeSantis.
100%.
I'm very glad Trump made amends with them. I mean, I'm not exactly
DeSantis kissed the ring. That's what happened. DeSantis got in line.
I'm not the biggest Trump fan. I'm very cynical of his capacity to do anything. I'm kind of a fan of elite theory. I think the State Department runs everything. So
we talked about this earlier tonight. Well, I talked about it.
Yeah, so like
Trump could represent a circulation of elites.
Yeah, maybe. I view it more as the current American regime is gobstruck, clueless how to wiggle its way out of this mess, and is leaning towards letting Trump be someone who might be able to fix it or would be a really easy scapegoat if things go really bad. Like the State Department views it as a win-win if he wins. Like either he can fix it. Yeah, either he can fix it or he's really easy to be a scapegoat.
No, I disagree. They hate him. They hate him. He doesn't do their work.
That doesn't matter. That
both.
You can
and they want him to fix things. It's both.
Yeah, you can hate someone and recognize someone's capacity to fix the fuck up you've made. So, like,
if you're a fan of elite theory, what do you think of the proposition that the moral what's it that Pareto calls it, the moral formula that is the United States is so badly decayed that they need someone like Trump to come in and effectively sort of like fix it back together? What do you think?
Like essentially what happened is that 10 or 15 years ago the regime was high and mighty at the end of the Cold War, and they were like, okay, this little golden age isn't going to last forever. We need some kind of political formula to justify our existence. So they kind of just threw things at the wall to see what stuck, and it looked like things that are called woke now were sticking. So like, okay, let's go with that, and let's just see if it can justify our existence. And it worked for a bit, and then it became really unpopular. And they're like, oh shit, what can stick to the wall and justify our existence? And they're still in the process.
Wisconsin just flipped to Trump. Now they're still counting. They're a third way through the votes, but it went from half points down for Trump to now Trump being up 0.3%. So, like, I'm telling you, I think Wisconsin's going for Trump. What do you think about that?
It's probable. The Rust Belt. So, like, these guys typically only vote for old white men. So, like, Walz was an attempt to cater to that, but he's kind of cringe. So they're gonna want to go with.
So here's the thing with I'm gonna my opinion on the vice presidents that they chose for these one. Like, I have never been more indifferent when it comes to two vice presidential candidates.
Yeah.
Like they
really
like I mean, but both Vance and Walz, like I
see them as puppets. They're to dance a little bit.
Politically, that would mean that you think that Kamala Harris was a more passionate choice then
No, Kamala Harris was there to dance, to make her. She was there as a representative of a group. That's
Okay.
what Tim Walz and JD Vance are as well. JD Vance is
Right.
there to represent Appalachia.
Right.
Walz is there to represent the working class, of which Kamala is definitively not a part of, and neither is Trump.
But
So-
how can you be indifferent about the champions of the base of your country? Like, without those folks, you have nothing, right?
Well, they would always like to get rid of that base because that base is too independent minded. But the problem is that, you know, the attempt to make a new base with Latinos or foreigners kind of backfired this year. It looks like the Latinos are like leaning slightly right and increasingly so, and the Muslims for some. I mean, I was shocked by. I've been seeing Muslims with Trump banners around here. The funniest one I saw was LGBT, and it was like liberty.
Bible.
No, they're Muslim. It wasn't Bible.
Oh, okay.
Liberty.
The leftists made their rallying cry abortion and gay rights. So
Well-
no wonder the Muslims and Mexicans or in South America
Muslims are
aren't-
mad because Kamala's on board with the genocide, and Trump,
just
even though
remembered.
he would do it, even though Trump would continue support for Israel, he's not the one doing it right now. So they're
So-
trying to punish Kamala and Joe. That's what they're doing.
The banner I saw was liberty, burqa, guns, and Trump. That was what I saw. And the guy had
the same sentence.
the guy had an Allah version of the Jesus fish, like with the Arabic script. So it was
That's
probably
hilarious.
one of
bizarre.
that is many of these people. Many of the they're typically from either Albania or a few of them are Turks and a few of them are just generally like Middle Eastern people that want to get into America. And then in addition to that, the Arab vote can also be broken down into America has taken in mostly just the Christian diaspora. So the Muslims got sent mostly to Europe. So
I love
many
the Muslims. I get the best Muslims. They love me over there. I am the savior of the Ummah. I am Muad'Dib, the Kwisatz Haderach.
Yeah, can you imagine he like starts reciting some hadiths and stuff to win over like some votes? He's like, I heard we're winning. I heard we're winning with Muslims now. You know, I could see him.
Quran, just not the parts about the Jews. Let's leave that out. Of the Quran.
Yo, so no, look at this. Look at this. Minnesota and Wisconsin right now are both red. Now, there's not much out from Minnesota, but Wisconsin's a third the way through, and it switched a percentage point just as we've been talking here in favor of Trump. So, like, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, though. Politicrat, can you zoom in and see how much is reporting from Pennsylvania?
While you do that, just want to be clear. I'm gonna head out for a little bit. I might be back later. But I'm gonna head out for a bit. You've got more people in here. I'm gonna go over and head out and hang out with Uzlu for a little bit.
Nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. You all.
Hopefully
Sorry,
I'll
you
see you back here in a
guys.
bit.
Ezra and Exemplar. Nice to meet you guys. And
Good evening.
Kevin, I'd love to talk to you sometime about some of the stuff we talked about here.
Yeah,
Anyway,
let's have a
cheers,
debate.
guys.
Dialectics,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Dialectics.
Jeez.
Yeah, bye.
Jeez.
Cheers.
It seems like Trump took the lead in Pennsylvania, but I just disconnected my internet because I'm trying to install a Raspberry Pi.
So it's within 0.3% right now on my end, looking at AP, which is wild. But that's with almost half of the vote counting. But what I'm curious about is what percent of that is coming from Philly, because when we checked Philly earlier, Philly was underreporting and Harris was still ahead. So that bodes to indicate that she's going to win the state, but you never know. And so I'm kind of curious about that. But I'll be back in a minute, folks.
All right.
She's running a little behind Biden in Philly County right now, but only by a couple points. I don't know if it's going to be that significant, but do we agree that Pennsylvania is probably going to be the closest result in this election? Because I think that's looking likely.
I think
Yes.
Virginia will be closer.
I say Virginia.
Really?
Definitely. Yeah. No, I mean, I think people are really overlooking the importance of Virginia in this particular race.
Yeah, I mean,
I've been saying that all stream. So
It's a lot closer than it should be right now if you're in the Harris camp. It's alarming how close it is.
Is Trump still leading in Virginia?
Let's take a look.
Wait, hang on.
I'm in Pennsylvania right
Find
now.
that. Right. So Virginia, 61% of votes counted. Trump is 50%. Harris is 48.3. So it's close, but yes, Trump.
But
is
then,
still
we
leading
also need to
Virginia.
take into account that there's going to be the absentees that come in later. So that
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know,
The thing is,
gonna happen later.
Virginia's going to be close.
My theory is that the military, I don't think they've been like, obviously the elite of the military are in bed with her, but the average soldier who's stationed in Virginia in the different departments probably leans more so right after Kamala's like, you know, oh, we don't have any foreign soldiers in foreign territory, and those videos of soldiers being like, what the fuck are we doing here? And so I'm hoping that the military ballots, because they're all in the Middle East right now, they're all far away. I'm hoping they lean right.
Yeah, when will those start to be counted and reported? Can we expect that by the weekend? Is it going to happen a little sooner than that? Because
Tonight they should get called tonight. The whole delay stuff is, I mean, that only really happens when, let me put it this way, those delays happen because people want certain candidates to win. The same people who did that in 2020 are still loyal to Biden today, and they may not be as forgiving for what Kamala did to Biden.
I see. Do you think we'll get results quicker?
It's interesting the way Biden has acted recently. Like since they shafted him, he looks like he's been. I'm just a grandpa. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just going to put on a Trump hat and call half the country assholes and say I want to smack them on the butt. I've got no idea what I'm doing.
I will give my little New York perspective. I'm in New York City, and so during UN week, it wasn't that well reported, but I actually saw the limousines with Biden and his son Hunter driving down the highway, and they were going to meet with Mayor Eric Adams, and no one knows what they discussed, but 3 days later, Eric Adams got federal charges. Or maybe it was a few days later, I forget. So initially everybody thought, oh, they must have been arguing about something, and Eric Adams fell out of favor, so he got federal charges. My theory is that Biden doesn't like Kamala, and he went to Eric Adams to say, hey, they're going after you, get ready. And I think Biden was actually prepping Adams because he's trying to capture certain castles behind the scenes.
Interesting. I can see that. I can totally see that.
I mean, Trump was signaling to Adams as well at the roast dinner. He was saying to Adams, like, you're a good guy, but as soon as he spoke up about the immigration, I said that guy's going to get indicted. And what do you know? A week later, he got indicted. You'll be fine. So, he could have also been signaling support for Adams. I mean, he must be in an impossible situation. Imagine
Adams was a Republican. I know.
Really?
Yeah, he's a former cop, so he leans right. He was only a Democrat he was a Democrat because that's how you win in New York.
Right, yeah. Of course. Imagine trying to govern New York it would be bad enough as it is, but with all the migration. Oh my God, mate.
Oh, it's awful. It's really bad here.
10 years in a week, probably. Yeah.
So this is really turning out well right now for Trump, because if you look at the prediction polling and everything, Elon, of course, posted about that earlier, but Trump's up big right now. I'm going to go and check currently on the exact number, but I know he passed 69.9%. So does everybody here think he's going to win tonight now, or do anybody think that Harris is going to win?
I'm still black-pilled, but I'm leaning that he's going to win.
Yeah.
I'm very hesitant.
My gut is that it's going to be Trump.
I'd say I'm very hesitant, but at this point, the vibes that I get are, it feels like kind of like 2016 all over again.
Yes.
87.7% in favor right now on Polymarket that it's going to be an orange November. That jumped so huge. And I think what really kind of did it was seeing Wisconsin and Pennsylvania in particular flip, because even with Florida, it's like, okay, but anything could still happen. But it's like, what's Harris' path at this point? Like, if she loses Pennsylvania, like, if I plug in the numbers,
too early. It's still too early to call Pennsylvania and Virginia, but those are probably going to be the deciders.
Like, if if she loses Pennsylvania and Virginia, even if she holds on to what is it, Minnesota, she would still she still loses basically. Then even if she gets Nevada, she loses. She would need to hold Michigan and Wisconsin in order to be able to have a chance at it. But I don't really see that happening. I don't think she's been a good representative, even rhetorically, of people in that area. And I think it's going to be funny. I think it's going to be funny if Tim Walz loses his own state to JD Vance and Trump. I think that'd be funny. So, and I'll make a video about it if it happens. But.
Oh, I was muted. Ezra, what do you have to say about that?
And I don't know. I mean, the sense right now is that the blue wall is not going to hold. I mean, obviously that could change, but right now it looks like Trump at least picks off Wisconsin. If he holds Pennsylvania, I mean, I maintain kind of the conventional wisdom here. I think it's pretty true that whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to win this election. I mean, that's been the case the past several elections. I have no reason to believe that that's going to change tonight. I think the person that wins Pennsylvania, the candidate that wins Pennsylvania, is going to win the election, plain and simple. And, maybe something crazy happens, but I don't see how Harris has a path without Pennsylvania, at least not a realistic path. And I think kind of maybe not from recent polling or recent mentalities or around the election in Nevada, but I think Trump is going to win Nevada, and we have to start getting used in the future. We have to start getting accustomed to seeing maybe a blue Arizona and a red Nevada, and we just have to start making some of those adjustments to how we view election night, because a lot of these states are changing. Arizona's obviously drifting left, but Nevada is drifting right, and I think Trump is going to pick off Nevada. And I think he's also going to pick off Arizona. If he picks off Nevada, Arizona, and also wins Pennsylvania, he's going to be the next president of the United States. She doesn't have a path.
No, I agree with that. One of the things that's weird about Arizona is it's not so much that they're moving leftward. It's that they have this really weird, almost online liberal center approach. They were obviously McCain's thing, but then they were Sinema's thing. And now they got that astronaut guy who's kind of like a neoliberal. So it's they're not a very working class political culture over there. They're kind of like this meme of Project Liberal energy is Arizona, where it's really Kirsten Sinema and John McCain are your champions. It's okay,
They are, as a state electorate, I think they're allergic to extremists and radical people. Anybody that's going to go against radicalism, like Kirsten Sinema with her preservation of the filibuster, or anybody that's going to be that centrist type candidate but leans a little bit left, I think that's where Arizona's going in the future. I mean, if they elect Trump tonight, that would be a little bit of a departure from that. I just saw it come across the screen here that Ted Cruz has won his race in Texas pretty significantly against Colin Allred, and a lot of people were saying we're going to have Lexus, and I was like, that's not going to happen. It's just not, and it looks like he's having a significant victory there.
I mean, it's not entirely surprising, but the people behind the Democrat candidate's campaign were pretty big money, so I'm surprised I'm surprised Ted Cruz won, actually.
Well, money ultimately doesn't win elections, and that's a hard lesson that a lot of people have to learn. It's money doesn't always win the elections. You can pump a ton of money into an election, but if you can't get the voters out, ultimately it's the voters that count.
It's more of a signal. I mean, it doesn't decide the election. It definitely serves as as an indicator for the most likely outcome, but it doesn't decide it.
Well, so I don't know how significant this is, but Bitcoin's at 74,660, which is very, very high. It's gained 10% today, and it's spiking even as we speak. So this would be a strong signal that the market favors a Trump victory.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah, no, it's we got the New York Times now with their needle saying that they give Trump a 77% chance to win. like I always felt like Trump was going to win this thing, but I was kind of surprised on how much of the polling indicated that it was basically either way. When, like, if you look at the rhetoric, I know I keep coming back to this, but it's like almost 4 out of 5 Americans live paycheck to paycheck. In that scenario, how are you going to vote for Harris? It doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, how, if you're working class, how can you vote for somebody, even if you live in Minnesota, how can you vote for somebody who just doesn't represent you, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
So actually, that is an all-time high for Bitcoin, by the way. That is literally the highest it has ever been. It's approaching 75K, which is
a lot of people getting rich tonight.
Oh, yeah.
It depends when you bought in. It depends when you bought in, right? Like, you could get rich on Bitcoin, or you could buy in at 60K and you've made like what, a 20% profit, which is like, okay, but you know.
Or you could buy in at 30K. I'm just saying.
That's true. That's true. But you could also have your stuff hacked. That's the problem. It's kind of a volatile thing. So, like, you know, whereas you could buy a stock or something and it could go up 200% too, and you might not get hacked. So I'm not like I'm not like a crypto bro or anything. I've got problems with like Wall Street and stuff. It's just, if I was gonna be investing money in that sort of stuff, I look, unless I got a really good hardware wallet, I don't know what happens if you make some good investments and then all your apes gone. I got hacked. You guys seen that quote, right? That tweet where he's like, "I've been hacked. All my apes gone," and he lost like $2 million of NFTs in like one night. I think the North Koreans got the apes. Actually, I think the gorillas went to North Korea.
I'm one of those people where, like, I'm happy for my crypto bros, but I will never touch that shit.
It's too easy to get.
Yeah, I don't trust crypto. I mean, I used to be a fan of crypto, sorta. I like the idea. I mean, I do like the idea of it, but I just don't. I do not think it's viable.
I mean, I like the idea and I trust it. I just don't want to risk that kind of money.
Yeah,
we got a
I was
quote
trying
here.
to spark a conversation on the benefits and malices of crypto. I was just saying that, given that the Trump has said that he's going to relax regulation on crypto, this is a strong signal that the market expects him to win. That's all I was saying. I'm not trying to start a thing on the benefits or malices of crypto.
So I got a question here, a quote from my chat over on YouTube. Ryan G said, "JD Vance saved Trump and will be a future president." What do you guys think about that? I actually agree with that.
I do agree with it. I can see. I can see
Definitely more
Vance.
than DeSantis at this point. Definitely more than DeSantis.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, he was begrudging, right?
Yeah,
like he went along,
Am I
but
audible?
Trump don't like him.
I would imagine the next GOP ticket will be Vance and DeSantis together. DeSantis is a little older, younger rather. Yeah, who's older actually? Are they about the same age?
I think DeSantis is older.
Vance is young. Vance is younger. Vance is like Vance is only in his early 40s.
He'll probably be vice president again.
You never know. You never know, because I really think if Trump hadn't picked Vance, like, there was a lot of people who said, no, don't pick that guy. He used to be Peter Thiel. He was a never Trumper. Don't go with him. He's not loyal enough. But Trump, here's the thing. Here's credit to Trump. Trump is willing to forgive.
I'm sorry, interruption real quick. So New York Times just called Trump for the popular vote.
For the popular vote.
Amazing.
Popular vote. The popular vote.
Popular vote. Wow. Hold on, let me find it. That's what Closington.
Are they going to recommend abolishing the electoral?
Why isn't Closington up here? Get that boy in his chat.
Yeah.
I mean, you can. I mean, I don't have his number. You text him. I'd love to have him.
I don't want to bother.
So Trump has been called for winning the popular vote. Just so we're clear.
That's what I'm trying to find. So Closington's his Telegram. There was just hold on. Let me see if.
I just saw. I linked something in the chat that's like an AI fantasy of like what'll happen if Trump wins.
I saw that.
On
I saw that post. That was really great.
You should play it. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just saw Trump was just called the victor in Iowa. So I guess Ann Selzer threw away her career
Sounds
for
like
nothing.
it sucked. No, I shouldn't say that.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, no, I
she's
can't.
just not
I'm
going to be very
I'm looking
popular
this
after
up right
this.
now. I'm looking this up. I'm trying to find it. I can't find it anywhere, but
Well, Google hasn't cached it yet, obviously. Just go to New York Times or whatever the hell website he said.
Yeah, no, yeah, New York. That's what I did. I googled New York Times. New York Times calls Trump.
Here, Google it. Go to New York Times website and see.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. Sorry if you hear noise. I'm trying to like build a Raspberry Pi in the background.
Oh no, you're fine. All right, continue with what we were talking about.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with what Ryan's saying, that basically JD Vance saved it, because here's the thing. There were a lot of folks that were upset with Vance because he used to be a never Trumper, and they were like, don't pick that guy. But Trump did pick him. And I think if Trump had picked various other people that didn't have that sort of direct championing of the reindustrialization of the Rust Belt, I don't think you'd be seeing the map in the Rust Belt that red right now. And I think that that was wise. And so for these people who say, Trump, he only accepts yes men, he only accepts people who only say whatever he wants. No. You can be a never Trumper and he'll pick you to be his vice president. You just have to change your mind.
I've been thinking about what you said, and I think you're right.
Vance was a hardcore anti-Trumper back.
Oh, he called him Hitler. He called him Hitler. He did the Kamala Harris thing. He literally said he was like Hitler back in 2019.
Yes.
And Trump picked that guy to be his VP. And guess what? That's why he's winning right now. So to say that Trump's just like, oh, he won't consider anybody who disagrees with him or whatever. It's like, no. He literally picked a never Trumper to be his VP. And people are saying, oh, it's fake or whatever. No, I don't think it's fake. I think people can change their mind over time. Yeah. Like, look, I used to be a neocon and now I'm not. He used to be a never Trumper and now he's not.
Yeah, I reckon Trump talked him around. Like, I reckon Trump. I agree. A lot of people around, right? Probably sat him down and was just, we have to save America. There's been like a massive shift of elite support in favor of Trump, like now compared to 2020. This is one of the reasons why I'm not sure they'd be able to do a 2020 style steal in 2024, even if they wanted to, because in 2024, like basically the entire elite was aligned against Trump. And now that elite has essentially fractured. You've got the PayPal mafia going over to him. You've got people like Adelson, some very, very powerful like donors going over to him. So it's
I wouldn't say it's like I wouldn't say that like the elite are in civil war or something. It just seems like they recognize they fucked up and they're going for something else now.
I think they are in civil war, mate. I think that I
hope you're right.
I think there is a portion of the elite, right, that have fully swallowed this chicken or lamb 2030 bullshit, right? Like we're going to make a new world, right? And I think that the sort of more money-making part of the elite were just like, oh yeah, they're just raving on, right? The elite tend to pick up weird religious ideologies and stuff all the time. But when the money-making part of the elite realized what this would actually entail when the whole 2030 thing kicked off, they're like, whoa, we didn't sign up for any of this. I think there is a war effect, like not a hot war, but definitely a tension between two groups of the elite.
So Trump is up over 100,000 votes over Harris in Pennsylvania right now with 55% reporting.
It has to get to it, like, because when those early mail ballots start coming in, he has to get up to 400,000. So he's a quarter there. That's good to hear.
Well, they got a long way to go still, but the thing is that the trend so far is basically it's moving up like net 20,000 in his favor every time it updates, it seems. So
it's a good sign. It's a good sign for him in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean that's big. Minnesota's big. Wisconsin's big. Georgia's obviously going to be huge there. So I guess my question, and maybe you guys talked about this before I got here, but how do you think the mainstream media and everybody in sort of the establishment is going to respond if Trump wins? Do you think they're going to continue with the Hitler rhetoric and stuff and say that he's going to destroy America? Or do you think
that depends on the popular vote? But No, that depends on the popular vote, because if they recognize they really fucked up, they're going to change course. But I would also say the State Department kind of accepted this fact about a month ago, and we'll see. We'll see. Oh, Yiz is in the chat.
Yeah,
Hello.
Hi, Yiz. We rarely get to say hello.
I know. I usually stream while you're at work, or we just miss each other because of time. Good to see you on stream again, friend. It's been a while.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm just fine. Getting along well in old East Tennessee here. How about you?
I was.
How you doing up there in New York?
Oh, I was I was pleased to see that the pollster sites are pretty empty. Democrats are staying home.
Good.
I was hoping for a red New York, but I'm delusional. Never mind.
Yeah, you are.
No, don't worry. Once Antifa comes out, you might get your wish. I mean, to go back to our earlier question, I think that following the my theory on the sort of Bolshevik dialectic thing, that they will
he don't want dialectics. He don't want dialectics.
That they will essentially try and vivify some kind of like immigrants' lives matter thing, right? They will force Trump.
Bolsheviks close the border.
They will force Trump to be the fascist that they want him to be, in the sense that everybody knows that some stern action has to actually be taken. From the Democrats' point of view, any stern action which impedes the sort of progress of gay neo-communist progressivism is fascism. So, I mean, yeah, I don't.
Socialists were building walls before Trump was born. Newsfist. She's the Nazi. He's the socialist.
It's a different animal now. You can fucking talk about 1918 all you want, mate. We're not living.
No, it's not a different animal now. They're still building walls. They're still building walls. You can't just go and get welfare in like China or something. Like they're very strict about that stuff.
Sure.
So,
sure.
No. Like look, if Trump's a fascist and Kamala's a Bolshevik, why is Kamala the one giving money to Nazis in Ukraine and Trump's the one who wants to?
Here's the thing:
get a
they are
peace deal?
they are neither of those.
Yeah,
Kamala
you just come off as completely
is not
ignorant,
a
man. Like,
Kamala's
just
not a
give it a rest.
leftist, and Trump isn't far right. Yeah.
Harris is
By
back
the
up
way-
in Virginia, but Trump is leading pretty solid in Pennsylvania.
I mean, they're definitely starting to count the late votes. Then
Arizona is going towards Harris by 0.5%. So that's sad. But Wisconsin's going for Trump. Michigan's going for Harris. I'm really hoping Michigan goes.
Of the states, sort of east of the midline. I don't know what you Ameribros call it. Which are the most contentious and significant yet to be decided? I mean, Georgia's looking like, what they've called like 91. Sorry,
to the east, it's definitely Virginia, Georgia, and Michigan.
Right, and presumably Pennsylvania as well, right?
Yeah, that's a given. That's how it always is.
I thought Pennsylvania got called for Trump earlier. Did it not?
Well, it's saying 56%. Hang on, let me refresh.
Honestly, I don't trust a lot of these pollster things. Like these, really, I mean, in every election,
We're not going to know till tomorrow anyway. That's how this goes. But
right.
I mean, by midnight, we'll have a good idea though.
But now Trump's up 110K over Harris in Pennsylvania. So like every percent comes in, he's going up 10 to 20K votes. So I forget who it was mentioning he needs about 400. That's actually doable at that rate.
Mm-hmm. He needs to continue to build that firewall because
it needs to go up like triple that.
Yeah, for sure. Do we know how much of this outstanding vote is in heavy Democrat areas?
Can we zoom in on PA Politicrat? See the cities. Check what Philly's at. Because Philly was underreporting earlier.
Philly's a big one.
Yeah.
Oh, 50%. So they're still technically underreporting from Philly. So Harris can get some net out of that. But I mean,
see, I was right. The so Pittsburgh itself is leaning blue, but all the counties.
It's almost done though.
All the counties, but all the counties north of it are red. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Yeah.
How are things looking in Bucks County in particular?
Let's see.
Have they done the buck breaking in Bucks County? I was hoping you were going to play that that thing of where Trump destroys the world, Politicrat. Like,
Oh yeah, I will in a second. I will in a second.
that's totally keynote, mate. You know, because we need to know what to look forward to. You know,
I'm sorry. What state did you say? What did
Bucks
you want me
County.
to?
Yeah,
Where?
Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
In Pennsylvania. Okay.
That's a bellwether county. That's a big one.
Where is it?
I'm not sure the general direction of it, but I think it's closer to the middle.
That's Center County.
Center County. That's
Yeah,
that's a good
easy.
name.
Union
That's a
County,
perfect name. They weren't even trying, but it kind of works.
Yeah, they're
Clinton
just
County.
in the center.
Clinton County, Huntington, Blair, Cambria, Indiana, Armstrong, Clearfield, Bedford, Somerset.
Might be
Fire.
near
It
Philly.
may be up north.
Oh my god, a quick Google
Burks.
search could solve this. Like, seriously.
Wait, is it Bucks or Berks?
I think it's Bucks County. Pretty sure.
Oh,
like
Bucks
99%
County.
sure. Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
I don't even see. I'm gonna look that up and see if I can
it's
find
just
where.
north
It
of
is.
Philadelphia.
Oh, it is near Philly.
Oh, there we go.
It's a bit-
Bucks County.
Bucks
It is
County.
going. It's blue right now. Well, leaning blue, but Trump's at 45.5.
But they've only
Okay,
counted
so-
a third of the
We need-
votes.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much is in from Bucks County?
34%.
Okay, that's nothing.
Yeah. Let's go take a look at the Rust Belt, or I guess more like Western Minnesota. Let's take a look at Minnesota because there was barely anything reported from there before.
Yeah, I'd like to look at Minnesota as well.
Because
All right.
Minnesota flipped for Trump.
Yeah, I'm particularly interested in like the Rust Belt industrial counties there, those big union areas. How they're
Well, it'd be so funny, right, Ezra, if Tim Walz lost his own state tonight.
It
Oh, I would
literally
love
would.
that.
No, I would love it. I would love it.
Be funny. Be funny. I mean, like, yeah, JD Vance is a better champion of workers than Walz in his own state. So, like, look at that right now. So, 4% counted, but he's up 26K or 24K.
Wow.
Let's see where the votes are coming from, though. Like, if they counted much of the cities.
Probably not. Not at this point.
Be interesting to see what happens in Minneapolis too, whether or not the Muslim population there decides to stay home.
Yeah, I'll switch out then. I'll switch out. I might be back later then.
Absolutely.
So,
All right.
good talking to you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank
Yeah.
you for coming.
Have a good night.
Okay, man.
Good evening.
Ah.
And we are back with my longtime co-host, usually Darth Kilhoun. How are you doing this evening?
Oh, just enjoying the chaos and the coping and
Aren't we all?
seething on Reddit right now.
Please tell us what's going on in Reddit. Is the seasoning in seasoning? Is there salt? I need a bunch of salt to preserve some stuff, like not bodies or anything.
We need some salt crystals.
I
don't know
wish
what
I
you think.
saved some links, but I've just been grazing through it, and it's just been hilarious seeing some election predictions now going up in flames, and people
Yeah.
getting pissed off. Although Twitter is even more entertaining, but
No,
I mostly
I
on
haven't
regular
even-
Twitter.
I haven't even gotten on. I feel like if I get on, I'm just not going to get off, and I need to like be paying attention to the election results. So if I get on Twitter, I'm not going to pay any attention to the election results. It's just going to be the brain rot of
Yeah.
of X.
Yes.
Hmm.
There must be a 4chan thread with Twitter salt, surely.
Wait,
Here we go. Salt thread.
don't. Wait, what is going on in New Mexico? Oh, only 37% in. Trump is up right now.
Hey,
But-
this comment's just for you. It is obscene to me, but understandable how the South has time and time again set this country on a path of regression and destruction. May my Southern brothers not grow to regret their seeming infatuation with dying ideologies.
Where the hell did you read that trash? Where is that?
It's from Reddit. I'm just on a 4chan salt mine thread.
You trying to make me Fed post on my friend's stream here? Don't do that.
I think it's important, right, that as a diverse podcast, right, we sort of accept all voices, from all corners of the internet, and that includes seething lefties.
Now
Especially.
listen here. I'm not going to truck this talk. You sound like a nigger lover.
Well, I'm gonna have to edit that out. You might have just
Yeah.
gotten this stream. You might have just gotten this.
No, I didn't. No,
No, it's
you're
not
like
that
4
bad.
hours in.
Yeah, you're 4 hours in. The
You're
AI
good.
kind of stops watching then.
And besides, that was clearly a joke. The algorithm looks for tone and laughter now around those
Does it
words.
really?
Does it really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Like, as long as you're not saying spicy words with like hate and it's not couched in comedy and laughter, you're usually fine to drop it like 30 minutes to an hour into the stream.
So what is going on in Nebraska?
Let's
'Cause
check. Let's take a look.
This is weird because it's like really close. It's been called for Trump, but it's like a lot closer than I would anticipate Nebraska to be.
Do you know how much diversity is in Lincoln, Nebraska? Quite a bit. So
Well,
not
yeah,
surprised.
Lincoln is looking. Let's see. I'm looking at District 2 now. It's 54 to 44 Harris. So she'll get that one electoral vote there, likely. Lincoln is also looking very blue right now, but the rest of the state is looking completely red. So basically, nothing has changed. But it seems like the blue areas are affecting the vote a lot more tonight than they have in previous elections in Nebraska. That's interesting.
Although, how much of the vote is actually called in so far? That's what
Well, it's 46% in. It should not be 50-48 in Nebraska. That's kind of.
I mean, there's still a lot
How
of
would you guys
counties
like-
that
how would you-
have no reporting yet.
I haven't asked you yet, though, Kilhoun. What are your? Okay, I mean, I know since you joined a little later, of course, so things are looking different now. But what was your prediction going into tonight?
So
And-
I had two predictions going into this. Either they're going to offer up Kamala as a sacrificial lamb to put the woke away, to essentially destroy the woke element of the left so they can get back a more competent left-wing side, aka give Trump the election. Or they go completely accelerationist and they give Kamala the election by mass ballot dumping like they did last time. So, I mean, like, you know me.
Like what they
I'm
do? You mean in a
reactionary.
video
I don't-
game, right? You mean in a video game, right?
In a video game, in Robespierre's best dream ever of a democracy, essentially.
Hey, would anybody like to take a break and see what Infowars is up to?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Or wait,
Well,
or is
let's
Infowars?
take a break and play that thing about what's going to happen.
Yeah. I have that pulled up.
Okay.
Just give me a
I
second.
don't know.
But then
I
is
recently
Infowars
discovered
even
that
wait, is Infowars around anymore? Because I heard something like it was shut down. Like
no, they're still around.
Yeah, they're still around.
I think they'll always be around. It's like hanging
even
there.
regardless of the name. But yeah, no. Just to let you know, I do not take Infowars seriously at all. I just think it's funny. Like, so.
I love how you have to give that disclaimer before you play anything from Infowars. I don't think any of this is serious. Like,
I get my news exclusively from Infowars.
I get my news exclusively from Steven Crowder, guys.
I think all those guys are
Shout out.
methods of containment to contain the right wing. So that's my view.
All right, I will pull up News Fists, the thing you sent me.
Trump is leading in Northampton County, Pennsylvania right now with 73% in. That's actually
Yeah.
a county he lost to Biden narrowly.
Um,
That's near Allentown. That's the Reading area.
I'm glad they called my state before any votes were in.
Oh, yeah.
Montana's.
No, like it's
Because-
not even. Yeah, you don't even like. Honestly, at this point, why even? Here's the best way. Here's a way to limit democracy: only have the people in the swing states vote.
Just call everything else. Yeah.
Just call everything else except the swing states.
I mean, Idaho, they should call already because there's no way that the Mormon Mafia wouldn't
That's
allow
right.
the Democrats to win that state.
All right, so here's the video that I was sent. Okay, yeah, I had this pulled up earlier. I was wondering what this was earlier. All right, so I guess we're gonna watch this. Oh, there's
I
echo.
love this ad.
Somebody there's noise in someone's background. Okay.
Yeah, that's
good.
Ezra.
Thanks. Thank you. All right, let's take a look. A warning from the future.
We weren't always like this. We had a beautiful life,
Oh God.
the best parties, The
It looks
most
like a lame
beautiful friends.
party
We thought it was just another election.
because it is.
So a lot of us didn't vote. Why bother? Everyone knew the system was rigged. Many of us even voted for them. I know it sounds crazy now, but we didn't like Democrats back then. We were angry about the vaccine mandates and how they handled the war in Gaza and the way they wanted to censor free speech on the internet.
They want unquestioned obedience.
So what did we end up doing? We voted for the guys who openly said they wanted to imprison dissenters and use the military against their political opponents.
Based.
I don't remember that ever being said.
So yeah, you were wrong on that. Big time.
I'm in the military. I endorse politically repressing
When
people.
Trump got sick and died, Vance was 39 years old when he became president. 30 years later, he's still president
Oh,
today.
God.
And with the Supreme Court on his side, they gave him dictatorial powers. They took away women's reproductive rights, outlawed contraception, and removed the minimum wage. Then we had repression of dissent,
Got rid of minimum wage. That's
AI surveillance of everything we did or said on a level we couldn't imagine. The government under Vance, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk set up concentration camps for illegal immigrants, then legal immigrants, then even homeless people.
Okay, I don't agree with that latter one.
They finally admitted climate change was real, but it was too late. Florida sank into the Gulf and the West burned, and cities across the country became uninsurable, then uninhabitable. Musk and Thiel poured all of our resources into artificial intelligence so they and their friends could become immortal.
What kind of American are you?
I don't know what happened to them, but I know what happened to us.
Dum dum dum.
And what's like the I just like expect like the Avengers theme to like come on after that.
Yeah. Yeah. Avengers Assemble.
Who made this?
Yeah, what was this? Was this a? I can't tell. Was this a parody or?
No, look. If you scroll to like the last couple of seconds, it tells you it's some nonprofit that put it together. It's not like an official thing. It's just great. I just
It reminded me of the remember the Civil War movie that came out like
yeah.
I never saw it, but there was the what kind of American art like it seemed like that scene. It would have been hilarious if that was spliced in there.
I have that clip if you want to play it.
I do love that clip. What kind of American are you?
Yeah, I'll play it. We can have some fun for a little bit.
I had to make supper anyway because I skipped supper earlier for streaming.
Oh,
So
no, you're good.
I made that's why I was AFK for longer than I expected. I was too hungry. I had to make something.
Okay, I don't want to get copyright struck. That's the thing.
Well, I mean, look, they'll only strike you after the stream is up, and you can just trim it out. It happens to me all the bloody time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on.
Here we go. I'll upload it to Catbox for you. And you can.
Oh, okay, that works.
You can check it out.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is pretty much in the bag for Trump.
Yeah.
That's just my prediction at this point. But either way, I'll get purged from the military, depending on whichever one would have won. Trump, because of my let's just say not favorable view of the certain tribe that we're not supposed to talk about, and Kamala
we're
for
not talking about that. We're not having that discussion.
And Kamala just for other reasons because I'm not woke enough. So
woke, unironically using the word woke.
I mean, honestly, I'm like, yeah, I've been politically purged from the military. I've had a commissar showing up either way. So
hold on, I will turn on the.
What are we not allowed to talk about?
The certain tribe,
Yes.
Why? Why can't we talk about
The
that?
tribe of Judah on this street specific. Well, either way, hold on.
But
Here
it's
we have
critically important to the MAGA to MAGA versus Kamala.
I mean, they win either way.
Yeah.
There's some kind of misunderstanding here. Look, we're American, okay?
Yeah, what type of
Okay.
American?
What kind of American are you? You don't know?
Have any of y'all heard of the 1997 HBO Civil War movie?
No,
I've not heard of that.
Okay, it was a Civil War prediction by HBO that believed that immigration would cause the Civil War because it's like the federal government tries to force Idaho to take Pakistani migrants, and Idaho deploys the National Guard, and they actually get in a fight with the 82nd Airborne that tries to escort them across the border, and that starts the Civil War. But and there was like a scene where it's actually units from the Idaho, Montana, and North Dakota Guard get in a firefight with the 82nd Airborne. And pretty much that'd be like the modern military. I could easily see that. There's even mutinies within the 82nd in that movie for people from those states mutiny against the army. I could easily see that as somebody who's been in now for 5 years. Come 3 days from now will be my 5th year.
All right, so we are going to check in on InfoWars.
I'll find the link to that, at least a Twitter clip of that movie.
Just to let you guys know, I'm going to hop out at the top of the hour.
And
I
of
have a
course,
few other
Corsican-
streams I need to pop into.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Check out.
No, you're fine. All right.
I definitely want to see what InfoWars is doing though, real quick.
Yeah.
You want the strength to eat your neighbors? Get Dr. Jones Cushurton. It will help you to eat your neighbors. And buy Dr. Jones wholesome barbecue sauce. Make your neighbors even tastier.
What happened here?
There's some kind of
What the fuck's going on with you? Oh, there we go. Right.
support. Anti-inflammatory effects, allergy relief, heart health, antiviral and antibacterial properties. That's the big one. Supports respiratory health, blood sugar regulation, improves exercise performance,
Wow, you
brain
kill
health,
liberals much more
cognitive,
efficiently.
all of it. So these are amazing known staples that are so good for your body.
I think it's
your immune
perfect that
system,
when we go to check
but
in
not
on
just
Alex
so
Jones, he's
you have a better
hawking
chance of not
he's
getting
hawking
ill.
snake oil.
It's the
This is the
overall
intestine of a
general
liberal.
quality of
You will have
life
to
you're
remove
gonna
this
have.
before you
So
can
I
eat him.
take both of these now at drjonesnaturals.com. They're available
Dr.
for
Jones is
40% off limited
natural.
time. And if InfoWars shuts down next week, we're not going to have InfoWars store anymore. We're going to have our sponsors like drjonesnaturals.com and the alexjonestore.com for the equipment, the satellite uplinks, the crew, the servers, the reporters, the writers, just all of it, and the legal as we keep battling the globalists as they try to shut us down. So we're going to continue our amazing work. We cannot do without your support. This is a no-brainer. You need to get this wherever you get it. If you got this stuff at Whole Foods, they've got other great versions there. Everybody knows about Quercetin and CoQ10. These are established. These are known. These are the game changers. Get it from us. Get high quality. Get a low price. Keep us on air. That's the win-win. So please visit drjonesnaturals.com today.
You can't say doctor,
and
so he
get
says
these
DR.
Great quality products, and there's so many other great ones there as well. Thanks for your support. I go to drjonesnaturals.com, and I thank you for your support. We've had a lot of listener requests over the last few years to try to find some of my earlier broadcasts. Now, the stuff from 1994 to about 2001, there's little pieces here and there. They all go super viral.
This is not the election. This is not election
And
coverage.
people notice that
I mean, I've got like weird stuff you can play if you want.
No, that's good.
there's some kind of
I'm just surprised that Alex Jones is not live reacting to the election coverage or to the election in general.
Yeah, it says watch live InfoWars Network.
Yeah,
But he's
The race
not
for the
doing
White House,
anything election related. He's just like
no,
hawking
it's
some-
just ad time basically. Alex
Oh.
is taking a piss and
Okay.
powerful
killing a
today.
deer or something.
So either way. So
We do.
yeah, no, I remember I remember last year we were going, or not last year, but 4 years ago we were going. God, that was 4 years ago. Time flies. No, but we were. There was this. Oh God, it was on InfoWars last year. There was somebody who was dressed up like a baby. They had a baby mask and they had a rattle, and they were wearing the person was wearing a belly shirt that just said Biden on it, and the baby was wearing a mask. It was the most cursed thing ever. Like, it was like some weird dumb skit that just like showed up in the middle of InfoWars. So, but so what do you have to say, Newsfist? What did you say you had? You had some stuff to share?
Oh, I've got I did like a ton of research and prep for my stream that didn't happen tonight, so I've got tons of stuff. Wait, let
and if you need the links again, I saved them in a file just in case.
Yeah, nice. Let me see, what have I got? I think this is quite funny. This is Obama AI. Try that. What else? What other stuff have I got? This is quite funny.
So Kilhoon, did you ever say your second prediction? Because I heard you made your first one.
I did the Kamal as a sacrificial lamb, and then
Okay, yeah, that was Aiden's. That was more or less Aiden's position.
And then the other one was like at the beginning of the night. I also thought that they might just give it to Kamal. They might do a ballot dump, and she'll be the accelerationist candidate who just accelerates the decline even farther.
So Ezra, as sort of like as the Mr. Libertarian here, is libertarians for Kamala actually a thing?
Is it a thing on like a broad scale? No. Is it a thing in a few niche circles? Yeah, absolutely. But not to fall into the trap of the not a real libertarian thing, but I would argue that most of those people are not libertarians. They're more like classical liberals.
Well, that falls under the umbrella.
You could argue that it falls under the umbrella, and I definitely agree with that in most contexts. But I just think whenever you're supporting a very left-wing candidate, I can't, like, if you're pretending to be pro-market, if you're pretending to be like economically right-wing, as most libertarians tend to be, right, or economically far-right, even as some of us are, I think to support Kamala Harris is just like probably the least consistent thing that you can do, right? And I don't like. There's a group out there of quote unquote liberals that has been floating around for a while, and they used to be involved in the Libertarian Party. They used to actually be like active Libertarian Party, card-carrying Libertarian Party members that split away from the Libertarian Party. I think they're called like Project Liberal or something like that. And that's your libertarian.
I know exactly. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah,
I know exactly. Yeah.
So that's your libertarians for Kamala wing, but it really doesn't go very much further than that. I mean, libertarians for Kamala, you're looking at people like Joe Walsh, who is not, like, in my opinion, anyway a libertarian. He's like way too right wing on a lot of social stuff to be a libertarian, and also he has just basically become a full on Democrat at this point. So how can we say that he's actually a libertarian? But he is definitely painting himself as like a.
I remember.
Yeah, he's definitely painting himself as like a pro-liberty, at least a pro-liberty Kamala Harris supporter. And there are a few of them out there, but I don't think that Kamala Harris has any significant base in the in the Libertarian Party or even in the liberty movement more generally, like especially not among the people that I hang out with, the people that I know, but I wouldn't expect that anyway. But Tim Walz said that. He said something funny like about a week ago or last weekend. He said that because Dick Cheney and Dick and Liz Cheney are supporting the Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket, that gives libertarians the license to feel okay about supporting them. And I'm just like, could you be any more out of tune with reality? Like, you are actually delusional if you think having Liz and Dick Cheney's backing is going to make libertarians want to support you. Like, I don't know where he gets his information, but that is just egregiously false statement.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say, so back when at the LPNC, well, I was actually there. I was like literally right in the front row when Trump spoke to the LPNC. And there was some discussion. Do you think that McArdle, in case anyone doesn't know, Angela McArdle, she's chairwoman of the Libertarian Party. Do you think that the whole plan, like the reason that they decided to go with Chase Oliver, was purposefully in order to push some libertarians away so they would end up supporting Trump as a potential vehicle towards incremental change? Like,
It's arguable.
Do you think like
It's definitely arguable.
Yeah. Like, do you think,
But I
for
don't-
instance, do you think that the people in the Mises Caucus, specifically Angela, who's the head of the party, do you think she voted for Oliver or Trump?
Oh, she voted for Trump. She
Yeah.
100% voted for Trump. Like, there's no
Did she
doubt in
outright
my
say
mind
it?
about that.
Yeah,
I
bet
don't know
she-
if I don't know if that was her plan. Like, generally, I can't look into her mind and see if that was her plan. But I think if it had have been her plan, she couldn't have played it any better, right? I mean, Oliver is like, it's funny because a lot of libertarians consider Oliver to be like, you know, the candidate that's closest to them. But then he also goes out and he says like some really weird stuff about taxpayers paying for transgender surgeries
And then legalizing,
some-
and then also
some-
he was against Roe v. I know he was against Roe v. Wade.
Yeah, he was against Roe v. Wade being overturned.
I mean, he was
actually.
against it being overturned. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a big debate in libertarian circles about abortion and, you know,
Yeah.
pro-life, pro-choice, but
I mean, and
I think
there are consistent arguments both ways on libertarian grounds. Yeah.
yeah, no, there definitely are consistent arguments both ways, but I think Oliver generally, like 80% of the time, I agree with what he says. I think he's pretty articulate. I think he understands the theory pretty well, but there's just some aspects of his campaign that really, like, right-wing libertarians or, you know, people that fancy themselves to be radical libertarians, Rothbardians, ANCAPs even. Well, ANCAPs don't typically vote, but like Rothbardians are not going to support him just based on a few issues, and I think that's essentially I mean, that's what it is, right? I just think there's a few issues that are just non-starters for a lot of Rothbardian radical libertarians. And that was always going to be the case with Oliver, even whenever he started running for the nomination, because of like previous stuff that he had said, like, you know, the COVID hysteria and all that nonsense that happened. And I actually defended Oliver on a few of those points because I thought, you know, some of it's good faith ignorance and just, you know, falling into some traps that a lot of people fell into in the libertarian movement, or some people fell into in the libertarian movement, but some of it is not really defensible or defendable. And I think, you know, if Angela wanted to draw libertarians away from Chase Oliver, she couldn't have done a better job than she has done right now. And whether you love Angela, hate Angela, or indifferent about Angela, I think she is definitely a bold strategist. She's a very smart woman. She knows what she's doing. She does what she wants. And in some ways, you have to admire her for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So, but what do you think of it in terms of the Libertarian Party? Do you think the Mises Caucus is going to last? Because, I mean, it was definitely a big influential force like 2 years ago as far as libertarianism or the Libertarian Party, libertarian politics is concerned. Party politics, I mean. But then you had Heiss, Michael. He recently he stepped down, or he started the Mises Caucus. He took a back seat. And then I don't know. I've heard like mixed things kind of on that. I mean, I haven't heard anything much about the Mises Caucus. Lately, though.
I don't really know if the Mises Caucus is going to last, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, my sense is that they may be splitting up into a few different factions, and the Mises Caucus as we know it may not exist anymore. That's kind of the sense that I'm getting based on some of the things that I've heard, but I don't know if they're going to last or not. I think if they do, it's going to be very difficult for them to continue to maintain control of the party in terms of just like, you know, the executives of the party, like, you know, the secretaries and all the different positions in the party. Like, they're not going to be able to hold those forever, but they do a very good job of turning out their delegates. And I was just a little surprised. I don't know. I thought that I thought that more of the people that went for the other candidates that were running in the Libertarian Party primary would vote against Oliver, but I think there was just like a silent agreement that they needed to defeat Rechtenwald, who, to be fair, I'm no fan of.
Is it
But
okay if I interject for a minute? Like, I'm
Yeah,
sorry to cut
absolutely.
you off. I just, it's getting late for me, and I wanted to say my good nights or say my goodbyes before I head out for the night.
Oh, absolutely.
I really appreciate you having me on earlier and letting me be a mainliner. I had a lot of fun. And Newsfist, I salute you for all your efforts, man. You are a beautiful, dedicated autist to the cause. I appreciate you.
Thanks, yes.
And welcome 3 of 12.
Yeah,
my
that's-
other co-host.
Good to see you, Ray.
There you
How you
go.
doing, man?
It's glad to be here with the others. You know, this feels right. This feels very right.
Good. And I'm sorry to be leaving now, 3, but I turn into a pumpkin.
Oh, I know your
cookie, so
hours. It's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, Ezra, you said
I get up
you said
before dawn every day.
okay.
It's only like 11 p.m. where you are, yes, man. It's like 4 a.m. here. Come on, God.
Well, an all-nighter he is. I'm probably gonna
Yeah,
be
but
an
I
all-nighter.
don't. I take care of a 70-year-old and her sick husband.
Oh,
Like I get up.
Oh, okay. Well,
before I
fair
go to
enough.
bed.
Okay, that's
That's
much
fair.
better.
All right,
Yeah,
guys.
it's-
Well, I
it's
love y'all, and I
healthier.
had fun tonight. And God bless America and all that good stuff. But I'm
All
gonna
right.
have a
head
good
out.
evening.
Good night, everybody.
You have a good
What were
evening.
you,
Good
what were you saying,
night.
Politicrat?
I was
Good
saying,
night.
so yeah, you said Ezra before you leave, you wanted to take a look and see what Alex is up to. So let's take a look. Oh, what's Crowder doing here?
Oh,
Oh God.
And why
No.
why
wait, is he with Alex, or is he like reacting to a clip of Crowder?
There's some kind of misunderstanding.
Immediate ad.
That
Do you
keeps
keep like
happening.
clicking the wrong tab or something?
No,
I'm
I
doing
can't
that, yeah.
minimize it.
What the hell was it? One
That's
thing,
so weird.
we're looking into some numbers here that are pretty damn interesting. I think my
Crowder
suspicions,
on
not
InfoWars.
going to make any official calls, were likely correct as it relates to Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and some of the swings that we're seeing. And if we can apply that, we're going to cross-reference it with some other counties that have already been called, not necessarily in
This is too
swing
serious, honestly.
states, but in states that have already been called. So we can look at some definitive patterns and see that it may be the reason this election plays out
What is he doing with
the
his
way that it will in
hands?
swing states.
Hand
like
rubbing
Pennsylvania.
intensive.
Dude, that's so weird.
Before we get to that,
Dude,
point,
this
Is he like putting? Is he
images.
putting on like
When
hand
you do that,
sanitizer, or does he just do that?
cross-reference. Is that because
He's
the
always been
demographics
very
are similar?
effeminate,
Yeah.
so I'm
Yeah.
in other
Well,
words,
he's-
I'm going to
he's-
look at
he's
some
very
demographics that
eccentric.
we're looking at right
Yeah.
now and see, okay, if there
Maybe
was
he's
some
just a
major
little
trend
bit
in these counties
neurotic,
where we saw some
and he has to
significant
do stuff with
swings,
his hands because he's
and we
you know,
saw them in
nervous.
places, not only in Florida, but if that seems to check out consistently with
But the-
places like New York, places that have already been called. In other words, I'm not talking about counties that Donald Trump wins, but if certain demographics have been swinging consistently with a pattern,
Yeah, but
that'll give us some interesting projections that we can make that other people are not going to be willing to make because they would consider it racist.
are there states with a lot of Jews and Cubans other than Florida?
Well, certainly a lot of states with a lot of Jewish votes, and if you're seeing
Oh, I
enough
know.
of those right
Yeah.
now, what may be the theme of this election, and I'm just telling people that there may be something there, is enough Jewish voters peeling off from the Democrat base, and yeah, enough Hispanics may be peeling off, and that may determine some counties in these swing states.
I see.
Because a lot of people are afraid, based on certain areas that may be heavily Kamala not reporting yet, but we're seeing some numbers play out remarkably consistently.
Uh-oh.
All right, we're going to go back to Crowder in a minute. I was having fun with Patrick and David, but I love these guys as well. They told me be on right there at 10. I'm ready to go. But we've had some feeds cutting out, and so I see some of our computer issues there. So we're going to wait while that goes on. Go ahead and bring me back on, feed his audio.
About my legal futures.
First of all, sense of humor
What?
is a function of
What?
intelligence.
How's this person going to get everything? I was making dick jokes, the local chuckle hut.
Hey, you know,
Hey.
juries love dick jokes.
It's true, they do.
Yeah, they do.
You would
They
be
do.
surprised. Yeah, I've been in enough rooms now where I'm like, oh, it just comes down to whether they like the lawyer.
Yes.
So
I don't even know what they're
True of
talking about.
Sales and anything else.
it's true of anything else. So right now, we do have an update right now.
Me neither.
Noodles,
Oh, what's his
Toolman, before we get to Alex Jones in
One more
South
shilling.
County. I do believe that we have a video here. So let's go to our electoral integrity map if we can. I know we have Reuters there right now, but the electoral integrity.
All right. So either way, so 3 of 12.
Yeah, what's up, buddy?
I asked this of pretty much everyone when they were coming on, and I know you arrived late, so I guess the questions could be framed a little different. But so I asked everyone every time someone's come on, I've asked, okay, what are their predictions? But since it's late, What were your predictions going into it, and how were your predictions different than what is currently unfolding?
I'm actually really not surprised with the current set of things, although I'm seeing a few things that are concerning. The fact that Fox can't seem to keep up with they're not keeping up with Newsmax on their coverage. The percentages are starting to drift. For example, like on Newsmax, they're saying that they have over 95% in Virginia, and Fox is not caught up on that, and yet they are ahead on Maine. And I find that really weird. But as far as like not catching every single swing state, that's kind of what I expected. 6 out of 7 projected was probably a little optimistic on our side. I'm not shocked. If we don't get Virginia, no big deal. I was necessarily expecting it. I'm surprised Maine is as close as it is, and I'm not shocked that New Jersey has slipped it from the grasp.
No, we were joking earlier that future elections, they should just call all of the heavily blue or red states right away and just have people in swing states vote.
True.
That would actually, you'd have the same result.
It'd save so much taxpayer money.
Yes.
I also I don't like the excessive calling of states that have 6% in. I'm like, okay, either you know it or you don't. Come on, buddy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Either
they have
red or-
access. They have access to the returns before pretty much anybody else does, though, right? So they kind of know when they make a call that there's not enough votes to make up the difference for X candidate.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's how it works. I mean, that's how it used to work.
I'm just I'm not sure if 95% of the votes for Virginia are actually in. Not sure about that.
Is that what Newsmax is saying, or is that what Fox is saying?
Newsmax is saying more than 95%, and it just never changes. But Fox is still changing.
Where's Fox at?
I'll give you the link. I'll put it in a private chat so you can look at it.
I meant the percentage, but
They are at 74.58%, and it is changing.
That's a significant difference. They're just being a little bit more conservative with how they report the returns.
Yeah, the numbers keep changing. It's still a really close race.
This is an interesting one.
I just noticed that, and it's really suspicious.
Yeah. Tracking a few of these Senate races too, it's starting to look like Republicans are going to pick up several flips in these Senate races. Maybe even, it's looking like, Pennsylvania could be flipping into the Republican column. That would be huge for their Senate majority. There's also the race in. I don't think, have the polls closed in Nevada yet? Because I'm interested about that Senate race, because every single poll that I saw showed Sam Brown, this disabled veteran, just getting kind of hounded in the polling, and he was I'm thinking maybe they kind of underestimate him a little bit, because I don't know, I just get the sense that he's going to do better than the polling suggested. When do the polls close in Nevada, or have they already?
Okay,
they're closed.
Yeah, everything's closed.
Okay, so all the polls across the country are closed right now.
No,
Is
actually,
Alaska?
Alaska closes at 1.
Well,
Yeah.
Alaska delivers their votes by
Yeah,
dog
that's
sled,
right.
So
Alaska and Hawaii. I completely forgot about them.
Not that they're a mystery or anything.
Right.
No. I was born in Hawaii, so.
Oh wow, didn't know that.
Yeah, I moved when I was 3, but.
Wow.
But yeah, okay. So let's take a look at Fox. Let's see what they're saying. So.
So they're showing.
Then
Trump
we definitely know Hawaii's voting Kamala.
Yeah.
And wait, what are these 3 lines in here?
That's because Nebraska divides up their electoral college vote by district.
That's weird.
Yep. Maine does it too.
They could at least make them slanted. Come on now.
They can at least divide up by what actual district it is.
Yeah, that's a little annoying. That's just a little ugly, frankly. Just put lines through the state.
They should at least put more lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it still indicates that it's the lion's share goes to Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And of course, not surprised by New England.
No,
Maine, though,
but-
I thought Maine was going to be more red. I was expecting it to be a bit more red.
There's only about 19% of the votes of the entire state in right now, so
That's true.
I have
Virginia is
New
70.
Hampshire. Pretty much
So
all.
I think Kamala's just barely going to win Virginia.
Yeah,
So-
and it was suspected that Virginia was more likely than Maine anyway.
So about
This
50
is
to
way
48.
closer. Virginia is way closer than it was back in 2020.
I think Virginia is shifting right, and that's weird to say, but I don't think that the Glenn
always
Youngkin
been a-
governorship was.
It's always been a
was
red
fluid.
state
It's not
traditionally.
shifting. It's not shift. It's Virginia is fundamentally a purple state. People say, "Oh,
Yeah.
make it red again, make it blue again." No, it's always just been a purple state.
And that's because of Northern Virginia being a colony of DC.
The spirit of Lee is rising again.
Also, the Newport News, Hampton Roads area, which has a large African American population.
I mean, I think in the future there is a possibility of Loudoun County of flipping, because it's like the richest county in the entire state, but it's full of
That's right. That's where I'm from. Yeah,
and it's
I
full
don't
of
know.
well-to-do people.
I've seen. Okay, so in Loudoun County, I have seen more Trump signs. I've seen more Trump signs than I remember in 2020.
Yeah.
And I feel like a big part of that, and I think this does make an interesting point of conversation. So I'm going to come right out and say, so I think there was attempted election fraud in 2020. However, I do not think that the fraud, it was substantial enough to have actually determined or to have actually done anything. So like, regardless.
No,
fraud
I
or not,
strongly
I think-
disagree.
Okay, yeah, I get it, but like the thing is, like the way I see 2020, the 2020 election, it wasn't really a presidential election so much as it was a referendum against Donald Trump, and I think Trump would have won had COVID not happened, because people had COVID in the back of their minds. It's like it was happening right then. It was in the middle of the pandemic, and so people saw how. And again, I don't think any president, I think regardless of who was president, the same thing would have happened. But Trump mishandled COVID. He definitely fumbled that. He's the one who put Fauci in charge too. He was like one of the strongest vaccine cheerleaders.
He was also a cheerleader for lockdowns. Don't forget that part.
Lockdowns, yep. So basically, it was a referendum against him, and primarily because he handled COVID. Had COVID not happened and the economy kept chugging along the way it was, Trump probably would have won in 2020.
I'm going to counter something a little bit, because he wasn't a cheerleader for lockdowns, but he did let the states decide what they were going to do. He took a very decentralized and state by state approach to it, and I agree. I agree that he shouldn't have let them do that.
He wanted a short national lockdown early on, though.
Yes, early on, yes. And then when he realized,
which is still not justifiable.
No, of course not. And the problem is that he wasn't acting on principle. He was acting. It was a knee-jerk reaction, and he changed his mind later, as he often does.
Yeah, like my theory is like he just listens to whatever the last person told him.
Yeah, he was doing what his aides told him, and the thing is, he was still trusting them back then. He still didn't understand. He hadn't grasped Smitty and friend enemy distinction yet. He surrounded himself with completely different people. That's not happening again.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hear a lot of rumors that Mike Pompeo could be one of the crown jewels of his new administration if he does win this election, and that's looking more and more likely. But if he surrounds himself with Mike Pompeo again, I would say that would be a good indicator that he has not learned his lesson.
Yeah, it doesn't seem consistent with his recent behavior, but yeah, if he does that, I'm going to lose a lot of respect.
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. I can totally see that happening again, because he's not particularly principled. Like the thing is for me,
he's more gut
feeling.
feeling.
For me, it's like the reason I would rather have Trump win over Kamala is not because I like Trump. I've never been a big Trump fan. But at the same time,
no, really?
No. But
couldn't tell.
No, but the thing is, the people that he's going to bring on board, the people he brought, that's what it's about.
Yeah.
Also, like Supreme Court judges, that sort of thing.
Look, Trump kicked against the guardrails every once in a while, and he really didn't like having limits on presidential power, and he thought the president could do a lot of things the president couldn't actually do, but
Because
the
he's a business.
the
He's a
guardrails
businessman. He's
stayed
used
in
to.
place.
He's used to being like CEO and stuff. So
Yeah,
that's what he wants. He
he's
just
used
wants
to
it to run
being
like a
able-
bus- yeah.
used to
He
being able to
delegated a lot
tell
of
people
power,
what to
though.
do.
Like here's the thing though. So Trump basically, Trump is not maliciously trying to destroy democracy. When he tries to bypass things, and when he tries to undermine like bureaucracies and Congress and that sort of thing,
Yeah.
it's purely because his mind is rooted in a place, we need to do what the most efficient thing is possible. Like that's how his
Yeah.
brain works.
It's
He
because
doesn't
it's because he thinks that he knows better, and he thinks it would be more efficient to do it that way, because that's the way it's always worked in business. But what I was
Exactly.
going to say is that essentially, like, I think Kamala Harris is more dangerous because Trump kicks against the guardrails, and Trump tries to skirt the guardrails when he can't get his way, like a lot of presidents have done. However, Kamala Harris just wants to remove them. Like, look at her position on the Senate filibuster. Look at how she wants to pack the court. She doesn't want to have those guardrails in place. She won't just kick against them. She wants to completely remove them. She doesn't want to have any impediment on her executive power.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like with Trump, the system works, but with Harris, she kind of wants to fundamentally restructure and remove the system. So I would argue
Well,
that
yeah.
she's more dangerous.
Democrats
Well,
want
I
to
agree.
treat the federal
She's
government
definitely
as the Democrats want to treat the federal government as a unitary power block. Like instead of having an actual federal government, where the federal government acts as the glue that holds the states together and has separate power from the states, just wants a unitary government. Just wants to be like Italy.
Yeah.
Or
Congress becomes an afterthought, very strong executive power. That's something that Democrats have leaned into of late, especially in terms of like war powers and things like that. It used to be that the Democrats were the ones that didn't want the president to be sending troops somewhere without congressional authorization, and now they're right there along with it.
And let's be honest, the reason for that is because they always held Congress. They always held at least the House. They had power there, and now that meta isn't working for them anymore, they don't like it.
Well, it's kind of like this.
It's kind of like
Nobody
how they
likes.
play. It's kind of also it's also whenever a guardrail or a system or an institution or just a I'm trying to think the best word. What's the word I'm looking for? Okay, or either way, whenever a guardrail or a system or whatever, whenever it doesn't go in one party's favor during a particular election, but it goes in the other party's favor, they'll completely switch sides. Take a look at the Electoral College. Take a look at the Electoral College, for instance. The Republicans were the ones who were calling. The Republicans were the ones who were calling for the election or the abolition of the Electoral College for years. Like they were the anti-Electoral College party. Like you take a look at you had George H.W. Bush criticized the Electoral College. He wanted
but those were American Empire globalists, and we knew they were going to be against it.
Listen, so so George W. Bush, Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, and a lot of mainstream Republican politicians. But then, and the Democrats were for it. But then, when it went in the Republicans' favor in 2016, the Democrats all of a sudden come out against the Electoral College. But the funniest part about that, though, is how Donald Trump, literally a year later, I think it was in 2018, he then said, "Oh yeah, no, the Electoral College is stupid. We should probably do something else." But he was kind of jumping on Josh Hawley and what's the other one's name? The one from the Midwest. Do you know who I'm talking about? The other sort of populist kind of the guy similar to Josh Hawley. You know which one I'm talking about, right? The senator,
populist guy from the Midwest. Yeah. You know how little that narrows it down.
Yes, I know. Okay, I'm trying to think. Josh Hawley and Tom Cotton. They were both calling. Yeah, they both called for the abolition of the Electoral College back in 2018. Donald Trump said, "Yeah, no, that's probably a good idea." It's funny because yes, even though Republicans are more overwhelmingly in support of the Electoral College these days, I just think it's kind of, because it helped them in 2016. I just think it's kind of funny how even then Trump is still critical of it. But it makes sense though, because it's a very populist thing to do. trying
I
to
do too. Well,
undermine Republican institutions in order to advance mass democracy.
No, I think that most parties
both
like
Trump and
want
Kamala
to
want mass democracy. Yeah.
they want to undermine like institutions when they're not in charge of those institutions. Like I'll give you a perfect example, right? So I worked on the Defend the Guard effort here in Tennessee, and with the Bring Our Troops Home organization, trying to pass Defend the Guard legislation to require a congressional declaration of war, as the Constitution does, before the National Guard can be used in any kind of overseas deployment. And it would basically, what it does in effect is rein back the power of the president, rein back the executive authority, right? And I'm going to be honest with you, because I know how politicians work. There's some part of me that would rather push that legislation. Like, it's easy to push that legislation when Joe Biden is the boogeyman in the White House, right? You could go up to Republican legislators in a supermajority Republican state, and you could say, we need to rein back the power of Joe Biden to call out the National Guard, and we need to really, look at Joe Biden's power and consider making a statement here against Joe Biden's power. But then if Donald Trump wins, I'm going to go into a Republican legislator's office. I'm going to say, oh, we need to rein back the power of Donald Trump, who, by the way, is a Republican and is a member of your party and is now the president of the United States. Like that. That's one of those issues where there really is a lot of bias that goes into what institutions you want to rein back. It really depends on what institutions you're in charge of. If you're in charge of the executive but not Congress, you want to rein in Congress. If you're in charge of Congress but not the executive, you want to rein in the executive, and so on and so forth.
It is very basic friend-enemy distinction. I know those.
Yeah. Politics is basically, it's just zoological power struggles. That's all.
Yeah, well, 100%.
It is just Machiavellian power struggle, but also
I
it's like
I want to say real quick. I want to address because what Sean Crittenden asked, or he said. So he's not taking sides, just saying that the call that they're making for Trump right now was the same exact one as the one for Hillary in 2016 at 8 o'clock, and then 11 and a half hours. Boom. Okay. I think that's just more coincidental. I don't think that just because it's the same call, that I don't think that's a predictor. That's not an indication that the same thing or similar thing is going to happen. It just means that it's an identical call. What do you guys think?
God, trying to go back in the memory banks of 2016.
I still think 2016 was probably the worst year.
Well, let's face it, Democrats are not having a good night tonight. I mean, that could change. There could be something, but they are not having a good night. I just saw Bernie Moreno just beat out Sherrod Brown, who's like the token moderate Democratic senator in Ohio. So that was a big race to watch.
Oh, Brown lost?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
Sherrod Brown
mathematically, right now, Kamala can't win. So mathematically,
Also,
if
you go on Twitter at the moment and you type the full version of KMS, it is amazing. Like there is about to be a massive mental health crisis from just go to Twitter and search for KMS. It's insane.
I told my fiance. I says my fiance is in she's in her senior year of college. I told her to go to class tomorrow and try to observe how many people in the class are absent, because I remember back in 2016 when I went to this was my sophomore year of college. So yeah. So I went to class the next day on after election day in 2016, and like half the class was gone. Like half the class, like for all the classes I had that day, it was like 50% of the people were gone. Probably like they couldn't get out of bed that morning. So I told my fiance when she goes to class in the morning, she should observe that.
I just can't imagine being that obsessed, like letting my life revolve around.
Oh yeah, people are though, and it's sad. It's really sad.
It is. It's really sad. I mean, it's like symptomatic of like frankly not having a life. I'm sorry, but that's kind of what it is. Like if you don't have anything else, like you don't have a family, you don't have like a spouse, a significant other, whatever it is, and you're just so invested in politics to the point that politics is your life. I mean, unfortunately tonight there will be people that do unalive themselves over these election results, and that
Do
is
you really think
very, very
that's
unfortunate.
sad?
Get a
That
new
is-
hobby for fuck's sake.
I mean, look, we'll probably. I mean, you know, people say stuff on the internet, but the way this whole election has been framed, right, as literally, it's the end of the world, guys. You know, if Trump gets back in, it will literally be like World War II again. It's insane. Like, you know, the left is always talking about stochastic terrorism. Surely, you know, obviously the rules never apply both ways, but you could make a cogent argument that they have, you know, stoked mass psychogenic illness in the American population by doing this, you know.
So what's funny is, since I actually do work for the federal government technically, at least within the U.S. military, it's kind of like a stoic position that I've observed. Nobody treats any election as an existential crisis like the American populace does, because everybody knows in the military that it doesn't really matter who's in charge. Like, the faces change, but everything's the same effectively.
Yeah.
And
that's that mature stoic mentality that I see in a lot of veterans and a lot of current active duty people in the military. It's just like, yeah, maybe well, it's going to be new boss, same as the old boss, essentially. Maybe the faces change, but we're still going to have to do the same thing over and over and over again, and nothing really changes on our end. So why do we care?
Like,
I remember that was the name. That was the title of the first stream I did after Biden was elected. It was just like on predictions for the Biden presidency back in early 2021. The name of the stream was just called what was it? It was like same as the old boss, I think. That's
New
what I call
boss,
it.
same as the old boss.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's
And
perfect.
That's pretty much how we treat in the military. Like, the only thing that was different for me today was normally we do battalion staff meetings. Since I'm in a staff position, I go to those meetings. But our major who hosts them canceled it because he told everybody to go vote. So that was like literally the only thing that was different today in the military wise. Otherwise, everything is business as normal.
Now tell me something, because I'm not super familiar with how this works. So just for my own education, are you guys allowed to be like super loudly political active, or do you have to kind of keep that under wraps?
You can. So it depends. If you can't do anything politically in uniform, but you can do things in pseudonym. You can like use a pseudonym online, or say as like a private citizen. I believe X. Also, like your whole thing, what state are you from that you were trying to advocate for the National Guard thing?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. So the reason why like your campaign would have failed is because you would have actually been having to rewrite the entire Army doctrine that was made, you know, the Abrams Doctrine?
I'm familiar, but I'm not exactly sure what it entails.
So the Abrams Doctrine was essentially the full incorporation of all reserve components into the strategic planning of all the armed forces, but specifically the Army is very reliant upon our reserve components because the majority of our soldiers are actually reservists and guardsmen. Like, the active duty component is about 47% of the U.S. Army. But the National Guard makes up I think they have a third of our deployable field brigades, of our combat brigades specifically. So that would have been a no-go with the Department of the Army. Like, they would have shot down any idea of not incorporating the National Guard into the force structure of the greater Army.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we received a ton of pushback from different lobbying groups, and especially the Department of the Military here in the state. But this is a pretty popular thing, so it's definitely passed.
It's popular for civilians, but it's not popular for the actual military, because it is that vital. If you're actually thinking about like the broad strategic thinking of that goes on, the National Guard, I think it's like there's 7 field divisions. Like, states are conglomerated together into different field divisions. Like, say, I know like Minnesota, Iowa, parts of Montana, and I think parts of Wisconsin are part of the 34th Division, for instance. I think like Pennsylvania is head of the 19th division. But if you were to break that up, if you were going to say that they can't be deployed in any combat situation that isn't an actual active war, you'd be completely rewriting the force structure of the U.S. Army as it currently stands.
Well, I mean, it's my understanding that the force structure of the U.S. Army doesn't trump the constitutional boundaries, right? I mean, the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
The Constitution has ceased to matter since like Roosevelt took office.
Yeah, I was
The
about to say, that's
wheelchair
what we were
Roosevelt.
saying, yeah. We were saying that
even before that.
the Constitution is basically America's equivalent at this point. The Constitutional Republic is like the ancien regime, and basically the status quo, I was saying, began with FDR. Eventually, of course, the consensus changed a little, specifically on the economic factors. But in terms of institutions and ideology, it really started with FDR. And I was making the argument that the Democrats are actually, in a weird way, the Burkean party and the anti-revolutionary party. Not because they're right-wing or anything, but they are Burkean in the sense where they are hell-bent on defending all of the existence of all of these institutions, feel threatened when change is proposed, or like they're calling to, like when they call to abolish the Department of Education, for example.
But they
see
don't
that as
hold
like
any of the principles of that party or Burke. They're nothing like
no,
him.
no. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying that they hold the principles, but in practice,
You're
they're
saying
fundamental.
the mentality is the same.
The mentality is yes, exactly.
I don't see it.
You don't see it because they are defending the institutions that currently exist at the moment.
No, they're not. They're the subverters of the institutions. They want to subvert them further. They are in no way a traditional or conservative force.
I never said they were. I never said they were conservative. I said that they were. I said, but because
I know, but
like American conservatism is actually conservative.
Well, I'm under no illusion that the Constitution.
I'm not even going that far. I'm saying that like because they are continuing to subvert the institutions, they might be the establishment that has
they're
the
not
power,
trying to subvert
but
the Department
their
of
aims.
Education. They're not trying to subvert the IRS. They're not trying to subvert like any of the bureaucratic systems that exist. Like
the Federal Reserve.
They're hell bent on defending the upholding democracy as a principle. Democracy was not seen as an American principle until after the Second World War. Democracy was simply seen as a secondary tool through which to advance the objective. Like it wasn't.
I don't disagree with that at all. It's that it's not in tune with Whig liberalism that there is no end to the increasing progressivism. They might not need to subvert the IRS anymore to have power over it, but it's going to continue to become more subverted anyway as ambience as they continue to change the culture. It's actually going to continue to get worse. It will.
No, I agree. No, I do agree. I don't disagree.
Yeah, I'm just illustrating that.
I just mean that they're hell bent on defending the current order because they are the status quo. That's what I'm saying. They are not a revolutionary force. That's what I mean. Okay. You know what? I'm talking about I'm talking about the Democratic Party. I'm not talking about like weird online lefties or progressives.
Because I would make the point that many of the institutions are still pointed at and seen as not progressive enough, in the sense that they're not defending them, but they're demanding that they go even farther.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And
that's fair.
In
that's
that sense, they eat themselves.
That's a
they
fair
eat themselves.
Yeah, I don't argue it. I'm not under any illusion that the Constitution really has any teeth whatsoever anymore. It's just been put into the shredder over and over and over again. My
might as well
only
not even have it. Yeah.
My only contention
I
is
wouldn't go that
that
far, but it's still a useful tool.
it is a useful tool, and the reason that it's a useful tool is because there is a group of people out there that still believe that it's a useful tool and still believe that it's the greatest thing since sliced bread and still believe that it can be used to advance what they want, or that it fundamentally stands for what they want and it still has teeth. And as long as that group still exists, I think that can be utilized, whether it makes sense or not, whether the Constitution is respected or not. You can use those groups as long as they're under that delusional mentality. You can be a libertarian constitutionalist. You can basically say, well, the Constitution maybe doesn't matter, but As long as someone thinks that it matters, we can use that to advance what we want.
Then I strongly suggest you continue to believe that it matters, because then if you're going against its own power, you're not helping. The utility of the
What do you mean?
Constitution.
That's
Okay.
also believing that the Constitution is even essentially worth believing in, which is
Look,
arguable.
I think it's a good idea. I think initially it was probably a good idea.
No, it's still a good idea.
But it is still a good idea. It's just not
Very
being
subjective.
followed.
But do you understand what the utility of it is, though? It's not. It doesn't have power because it's a piece of paper.
Yeah, well,
The
that's
idea is
the case
that
with-
the idea is that the power of the Constitution is that it
power of
codifies
belief.
your rights, word for word. So when you actually go to use lawfare, when you actually go to court, when you actually levy accusations against government, you can point at it and say, "This is what the rules are. You've broken them. You're wrong." And that's how
mean-
you can build your entire battle around against the government. You set the
I don't
rules.
dis- I don't disagree with that. I just think that nobody cares. Nobody's following it. The only people that care to follow the Constitution are the people that believe the Constitution still has the teeth that it fundamentally doesn't have.
Like the
right?
boomer con, like that's what the boomer cons think.
I think the
That's
fact
their-
that we're still winning lawsuits, even days before the election, when they could have just not taken them at all, is evidence that it still has power.
So the fact that you need to go to court over these matters means that nobody actually believes in it, and you have to have a formal institution justify.
No, it means that there's people who want to
So
violate it and people that do believe it.
The thing about it, though, have you ever heard? I think it was a Roman principle, but essentially, when you have to formalize a law, people already don't believe in it. Like law should be inscribed upon.
No,
every
exactly.
man's
No,
heart
no,
and
this
mind.
is exactly why.
That
Did you
just
know
means
that?
they're
Did you know that?
sociopaths.
Did you know that? For instance, take a look at the Geneva Convention. I think that's a good example. War crimes. Did you know that war crimes did not become like they were not particularly common until after the signing of the. I mean, they were common, but the number of war crimes committed in terms of both frequency and in terms of like on a mass global scale, specifically among Western countries. But after the signing of the Geneva Convention, war crimes went up.
Yeah.
Like it's basically things like the Geneva, like ethics is basically the field of ethics is more or less the entire purpose of it is to see how much you could get away with.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
and
there was the Hague Convention beforehand, which actually did codify the rights of POWs.
No, that's what. Okay, yeah.
I still
Yeah, I don't
think
wanna-
that it's doing its job. The problem is that the people who are violating these rules see no consequences in violating these rules. So
Well, yeah,
nobody
because they're in
respects
charge.
international courts because there's no consequences.
Well, there's also
When-
no such thing as the international community. Like
Yeah,
that's
basically.
international relation. Lesson 1 of international relations. There's no international community. Rule number 2: always support number 2 in Afro-Eurasia.
Yeah.
Always
I
back
don't
number
want.
2.
I don't want to interrupt, guys, but the state of North Carolina has just been projected to Donald Trump.
Not surprised.
I could have told you that.
That's not shocking. It is. It's probably
New
gonna
York
be
Times
less close
predicting
than it
Trump at
was
301.
last- Yeah, 301.
According to Evil Author.
Okay.
I just saw that.
It's
By the way,
89%
what's the
in,
path
so
they're showing
yeah.
there? What's the path they're showing? 301.
301. Evil Author. If you're
Hmm.
still there, do you think you could send a link in comments? By the way, in the meantime, let's take a look at this.
You can't send links in chat unless you're mod. I'll see if I can dig it up.
Oh, you can't?
So
Okay.
okay, so just
Yeah.
so stuff's apparently kicking off in Seattle around Chaz. Antifa's like black blocking it up. I got another clip as well if you want it.
Of course. Feds are out.
Do not interfere with the police while they are making arrests. If you interfere,
You think they just kind of see the handwriting on the wall at this point?
No, they're like, fuck it, let's go out. We lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's chimp out time.
So please move away from the officers while they are making arrests.
Like Ezra.
Yeah.
So I was messaging with Tho this morning.
Yeah.
And I was messaging with Tho, and I asked him what his predictions are. He said it's going to be bigger than 2016.
Bigger than 2016. Wow.
That was his.
I had a lot of people I was talking to in the lead up to the election that were telling me that. I was like, I think this is going to be close, but it may be a lot less close than what I anticipated. That seems to be the case right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was the governors of Oregon and Washington already they already knew this was going to happen, so they premeditatively mobilized certain units of their National Guard. They didn't mobilize the whole National Guard, I know that for sure.
Looks like Harris is going to take Virginia by about a 3-point margin.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's not-
she's up to
that's not
51% now.
Trump's at 230. Harris is at 185.
Yeah.
That guy has such an effeminate voice.
What is he?
Of course he
What is he saying?
Where are they? What are they doing? What is their objective?
That's the Seattle near the Chaz.
You know, honestly, from like that
Poland,
ad
Baltics,
from,
Finland, Sweden equal base. Supporters of Ukraine are not LARPers. They are if they're not putting their life where their mouth is. So, because that's just me on Twitch, dude. I don't even really stream on Twitch anymore. Okay.
Do you think? You guys think that there's a?
Yeah, no, this guy. Yeah, Russia's winning right now. If Russia's losing, why do they control 20% of the country?
You guys think
Oh,
there's a
oh
decent
shoot! Am I
chance
on
that-
stage right now? Am I on stage? I thought I was still backstage. Oops.
Uh-oh.
No, you are on stage.
But how long was I on for?
About a minute.
30.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Oops, my bad. I still thought I was
No, you're good.
backstage.
Oh no, more Russia.
Okay. I'm
No,
sorry,
there's
Ezra,
just
what
some
were you
like lib in my chat on Twitch. She was saying how like, you know, this like Russia winning and stuff, but he's also saying that Russia's losing. And it's like, I'm just trying to say 78% of Americans live like paycheck to paycheck. They don't care about any of that. They want Trump because he's going to bring the factories back.
Never argue with chat.
So,
yeah, that's a good point.
So wait, this is Chaz or whatever?
Yeah, it's in
I thought
Seattle
Chaz-
near the
Chaz
Chaz,
was-
and
I thought Chaz was
they're arresting some dude, and they're all protesting it.
Is it Seattle or
Wasn't
Portland?
Chaz, didn't Chaz just what? I thought that wasn't.
There
a
were
thing
actually
anymore.
multiple Chazes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Then it became something else. It changed the name to something. Yeah. But
no, it was
but
the
why
Chaz
is it-
originally.
No.
It became Chop. It was Chop,
That's
right?
right. Yeah. But wait. But Chaz, that's not around anymore, though. I thought.
No, it's not. But it's around Capitol Hill.
It's an
The same
idea.
people are still there.
Yeah.
It's now a spiritual belief, so it's an idea now.
Oh my God, Chaz.
God, Chaz is such an embarrassment. Like you have actual like leftist economies out there like China dashing in the future, leading in the electric car industry, building massive power plants and stuff. And then you have these Western leftists, and what are they doing? They're doing their little LARP fest in Chaz. It's embarrassing. Like why can't the West left? The East can left. Every time the East lefts, they build nukes and stuff. What does the West left do? They do this. That's embarrassing. Sad,
because
low
they're
energy.
ontologically lazy. They're a bourgeois left-wing movement.
Yeah, they're not
the
working
peasants.
class left wing movement, and I argue you can't even really be left if you're not working class. So, you know,
But
if you're
no,
not
that's
forward-
actually no. But the thing about Marxism is that you use the same words to describe different groups differently. It's basically virtue signaling. So when Marx would basically walk amongst a bunch of bourgeoisie and call them bourgeoisie, he was basically just labeling them as enemies. They could be working class, and he could still call them bourgeoisie because it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
They're just
about the
just
label,
signaling
not the
that they're
actual
enemies.
It's true. He had a very clear set of definitions on what constitutes the proletariat and what constitutes the
And yet
bourgeoisie.
he
It
violated
derives
them all
from
the time.
But
how
so
they
we're not
relate
going
to
by
production.
Marx's
right?
definition. There still was a word called bourgeois. It was a French word from the 1800s, way before Marx. No, actually, no, 18th century. I meant to say.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
1700s. So that word existed. There was a fine definition. It essentially meant the non-noble, essentially the middle class.
That's
The
right.
point that I'm making is that it is baked into Marxism to have doublespeak.
Yes, because
Yeah.
I mean the manipulation of dialectic is an ancient tactic of politics in general. Like you
Yeah.
just go back to Machiavelli.
Oh, yeah,
There's
it goes
that
back
word
to
again.
Democritus and Epicurean.
Democrat doesn't like the D word very
No,
much.
not dialectic.
I mean, engaging in a little bit of dialectical fun, both any side of the political spectrum can use dialectics against the other.
All I was saying was I find it tragic how these are like the left's strongest soldiers in America, and then the left's strongest soldiers in China have like nuclear weapons and the largest army. I think that's there's a contrast there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the American left, not like what is perceived as the American left, which is like the Democratic Party, right? The Republicans say the left-wing Democratic Party, and they are left-wing on economics, but they're not that far left on economics to be considered like.
No, they're
communists and
liberals. They're
socialists.
not left on economics. They hate communism, man.
Yeah, the majority
Well,
base is neolib.
It is
Neoliberal.
basically, well, it is neoliberal. Yeah, correction. It is neoliberal, but it is like the American left is like kind of weak, to be perfectly honest. Like the European left, like they know how to be like communists and socialists, right? They know how to be.
They don't have any
proper
social
left-wing.
cohesion. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, they
But,
don't have
like,
to be
they
proper
banned-
left-wing.
Yeah, I don't. There aren't really like any like kind of like left countries in Europe though. Like Ukraine banned the Communist Party, for example. Like I guess the closest
No,
one you could point.
Europe is
The
definitely-
closest
Europe-
you could point to would be
Europe's
Belarus,
full
but
of
even then,
left-wing countries.
Europe had no. Here's the thing. No, in the United States doesn't have a true left wing movement. I attribute that has true left wing. I attribute that to Teddy Roosevelt in the same way that that because he basically did what Bismarck did and threw the dog a bone, in order to sort of appease those people who would potentially have created a true leftist movement in the United States. Like there was briefly communists in like the 20s and 30s, but like that fell out of as soon as the Cold War started. That was
Hello,
pretty much-
I'm just passing by and saying hi.
Hello. But I'm just gonna finish what I was saying real quick with that. But
yeah, I have a counterpoint.
But yeah, no. But the United States has never had a true left, but Europe has always had a true left. Like
No, I actually disagree with that because I see any movement that bases its existence on Whig liberalism to be a left-wing movement.
wait, but liberalism is inherently a pro-capitalist ideology. It's not left.
okay, so I think
No.
basically we're talking. I think we're basically when we're all thinking of something different when we say left here. That's why I hate the whole left-right dichotomy because
Okay.
those
Yeah,
are
amen to
completely
that.
nebulous terms. In the epistemological sense, absolutely. I see like liberalism, I guess you could call quote unquote left, but I don't think left is really the best way.
Dude, the
I'd say Whiggish. I'd say let's use a term like Whiggish instead of leftist, because when I think of like leftism, I specifically
guess
think of
so.
policy.
Like
policy
Because
as
the
opposed
concept
Didn't
of
the term come from France? Like
Yes,
in
it's
the middle
merely
of like, the middle of the Marxist fight?
Wait, if liberals are left, then what you're saying is you think Stalin was or if liberals are left, you think Stalin was a liberal, basically.
No,
No, that's not what that's not what he's saying.
no, I'm saying that
No.
communism is based is definitely based on Whig liberalism in the sense that there is no end to marching forward with progress. If there's no end to
Liberalism-
it, if there's no point where it stops, then you will eventually arrive at the terminus of postmodernism.
But liberalism didn't do that. They actually gutted the factories. They didn't advance the forces of production. They actually, like, you think about this, America
you don't
but
seem to
America was
understand what I'm
more
saying.
industrialized in the 1960s than they are today. That's why Trump is winning tonight, right? So liberalism doesn't advance forward. It
I'm not-
actually cuts.
So I'm gonna
not
I'm gonna steer the conversation back.
I'm not
to,
talking about English classical liberalism, buddy.
I
No,
just
but-
wanted to
but
ask.
I'm just-
then you're out of.
I'm sorry, let Templar.
You got to understand what Whig liberalism is first before you, because it has nothing to do with the industry. It has nothing to do with industrializing. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's
All
the
right, so-
idea that when you have an issue, that there's two options, and you could either stick to what you're already doing, or you could go an experimental route. And the idea that there is no end to the number of experimental routes you can have means you eventually reach this terminus of there is no objectivity, there are no barriers, there is no end, there must be no barriers. You must allow me to do whatever I want, even if it means tearing my legs off and
But that's not what
shoving
Marxism
my own
says.
Okay, we're not.
Marxism
okay,
gives a very
everybody,
clear
we're not
path of
going
development
to
to
be, we're going to
socialism.
get back on. We're going to get back on track now.
But
I know this happens a lot. Like I'm being. Okay, So we were okay. There was a plan. I was going to click on something. I'm trying to remember what it was, but this conversation. Oh, there we go. New York Times.
We should
New
check
York
in on
Times.
the results.
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to New York Times right now. That's what I was
Because
going to do.
Harris is up to 205 now.
It's like, it's basically over. So Kamala's campaign have gone radio silent. The Twitter lefties are seething and coping. It looks like it's over, bros. I'm not even sure if they drag out the swing states another week. I'm not sure it's going to
they called Virginia for Harris, which is quite sad. I'm just going over it. It looks like
not by much though.
Oh,
yeah,
it keeps moving.
4%. Yeah, 4%. Yeah, but I mean,
Virginia's
I'm not
out of
surprised.
reach.
A lot of that it's Fairfax and Arlington.
Yeah.
So
I was keeping in contact with my friend Paul Fahrenheit, and he was very sad because he was really hoping for Trump to win that. I don't know. What are you guys thinking about the election in general?
Well, I think Trump's going to win. I think he's going to win the Rust Belt. I think Pennsylvania is almost done. It's going to get wrapped up. I think Tim Walz is going to be like totally embarrassed because he was brought on to win Minnesota for Harris, and he couldn't even do that. So I think that's sad and low energy. So that's what I got to say there. I think it's going to be an orange November.
We may actually have a situation where Trump's victory is so overwhelming that there won't be much wiggle room. So all the lefties who are like, but democracy are not really going to be able to use that argument. If it's a massive, overwhelming victory. And this of course, when you're pulling color revolutions and you're fucking around with stuff, right? What you really want is a 5% margin. The Venezuelans were like big on this. If you're trying to steal election, what you want is a 5% margin, because that way it's plausible that everybody that didn't vote for the guy that won, but it still won. It doesn't look like this is going to happen. So I guess the next question really to ask is, what about all the shitbags like Raskin and all of them trying to block Trump acceding through Congress? I mean, according to AP, the current numbers are 50 in the Senate, 170 in the House. I'm not I'm a bit tired, so my math isn't very good, but it's starting to look like if this trend continues, the Republicans are going to make a clean sweep. Now, if this happens, obviously
Trifecta.
It's going to be bigly. It's going to be biblical, right? All of the all the executive orders that Biden threw in at the start, they're all going to get repealed. Presumably, Trump's going to pull out of the Paris Agreement. It's going to be biblical. Makes me want to move to America, honestly. Even more than
come on, be an American.
I wouldn't assume too much because I mean, like I've said earlier, I think all these things are predetermined with some wiggle room, and I would think that if they see the Senate and House are going to the Republican Party, they would put a fix on to keep Trump out. But I don't know.
I agree.
There are rumors that Harris has already circulated an internal memo that they're not going to concede defeat.
Oh, I could totally believe that. I mean, I would expect them, for the people who are talking about the bitter clingers, I imagine we are about to see bitter clinging of a truly biblical scale. Because, but this is the other thing as well. As I was saying before, they have painted Trump as a fascist, okay? In their universe, fascism is anything which stands in the way of gay race communism, basically, okay? So they're going to force him, in my opinion, to use force to dislodge them, at which point, even if they lost, they'll be like, see, we told you he was a fascist, but without like total.
I mean, at that point, if you have to, from this late Soviet era politics where you can think there's still loyalty, but people are going to fall off very quickly at that point.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's possible they just, because my theory is that the regime, I do think they stole 2020, but I think it was because they wanted to try to make their move on Ukraine. That was all about Ukraine. That didn't pan out. Now they're also losing Israeli support, and the people in charge are like, well, we fucked up. We fucked up big. We've lost the popular support on these key issues of our like, justification for why we exist. So their reason for letting Trump in is if he can fix the problem, they're off the hook. If he can't fix the problem, he's a convenient scapegoat. And ultimately, it's just like it's on Trump to fix what they fucked up. And if he can't, then they're going to destroy him. Whether or not that means they give him a trifecta government to just fix this shit ASAP, we fucked up, or it's a means of control, I don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with sort of thinking that everything is predetermined is that, I mean, there are clearly events which are not, wars being the classic one, right? So unless you assume that at the top of the tree there are some, elite group that can never be at cross purposes, right? And I just don't see that, like there are clearly different strains of highly controlling sort of like global visions going on. You got the globalists, you got the third worldists, like. So I think when you look at 2020 as well, you got to remember the pandemic was kicking off. All of this new sort of 2030 shit was just coming about, and they promised very big on this. You know what I mean, right? We're gonna have a sustainable this and a great future. And for a while, no one understood what those words meant, and also for a while there was basically blanket censorship. So now everyone with a brain is aware of exactly what this stuff means, right? It means higher prices, less food, more restrictions on, your day-to-day life. Nobody votes for that, Well, I mean, some people, but.
Well, yeah, I wasn't saying like everything's controlled. Obviously, if elections are controlled, but if you fuck up a war, that's on you. You have to clean up your mess. They fucked up the war. They didn't get what they wanted out of Ukraine, and now they need an exit. Whether or not
I don't think that the people that started the Ukraine war, Nuland, Kagan, Atlantic Council, that sort of nexus of people, I don't think they'll ever give up. Right? They are ideologues full through and through. Like they'll
never. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
Oh, just saying, right? Like, but the problem with ideologues is that it sort of starts where the ideologues are mixed in with a group of other people who are getting sort of some kind of advantage, be it monetary or otherwise, to hewing to this policy. Okay, right? And the ideologues never basically tell them, oh yeah, we're going to literally do this even if it kills all of you, right? Because that's not the way to get people on your side. But at a certain point, it becomes clear, well, this isn't working. And the ideologues are like, oh, well, we've got to do it. We've got to do it anyway. And then at a certain point, they're like, if we keep doing this, we're going to be destroyed. And the ideologues are like, but no, you got to keep doing it. And that's when they lose support. That's when all the people who are hanging on for money or clout or whatever basically start abandoning them. And I think that's sort of what's happening, generally speaking.
Yeah, Nuland and those folks are never giving up, by the way, because they don't have to fight themselves. They'll recruit the new generation to do it. That's why I think like a lot of the young males, especially in Gen Z or whatever, are like, no, we don't want to go and fight in Ukraine. So they're on board with Trump now. So.
Even those in the military right now, frankly, we don't want to fight and die for politicians' wars. So.
Yeah, I am somewhat expecting a right tilt on like mail-in ballots from military people that are deployed. I'm looking at New Hampshire, and that's kind of not looking very good for Trump. So that's sad. I mean, at this point, I would say Pennsylvania is going to Trump. If he can hold Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, it's over. Minnesota's going to Kamala right now. Georgia looks
83% count, and Trump is still ahead. So I mean, but I presume they'll drag it out to like the last possible.
Yeah, they will drag it out. The counties that aren't reported fully yet are, they always take the cities the longest time to vote because there's so many people and because they want to be able to fix it if they can. But
okay, so just a question: if Harris got sort of all of the contested states still to declare, would she even have enough at this point? Like,
she would.
Oh yeah, because PA is in there and Georgia's technically in there.
Right. Okay.
But we know Trump's probably going to win both.
Yeah. So, okay. So at what point? So let's say that PA and Georgia both declare for Trump.
Yeah.
Does that mean that of the remaining states, there isn't enough to get to, what is it, 270?
So if we give PA and Georgia to Trump, but then we give Nevada and we give Wisconsin and we give Michigan to Harris, I'm just putting in the numbers right now. At that point, Republicans would still have 281 and she'd have 257, assuming Trump wins Alaska and she wins Hawaii. So actually, he technically only needs to secure North Carolina, which he's done, Georgia, and Pennsylvania from and he needs Arizona too. I should clarify there. He has to win Arizona in that scenario. If he loses Arizona and it flips, that actually brings them to 270. He actually could lose Arizona and still win. So actually, there's a scenario where she wins Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Virginia, but he holds Pennsylvania and Georgia, and he wins with 270 exactly. So he really doesn't need to do that much.
You just convinced me it's probably going to go to Trump. All right, I'm going to head out to the OGC stream real quick.
Templar, you can plug in the numbers yourself too if you want to see it. So it's 270 exactly.
I trust you. I was expecting something like 281. I was not expecting a Trump blowout. I was suspicious he might win the popular vote, and it looks like he will. But I was expecting like 281 for Trump. If it's 270 and he wins by like the hair, this is what I would expect, because they want to be able to like say, "Oh, we still have a voice," so they may do that. But I don't know.
Stole it.
Yeah, I have to go to bed, but have a good one.
Back on. I thought you said you were going
good
on
talking with you. Have a good one.
Yep.
See you, man.
Wait, are you going to bed or are you going on a stream?
Or both.
He's got to go to bed and go on the stream.
Why not both?
Or both. That's what like an OnlyFans person would say. Why not both?
I mean, I'm not even kidding. I have fallen asleep on stream before. But not my own. I've fallen asleep on other people's. Luckily,
other people's.
5 a.m. here. I reckon I can go to another half an hour, and then I'm gonna
right. You're just going to just collapse as soon as you get out of the chair.
Yeah. Not me. I'm going to head out as well. But it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
You guys have
Thank
fun
you so
for the
much
rest
for
of the
coming.
night.
Thank you so much for coming on, Ezra.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for inviting me.
We are going to go for another hour. And then we'll call it quits then, because I mean we pretty much see how it's what do you think the odds of Harris pulling a Hail Mary in the
non-existent?
The last deck?
Less than 40% at this point and dropping.
Unless the midnight, what happens. But.
Yeah, well, that's right. Always the but I mean, again, at this point, right? Like how many? I mean, okay, Arizona is really, really close, but how many states do they have the infrastructure to pull this off? Is the question.
Minnesota just came in, and it's looking like it's for Harris.
Yeah, well, when you have a bunch of Somalis voting.
Wait,
supposedly the Somalis endorsed Trump.
No, a lot of them don't like Harris at all.
Do you guys remember when Putin endorsed Kamala?
Yeah, I remember that.
That was hilarious.
He was trolling.
Do you think he was trolling, or do you think he was serious?
A lot of people don't realize Trump.
It's literally both.
Trump was actually very everyone says that Trump. We're like, oh, Trump is owned by Russia. Look, Trump is like friends with Russia or whatever. No, but the thing is, it's not. He was actually more hawkish against Russia than Obama.
Yeah, he was demanding NATO countries pay 2%. Guess who doesn't want that? Putin. Like, if you believe that he's like this madman going to go to war with NATO, guess what? He wants them to spend less on their military, not more.
And Trump was the one. And Trump was the one who really started ramping up selling weapons to Ukraine.
Unfortunately.
Well, there's a reason
we don't have
waited
ammo.
until Biden was in the White House to make a move, because Trump's kind of a wild card. Sometimes he'll sometimes they'll show up with Pitbull.
Yeah, that's his strength. That's his strength.
I don't know. I don't know if Putin would have even invaded Ukraine had Trump won in 2020.
No, I don't think he would, because it's too risky.
It would have been too risky.
What if Trump decides he's going to go fire and fury? It's not worth the risk.
Look, he constantly cited that not being able to predict Trump's movements was his greatest fear.
But
Look,
probably
it's
Novorossiya would have been allowed a referendum to join Russia.
What's that
They
quote?
would probably
It's like-
negotiated that.
What's that quote?
Hmm.
I forget who it was. Part of me wants to say it was Ernst Jünger, who was talking about the military doctrine of America, like America's military doctrine is that there is no doctrine.
No, that was a German general, not Ernst Jünger.
Okay.
Besides,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
also
but
have
you
the
know what I'm talking
Monroe
about.
Doctrine.
Basically, unpredictable. America's a wild card.
We don't even follow our own doctrine. That's what the general
Yeah.
said. Like we have doctrines, but we don't even follow them because it's shocking how little even commissioned officers don't know the doctrines that we publish.
And how could we have a centralized doctrine that we actually stick to? The head of the executive changes every 4 years. We don't.
I mean, the
we're just not
military
single-handed
produces its
enough.
own doctrine that theoretically doesn't change. Like if you actually look into the various ARs, they don't change really
Yeah,
that much.
but you know what I mean. Like it tends to the it's not that the doctrines change. It's that
the
the
wars we get
direction that-
involved in, change a lot.
the wars
And
we get involved in
leadership does.
change, and the direction of the government changes.
Yeah.
It's like it's the playbook that stays the same.
Yeah.
So the AP site is having trouble. I don't know if anyone else is having problems, but the maps stopped loading.
Has
That's why I'm on NPR on my own browser.
I'm on AP on mobile right now, and it's still updating for me. It's showing Trump with 61.5 mil to Harris 57.4. Are you guys seeing that?
I'm
the
using
New York
Fox
Times-
and
New York
Newsmax
Times
and jumping
right now.
between them.
Okay.
And it's saying Newsmax is saying 60 million.
Yeah, see the thing is, so even if Trump loses Arizona, he's basically secured. Like they're not making Georgia red on there, but if you look at Georgia right now, Georgia's showing up currently 93%
Yeah,
counted.
you should call it. You should be
They
calling
should
it.
call
at
it.
this point.
He's 120,000 votes up with 93% reporting in. Like she needs a miracle
Absolutely.
to win that.
They
But,
just
like,
called Virginia.
Yeah, and Virginia isn't at that level. Virginia's at 87%, and the margin between them is about 160,000. So it's a bigger margin. But here's the
That's
thing.
the thing, though. That's
Harris
the thing.
needs almost
Newsmax-
every vote now. Harris needs
That's the-
almost every vote in Georgia to make up that difference. It's not going to happen.
That's the thing. Newsmax is calling 95% in for Virginia, and they've been doing that for like an hour now.
Well,
Which is
basically,
really
let's
weird.
just assume that Georgia goes red. In that scenario, the only other state that Trump needs is Pennsylvania. Every other state can go for Harris, and he still wins the election, but he would win it with exactly 270, and then they would say that he destroyed democracy and he's Hitler and everything else. But
I think it's safe to
I
say
wish.
Georgia's red, Virginia's gone blue. Even differing
Yeah.
numbers say this. That's
I
just the way
agree.
it is.
mean,
I agree,
Virginia's
but he doesn't need Virginia. He
Virginia
needs
didn't-
Pennsylvania.
Virginia didn't
Yeah.
go blue. Virginia voted for Harris. I mean,
Yes,
it's still
he never
not- it's-
really
it's-
needed
it's a
Virginia.
It's a purple state. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
as a
never
Virginian,
relying on it. He didn't need it. That's true. The math says it's
But
considering
it
other states are
definitely-
more likely.
Virginia was definitely Virginia definitely played a more decisive role in this election, though.
Yo, let's take a look right now.
Oh wow, Trump is at 230. Harris is 169.
Well, that's on Reuters.
That's Reuters, which is
Reuters is one of the better ones.
Yeah,
You
but
think so?
they haven't called
it's one
called
of the less
Georgia or
violent.
Virginia though, and they should probably have called both.
Pennsylvania,
They didn't
they
call
should call
Michigan,
because
they called-
Trump's up by 275.
They didn't call New Jersey yet.
Right now.
They haven't called Jersey yet.
Yeah, see, like I guess their thing is that they take their time and they're more professional. But like,
What's
yeah,
Reuters?
come on,
Yeah.
like
Reuters is
I think
Harris-
Newsmax is more accurate
Than
in a
Reuters?
sense. Yes.
they're not as hesitant.
Yeah, they're not as hesitant. They're calling it as it is.
Yeah, these guys are very careful to be 100%. The problem is
Yeah,
you're
there
only
needs
going
to
to
be a
be there
middle
when like it's almost at the end, and you can basically
Well,
say he's
they're
going to
putting
win.
off the answer. That's what they're
Alright.
trying to do.
So we random thing off Twitter. Senior White House correspondent for Fox News. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit poll I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. Don't believe that will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me, I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Third source close to the campaign said, I think we are losing this. Hearing word that Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. So it looks like it's over, bros.
Are we going to watch the speeches? Because the speeches are going to be epic.
When are they going to be? When are they going to be?
In the morning.
Well, Trump's at Mar-a-Lago with Elon right now. I want to see him when he's going to talk. So.
Damn right.
I'm down to stay on.
Because Elon's posting right now, like I'm like live refreshing this. He's literally, his last thing here is the future's going to be so lit, and there's Trump right there with Elon, and they're at a table, and they got the background in there. Like they're all big hype because like they know they don't need Reuters and stuff. Like they know he only needs Pennsylvania, and it's over basically. So like. At that point, it doesn't actually matter how many days it takes for them to count the other states. He's going to win. So I'm just going to write here. All Trump needs is Pennsylvania, and it's over.
Oh, so if you look at Harris, I guarantee you Harris is like drinking right now.
Yeah, if you look at the presenters' faces on CNN, they definitely have the "it's over" facial expressions.
Yeah, they have the Hillary expression. Do you guys remember 2016 when like they looked mortified? They looked like, and I'm just like, you guys are professionals. You guys knew there was like a 35 to 40% chance this was going to happen, and they were all shocked. And I'm just
the funniest thing was, I remember I was flipping channels back in the 2016 election. I came upon MSNBS, and and like the guy was spazzing out. Like there was a guy who was standing like at the screen, and he was like spreading his arms, showing like all the states, and you could see him visibly shaking, and he was kind of like spreading his body out, and it was like really weird. Like you could tell that the guy was kind of going crazy.
I mean,
let's see what MSNBC says.
Oh yeah, no, MSNBC, they're in cope mode. They're in big cope right now. There's no way they're
shocking.
not. Like,
dude, I went to a dentist appointment this morning, and they were slinging so many slurs on national television that the receptionist came out from behind, turned it down, and then slammed the door.
Yep.
There was children in there in the waiting room. It was outrageous. We shouldn't have had it on at all, to be honest, because we know how they act by now. They're always like this. They might have they have this beginning segment where they do all the headlines, do the clean, polished bits, and then when they transition to the pundits, they immediately go off script and get nasty.
All right, let's take a look and see what Rachel Maddow has to say.
Oh my God.
Wage, again, a phenomenon that we're seeing in lots of different races and lots of different states.
Did they really color it orange?
Tonight about people picking.
Yes, orange. It's an orange. It's an orange November. Orange man bad.
Which tells us something important.
Oh yeah, the
about
Cope is real. Look at her face.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, look at Chris
Too
Hayes.
close to call. Yeah, no way.
Chris Hayes looks so uncomfortable.
The pro-democracy coalition.
Fuck yeah, I'm gonna have some ice cream and Pop-Tarts.
Democratic Party.
Oh, that's great. Like they knew there was like a 50-50 chance, even according to their own poll. Like they knew that this could happen, and they're still like, how could this happen?
Oh, you think this is bad? You should see ABC. It's the Council of the Retarded.
Coalition, and there's a lot to learn. I just read some comments.
I just want to see Rachel Maddow
freak out. Some other comments you made and that Ari's made.
I want to see her slit her throat.
About realignment, and of course, the ultimate outcome is not.
That guy
known.
has bad physiognomy. I don't like him just because of that.
Oh yeah, he's a cuck.
Vote in along sort of even traditional party lines. I mean, your point earlier about black voters.
Physiognomy checks are always necessary.
There are policies that you're talking
Okay,
about.
I'm calling Wisconsin.
difference.
They
in
are
terms of
79%
how-
in,
then
and
there are
Trump's winning.
policies that mattered very much to how people voted, but just not at the top of the ticket. So there's a whole lot of information that we're going to be digesting in the coming days.
We can see that impact right now. And I don't want to get too wonky on you, but right now the bond market, the 30-year
Yeah, you
bond
do.
market is absolutely getting decimated. And here's why. To your point earlier, inflation, people don't like the cost of things. We're going to vote for the business guy. The reason the bond market is getting crushed right now is because people are anticipating corporate tax cuts, which are going to balloon our deficit. They're also saying, well, if
Not if
Donald
you
Trump
cut spending.
imposes tariffs, it will reignite inflation. So this whole thing is we're voting for someone based on a personality of a celebrity business guy because we don't like the economy.
What is
But
this,
what he would actually
2016?
do to the economy, the
It seems like
policies
they're
he
talking
will
like
put
it seems
forth,
like
right?
they're saying the same exact shit they said in
The
2016.
corporate tax cuts, which he's not
Yeah,
just going
you've
to
nailed it.
he's going to make them even bigger.
like-
And then these tariffs are terrible for the
Is this
economy.
Groundhog Day?
Right. 2 points on that.
And
quickly.
they're being
One is
retarded about tariffs.
Democrat
Groundhog
Bob
dickhead.
Casey in Pennsylvania, which we're all watching, closed his campaign not by pantomiming a sexual act on stage, which is not how most candidates in most parties ever close, but he did close.
He's doing the hands.
Touting his support for the quote Trump tariffs in Pennsylvania as a Democrat. That's point one. Point two, I want to share. We've talked about a lot of races. We don't do a ton with exit polls, and I think when you dice them down really small, the numbers don't work. But on big questions, here's a nonpartisan exit poll question I just want us to touch on. This is out of all votes around the nation. You ask people in the last year, mind you, that's not 2 years ago. In the last year, inflation has caused your family, not everyone else, your family, what? And if you ask for a moderate or severe hardship, it's 75% of the voting public. A bunch of those people voted for Democrats and Harris, but that's a reminder that with no insult to the people trading in the bond market every day, and the only thing I know about bonds is word is bond, which is an old saying. You know way more about how bonds actually
So
work.
admitting that he's an idiot on air. Good job.
Self-anointed masters of the universe, Elon Musk and his bro buddies and people in DC. Most of those people don't feel and couldn't pass a lie detector test claiming that inflation personally affected their family as a severe hardship, but it's a heck of a lot of Americans.
But by the way, the question about raising the minimum wage almost never loses, by the way. Whenever it's put on a ballot, on a
Always
state ballot,
wins.
whether it's a red state or a blue state or a purple state, it is a winner every time. I'm surprised Democrats don't use it more.
She
But
is
think
She is
about the
remark-
disconnect here.
Yeah,
The same
she's just
people
saying
who are
things.
working class voters who are saying, I want my wages increased, are also voting
There's no
for
context
the
with what she's saying.
candidate
I was gonna make fun of her
in
look,
some
but that's
cases,
rude.
who is bankrolled by
It
Elon
is.
Musk, who said into a recording device,
What
that
is
there would
this
be
nonsense?
pain and
Too
hardship.
close, too close, too close, too close. Dude, when Constant, he's pulling away with it at
Your minimum
79%.
wage
It's over.
increase will not be enough to deal with the 20% tariffs that will make everything that you buy in Walmart much more expensive.
But there's-
So there's a disconnect between people's perception that the actor from The Apprentice can make me better. Essentially, you're saying, I
God.
want to be under the sort of care
It's so much
right,
coke.
right, of a
It's
very
so much
rich
coke.
person.
Yeah,
I think
it
take
is
care
pure
of me
coke. This
economically
warping of
because
reality.
on television,
It's taking advantage of people
literally
who know nothing about any of
policies
these
that you're gonna
subjects.
this is what listen, you get the government you ask for.
But
How is it even that
saying you
I'm
want
a
close?
time traveler. That I couldn't have worded it any better
deportation
myself.
That will make everything unaffordable. This is what will happen.
But there is a group of people that we often don't talk about that
Guys, apparently
aren't,
the Republicans
how
just
you
got a
like
Senate
to say,
majority.
down with the care economy, and it's small business owners. And the reason
How
small
do you like
business
to say?
owners are not down with the care economy is because when you increase minimum wage, when you offer maternity
Oh my
leave,
God.
maternity leave to low-wage workers, that sounds great, and we all support this idea. But there's lots of small business owners that don't want to say it in public, but are saying, I don't want to do that.
Right.
I can't afford to do that. My margins are small. So there is this quiet universe of people out there that run small businesses that want absolutely no regulation. And while they like the idea of paying someone more money and giving them more jobs with dignity, they're saying, well, let the government cover that. Because in my small business or my restaurant, I cannot afford to do that.
I just want to say one thing, just as we talking about this Pennsylvania races and that and the
and the Missouri race. You know, one of the things that happens is because of the
Did you
sort
say
of nature
racism?
of structural polarization in the U.S. and the fact that we have close race
Yes,
after
it
close
was,
race after
Did he
close
say
race.
There was a
did he say
Freudian
race?
slip
Did he
there.
slip up?
Interpreting results.
Sounded
Again,
like
we're
he said
talking
the
about what
racism.
is
Yeah.
looking right now like a
I
3 or
think he
4
did.
point swing in the national political environment from 2020.
He looks.
These are
He looks
again,
kind of drunk.
extremely important, meaningful switches
He might be
for
drunk.
who wields power
He might
and what
be.
and who it serves. As a sociological fact, these are relatively small margins, right? We're
Right, these
not-
people are so neurotic. They
the
need the
fact
boost
that
to get
what
through
happened
this.
before
Even if
or
they were
what happened
winning,
in
it's just
72 or what
too
happened
much
in
for them.
1980 with
These are
landslide,
relatively
huge
small
elections, right?
margins, is kind of a
10,
cope,
15
though.
point, like,
Right. One of the candidates wins one state.
right.
So
yeah,
what?
it's one state.
Either you win it or you
We're just in a
don't.
completely different world.
It
than
is
that,
cope.
and what will happen in the days to come, independent of the actual outcome, the winner that's called, is looking at these margins because they matter a huge amount to political professionals, to who wields power, to who wins campaigns. But we're talking, again, 3 points here, 4 points there, 2 points there. So like there's this tendency to extrapolate out to be like, everyone now is this.
Right.
And everyone used to be that, and now everyone is this. No, it's there's 2 people in the room of 100 people who put a different color shirt on.
Right.
And that's what happened. That determined the
Is
election. And
he admitting
that's
uniparty?
millions of people, and it matters in the structural forces,
Michigan,
but, like,
Trump's
it's
up
always just really important
180K,
because there is
and
a
it's
tendency
51%
to
counted.
draw out enormous
So he might
conclusions about the nature
win
of the
by
American
more than
soul to
270.
keep that in mind.
But
Yes,
a lot of
but-
people think those shirts
Yes, but.
cost way more than they used to.
Oh, this is going to be a meme later. No, the shirts,
Some of
man.
them actually
Shirts,
don't.
just change your
Some
shirt.
of them have leveled out, and the price of shirts is not as bad as it was 18 months ago. But again, if you look at issues,
God, this
which
is such wonk
we've talked a lot
energy,
about
right?
reproductive rights
It
and
Like,
is.
freedom.
look at
MSNBC
Brett, look at
was
petroleum,
literally
look at
the one-
everything that
got
actually
2
matters.
Supreme
Oh,
Court
but the
seats, and they
shirts are
basically
relatively
stole a
constant.
third.
But you can't even say that
And
confidently.
those justices went before the Senate and said
Like,
under oath,
the
Roe was a
inflation
super
is
precedent.
real.
They were
So-
either lying then, or they later acted in a way.
You know the inflation's real, right? Like they can lie, but you know how much you make each month, and you know how much stuff costs when you go to buy it. So
They're
No,
appealing to
so,
people.
look,
They're appealing to people who
inflation-
don't know how much it
inflation has not-
costs.
yeah,
Inflation has not affected everybody equally, right? Those who primarily make their money
Yeah.
off things like stocks or other financial assets that have been inflated, or work for the government and have incomes that are linked to the inflation index, they're fine.
Yeah.
It's people who are on a fixed income or don't have rapidly appreciating assets, they're the ones that are screwed. So this is one of the reasons why you saw this really big divide where all the the rich people in New York who are like, oh, the stock market's doing great, right? I'm totally fine. They were insulated from the inflationary effects, right? Because although prices went up, how much they were making went up as well because the inflation of financial assets proceeded at the same pace. It's those with more concrete assets or those on a fixed income that are getting screwed.
Yeah. And that actually resonated with me quite a bit because I live off of my stocks. So I can just sort of sell a bit whenever I need some money, and it doesn't affect me as much. The inflation is definitely a problem, but I don't use it to buy stuff like basic goods. So it doesn't really, it doesn't affect me. Not as much as it would some other people.
Okay, bros,
Yeah,
I'm going to
other
bounce.
people voted for Trump, so
It's nearly 5:30 here. I got to go. I'm about to fall asleep.
Right, have a good night.
Coming on News First.
Thanks for the invite, Politicrat. Best of
Absolutely.
luck, Camaro Bros. It looks like it's in the bag, but you never know. See you later.
See ya.
Bye.
okay.
So down to 4.
And then there were 4.
I'll make my prediction. I'll say he gets 306 electoral college votes by the end of the night.
Oh, by the end of the night or by the end of the election? Because it might
Or-
go on.
Nevada could pull another thing like they did last time. Yeah. So it might be an even 300 if Nevada does shenanigans. But I think Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, that one seat in Maine, and all of Nebraska but that one seat. Arizona and Alaska, I believe they're all going to go for him, honestly. Nevada, probably. So that's why I do the 306 prediction.
Yeah. I think he's going to, I still think, I think he's going to win Wisconsin, and I think he's going to win Michigan. And I mean, look, yeah, she's 90,000 ahead in Minnesota with 60% counted, but you never know. You never know what happens there. I mean, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins all of the Rust Belt, basically. So,
yeah.
Like, it's totally possible.
I don't know, not to disparage against the Norwegians, but they tend to vote left wing. That's why I'm not confident in Minnesota.
Minnesota's mostly German, I thought.
It's a toss-up between Norwegians,
It's
Swedes,
just
and
a bunch of ethnic. It's just a bunch of ethnic Lutherans.
No, not really. That's why you have all those saint name cities in Minnesota.
Wait,
There's
Minnesota isn't Minnesota like in terms of plurality at least, or in terms of the largest religious denominator, in terms of the largest. I know that Lutheranism, Luther, like there are a lot of Lutherans there. I know.
Yeah, yes. Lutherans used to make up the majority, but then now they've declined, and now Catholics have taken over Minnesota in terms of the largest religious group.
You also missed our countryman earlier. We had a Bavarian on. We had Julius. He lives in Bavaria. So
I'm looking at a map.
I'd love to retire there.
You're correct. It's overwhelmingly Lutheran, and the rest of it is Catholic.
Well, the reason why it's overwhelmingly is because there's this thing in these Midwestern states where the cities are Catholic and the rural counties are Protestant of some stripe. So
that's usually how it is.
Yeah, I mean, for one, Protestantism has no structure anyway, so all those farmers don't want to go into the city.
I think 3 or 12. I just realized your name is a Star Trek reference.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it's a bold designation.
I just realized that.
I mean, this is a screenshot. This is a frame from Voyager.
That's planet. Not. I didn't notice that, but I noticed your profile picture. I didn't realize that was from Voyager, but I just noticed your name. I'm like, wait a second. That makes sense though, because you and Aiden, I'm surprised. So you weren't on when Aiden was here, but there would have probably been geeking out about Star Trek at some point.
Oh yes, and we swapped places. She's on Cabal in their stream.
She's what?
She's on Cabal's stream right now.
Oh, okay. So do you think is there any theoretical scenario in which Kamala can pull something, or is it impossible at this point?
No,
I don't mean functionally impossible. Or I don't mean theoretically impossible, but I mean like functionally impossible. So like theoretically, do you think is there any way she could win, do you think?
You mean like win in quotation marks?
No.
There's no way.
I don't think she's got any way to
there's nothing she can pull.
She would have to win Pennsylvania for that to happen. Do you think she will? I don't think she will.
No.
Yeah, that's like absolutely required. For that to happen, they would have to go with 400,000 votes again. They'd have to do something like that. And the difference right now is about 200,000. That's if they can do that, that might happen. It might happen at 4 a.m. We don't really know. Although the Supreme Court isn't really any different from what it was before. And I don't know. That would be the thing that they would have to do, right? But the thing is it possible he runs away with it so far that even rigging that state doesn't work?
What's interesting here is that even if she wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and Minnesota and Nevada, but he holds Georgia and Arizona, he still wins 277. So I don't see
rigging won't work.
And and that's the thing, because if for rigging, you can't just rig it by however much you need to win. It has to be within a reasonable margin before people actually get suspicious and regard it as illegitimate. And, you know, in cases where it comes down to, you know, 80,000, 70,000, 60,000,
right?
You're not really like, you're under so much scrutiny there that it's like you'd have to do it in such a manner that you're only affecting a relatively small percent. Otherwise, you know, somebody's going to whistle blow, right? That's really hard to pull off. Or you just do a full rig and you do it like, oh, Kamala Harris got 80%, and it's like, no.
Yeah,
but
the
at that
whole
point,
idea,
it's
yeah.
like you don't have a democracy or whatever, right? So
Believe it or not, though, there's still voting happening.
oh yeah, I guess there is in Hawaii, right?
Yes, Hawaii's coming in.
Hawaii,
Yes, as we speak. There's still Alaska, and in Mercer County in New Jersey, their voting machines broke down and they had to replace them, and people are still waiting in line.
Oh wow!
There's
So
a
when
long
those
line of people
guys were
waiting.
posting, stay in line. The Lincoln Project, like 30 minutes ago, said something like, "Keep standing in line." They were
Yeah, somebody
serious.
get these people snacks.
Wow. Oh
Get
man.
a tent out there with hot coffee and start handing it out.
Oh man. Yeah, dude. I think I think it's gonna be funny watching people like Harry Sisson. I don't know if you guys know that guy.
Oh,
over
I
on-
know him. That
you
twink.
know him. Oh man, he's like, yeah, this is what real man, white dudes for Kamala Harris, and they all look like they're 15 and a half, and it's like,
Yeah, he's so twinkish I could dominate him.
You know, honestly, I get why the Spartans raped effeminate men. I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not endorsing it one way or the other because I'm a good Catholic, but well, I'm a bad Catholic.
Yeah, so am I. Wink, wink.
I thought you were an atheist.
No, I'm a Catholic now.
So you're not an objectivist anymore?
I'm still an objectivist. I just layer them.
Ayn Rand wouldn't let you be an objectivist.
Wait. So you're a Catholic objectivist, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's oxymoron.
But I feel like a lot of them actually are pretty religious adjacent these days, actually. So
I mean, objectivism kind of is but that's beside the point. Anyway, let's see. I'm gonna check Newsmax now. Or wait, does what about what? Okay, just out of curiosity, what really is the big difference between Newsmax and One America News? Because they basically seem like the same thing.
They're trying to do the same thing, but they're different organizations.
How so? Because I don't really know much. I haven't watched either. Like
Who actually owns these medias?
Yeah, that's the question.
Do they end with a Stein or Berg?
I'm looking it up.
I mean, I could probably guess, or maybe a Baum. There's a lot of interesting, funny hat people.
Yo, we got a Spectator Index at breaking. This is 4 minutes ago. Trump is now leading all 7 of the swing states, and he said a minute later, Trump headed to Palm Beach to address supporters. So Trump's with Elon. They're going to be speaking soon in Florida. And, you know, oh man, there's going to be big hype there. I mean, Florida went big red. But there's nothing I can see so far on Harris and what her plans are. There's nothing about her calling or anything.
She's probably sloshed right now.
Okay, so
does she have the IQ points to actually know what's going on?
Cardi B said we need a Hail Mary. Ain't happening.
Yes, but she's also a product of welfare.
She needs to say her Hail Marys.
So OAN is owned by Robert Herring, who I looked him up and stuff, and there's not a ton of information about him, but there's no, he's not one of them. Let's see. I mean, he's not highly educated either. He had to get his GED.
I mean, you can still go to college if you get your GED. Like, I mean, it's just like graduating high school.
He hired Michael Reagan, son of then Ronald Reagan, as a salesman at Industrial Circuits. That's crazy.
As long as you get a 50 50 or higher on the ASVAB, then you can join the military with the GED. The military doesn't like GEDs.
Oh, that's really cool. You acquired a local PCB factory and renamed it Industrial Circuits. That's cool. He's one of my people.
Yeah, we
He's
got
been a
Hawk Arthur in the chat. She's been quiet for 5 hours. Man, it's sad. It's sad. And I think when she comes out, I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but I mean, can you imagine she's going to have to, like, I guess, walk back the Hitler stuff or pretend that didn't happen, you know?
I mean,
like,
when they say that Trump's like Hitler, it's like I wish.
Well, no, they went further this time. I saw some article where it was like, it was New York Times, I think, and it was like Trump isn't just Hitler; he's Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin.
Yes, and
but
there's a
besides
meme
for the
where-
Stalin bit, I'd be like, yes, please.
There's
I wish.
one of those memes where it's like which way Western man's, and on the right wing side it was like there was the stone golem, which is like the face of Trump, Milei, Bolsonaro, and Nigel Farage all like merged together with Hitler in the center.
Yes.
Well, you know the memes I've been putting out on X. It's always like which way voter, and then on the left it's Donald Trump wearing like a communist uniform or communist banner in the background. On the right, it's Kamala Harris in like a black shirt uniform with a red swastika armband. I got those, and you know, and it's like a lot of people are like, no, actually, Kamala's the communist, and I'm just like, wait, so are you saying that Trump's Hitler? It's like.
So to one of those tweets, I said, "Don't demean Hitler's name by comparing him to Kamala."
But the thing is, no, they really do share
before the meth.
No, but they really do share like a descendancy, if you will, in terms of history. Because what was Hitler's big project? Hitler's big project was setting tanks in to fight Russia. And what's Kamala Harris doing? Sending tanks in to fight Russia. It's like it all comes back around. It's like you look at NATO. What was this NATO founded on? It was Nazi.
I mean, a bunch of Nazi officers were the original.
Like it's a NATO. NATO is a Nazi project fundamentally, and Kamala Harris
NATO
money to Banderites and Nazis in Ukraine. So like she's the Hitler, whereas Stalin, like look,
the EU is the Fourth Reich, guys.
I wish.
Well, in a way, they kind of are, though. I mean, if you look
I'm actually being serious. I'm kind of being serious. It is basically like a new. I mean, like Germany and France. I mean, okay, the EU, like Germany and France, kind of share ownership of the EU, quote unquote, or hegemonic control of the EU. But like,
it's one class though. Like Macron
Germany's basically at the head of the.
Okay, I'm gonna say it. Steven Pinker was right. You guys are a bit drunk on symbolism.
No, but it's not just symbolism.
I am.
No, it's not. It's not symbolism. Look at the material reality. Look at the material reality. Harris gave $200 billion to Ukraine, right? A bunch of Banderites, essentially. What did Hitler do? Hitler aligned with the Banderites against the Soviet Union. She's aligned with the Banderites against Russia. So in that sense, right, if you're looking at it, not to mention the proletariat supports Trump. So like I can make a very clear case that actually it's the other way around. Trump is Stalin and Kamala Harris is Hitler, basically.
I mean, the proletariat also backed Hitler. And if you actually look at the voting demographics in 1933,
yeah, but they also had a lot of industrialists and middle class people that were siding with the Nazis.
But also
it is called the National Socialist Party for a reason.
Yeah, either way.
But there's nothing socialist about them. They banned unions and stuff, right? So
they nationalized all the unions into one union.
They nationalized every business that was bigger than 5 employees.
That's not true. No. The economy was predominantly headed by private industrial.
So we can have this conversation another time because this is definitely not on topic. But let us take a look at another election map. I was taking a look at News Nation, but they don't have an actual election map. It seems. News Nation is generally pretty general. What?
Check out mainstream news if they've got the speech coming up, because if Trump's actually headed out to give a speech, that might be up within like the next 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll take a look. So
because we don't want to miss that.
No. Live Trump.
Yeah,
speech.
yeah. Sweden invaded Russia too, so did Napoleon. So both of them are Hitler.
No, we're not talking. We are not.
That's
We are not
funny.
talking about this anymore.
No, it's just the Victorian Times Traveler saying that.
Oh.
So NBC finally called Georgia for Trump.
Don't care what they think.
Yeah, right. So I was. That's a weird combo.
Do not give a shit about what my enemies think.
Yeah, I play the friend enemy distinction game, but technically both these sides are my enemies for different reasons. So
Just make fun of them. Hard cope. Your enemies are gay, dumb, and retarded. All you have to
Okay,
do is be calm.
3 or 12. Reach out
Yeah.
to Aiden and see if she wants to come back on to watch the speech.
I think she went to bed.
Oh, I thought you said she was on the.
She was. She's gone now.
Oh, okay. All right,
Let's
so
see.
we have the live. So Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard had a really weird arc. Like I actually used to really like her, but I'm kind of indifferent about her now.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
can
the
see
other
that.
way.
I
I
can see-
didn't really like her before, and now I kind of like her. So
Yeah, I know you hated her.
I know, right?
I just like her rhetoric about ending our
Oh yeah,
endless
I mean,
escapades.
she'd be. I feel like so. I feel like she wouldn't be that great of a president, but she'd be like good in the State Department. Or
Yeah.
Oh, could you imagine? It'd be
I get that.
like
Yeah.
no, it'd be over. There'd be no more color revolutions anymore if she was heading that.
Yeah, and I
no
think
more
that's a good
foreign
thing.
wars.
Um,
No more
Yeah, I
wars
agree.
in Israel.
you need to put your allies in places where you know they're going to do good.
exactly.
My videos and earn rewards.
Yo, let's see what we got going on here.
As long as me and my comrades aren't
My
fighting.
Here
dude,
we go.
use some ad blocker for fuck's sake.
I'm about to start. I'm about to start streaming the speech. There we go. Oh, I already am.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I did. Okay. There we are.
uBlock Origin still works for YouTube.
Holding you. Making your thing happen.
More ads.
I have no idea why ad
Just wait
block
for
is
it.
not working. But there we go.
He would have never done it if I was president. And Israel would have never been attacked. Look at it. What would this world that disaster?
Don't talk about Israel, Trump. Your base doesn't like him.
Airbase, it's 1 hour away.
Wait, this isn't the speech, right?
This is live.
China.
Why does he have like chairs and stuff in front of him? Should he have a podium and balloons and stuff?
You have the right president.
I think maybe it's just like a discussion. Maybe this isn't the actual speech. This is just him
It's
talking.
also entirely garbled.
No, I think this is old. I don't think this is live, is it? Because he'd have more pomp and circumstance,
No, this is
right?
this is live.
It is live.
Oh wow. Okay,
He seems very tired.
I mean, he's like, what, 70 something now?
78, something like that.
Well, I mean, it's almost 1 a.m. He's a 70-plus-year-old man. He's gonna be tired.
Biden went to bed like 9 hours ago. He goes to bed at 4:30 probably.
With his late afternoon ice cream.
Yeah, good old Sleepy Joe.
So I'm looking at AP's live feed on YouTube right now. They're showing the Trump campaign rally, but they don't have Trump speaking yet. And Harris campaign rally, there's like nothing. It's like tumbleweeds.
With him, I was so far up. We had a thing called. How did he do
Yeah,
it?
this
No,
must
no,
be-
that's not it. This isn't live. This is earlier.
Yeah.
Why does it say it's live then?
No, it's
Well,
fake
there's
news.
something-
Fake news. Fake news. It's fake.
Yeah, whoever's streaming that is streaming something old.
They are fake news.
Okay.
So there's nothing live right now.
No, but AP is live showing the scene at the if you type in I just typed in Trump victory speech. They've got 202,000 people watching right now, so you should come up first.
Trump victory speech.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
We've got about 50 million.
Oh.
We're in the billions. We're a small team.
nope.
Nope.
Yeah.
Fake.
Nope,
Fake.
it's something in Arabic.
Fake. Okay, it's literally It's literally the one that's got 202,000 people watching. So just go to YouTube directly. Just go to YouTube. Just go to YouTube itself instead of Google.
Or just link it.
Google's fake. Google's fake.
You know, somebody that actually might be happy that Trump is elected as Assad, now that I think about it, because Trump might pull out of Kurdistan. Please, I hate the Kurds, so please.
Trump bombed Syria though.
Who is on the Old Glory Club stream?
Yeah, but
They've got
Trump
Radical
isn't the
Liberation.
one that would sponsor a war against Assad.
Oh my God, John D is on the Old Glory Club
You
stream.
know who's not going to be happy about that though is Netanyahu. So
Yeah, his Jewish overlords are not going to be happy if he does that.
I need to
So,
watch
what,
this later.
what about the OGC stream?
So they've got John D, they've got Radical Liberation, they've got Red Hawk. Jesus Christ, they've got all sorts of. They've got Charlemagne. Who else is that?
Not Fahrenheit, I don't think. Is Turnip Seed on?
Doesn't look like it.
Yo, Polycrat, I just sent you the link to your X account for this
Pete
stream.
Canones.
Yeah, Pete Canones was on.
Yeah, we had him on Monday.
Yeah. You should have told me. I like going on stuff with Pete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should just do a mega stream with like 16 people.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I don't. I used to have the StreamYard subscription where I could bring up 12 people at once, but alas, I no longer do.
I'm gonna have to watch this later, just for at least for D alone. Oh, this is good stuff. Styx has
What
a
is?
stream. Old Glory Club. I'm gonna have to watch that later.
Yeah. I'd be watching it if I weren't doing this. So, all right, AP, here we go.
Okay.
So they're obviously getting ready. So
Yeah, here we go. They're getting ready. I think it's going to be an epic speech because he's going to have Elon. He's going to have their whole Team America crew there. So he's got RFK Jr., he's got Tulsi Gabbard, he's got JD Vance, he's got Elon Musk, and I don't know, maybe they'll throw in Joe Rogan or something. I don't know.
that would be funny.
It'd be funny, right? It's like, come on, Harris, like the campaign should have thought that one through. Like, yeah, we're going to go on Rogan too and try to win over. No, nothing. I saw Dreamleaf. Dreamleaf is on X saying, so it's basically just 2016 all over again, lame or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, but she ran a 2016 campaign. What'd you expect?
No, she ran worse than a 2016. Hillary ran an okay campaign. I mean, with the exception of not campaigning in the Rust Belt. But
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a sensible campaign considering what her base was, but the Harris campaign was just like, let me just snub this important state for this other state.
Well, I said it was a Hillary campaign with less charisma, more Cheney. That's what we got this year. So, and here we are.
God, imagine thinking Cheney would win it for them.
Yeah, but they really did. They really did, though, because if you were to say to them, no, here's what you do.
They're totally neocons.
No, if you're like some high-powered consultant making $300K a year to advise them, and you go in there and you say, hey, look, here's the thing. I think we should focus on being more authentic in a 3-hour podcast setting and go on Joe Rogan to compete against Vance and Trump, and maybe do less showings with Cheney. Everybody else would say you're fired. We can't do that. Are you nuts? Are you a saboteur? Are you with Trump? And then they fire you. And it's like because you can't say anything that the Beltway doesn't want to hear. They don't want her to go on Joe Rogan. They don't want her to be normal. They want her to hang out with Cheney. They want her hell. She would take endorsements from John McCain if he were still alive. I guarantee she would. So, she would.
He would have endorsed.
They're
He would have endorsed.
They're just sort of like showing that the Uniparty is a thing, and they don't fucking care what we think about that anymore.
It's like even some of those consultants probably knew Joe Rogan would be a smart move, but they can't say it or they'll lose their job. So, because it's like you can't legitimize what they've already said is Hitler media. They've already called all that Hitler media, right?
I haven't heard that. one.
They called it, what do they call it, far right or something?
No. So the crazy thing is Joe Rogan's pretty left wing.
He's not that left wing.
He says
I might
he-
put him in like social democrat territory, maybe, but I think he's
Yeah.
moving farther and farther right.
This
No, I-
determines
He was
like,
really, dude.
what
You need
are
to
our
watch his Fetterman
definitions
interview.
of left wing.
He caught him good on voter fraud. He caught him good on that. He fought Fetterman on all sorts of bullshit that he said.
Oh, Fetterman was such a downfall. Like he went from being like, what did he run as like a fairly progressive guy or whatever, and then he gets in power and he's like the most Zionist guy around. It's
I
like,
don't-
oh, okay.
With the exception of the Israel bit, like I think he actually became a little more based over time. Like I did not like.
Yeah,
him
a
at
little
first.
bit. I
But,
think
yeah.
that he genuinely believes what he believes.
Yes, I'd rather have.
yeah.
I'd ra-
Oh yeah,
I'd rather-
he's
I'd
a
rather
true
have-
believer Zionist.
I would rather
No,
have.
not the
no, I would
Zionist
rather.
thing.
I would rather
That's not
have.
what I meant.
I would rather have. If I had to choose, I'd like more Fettermans in the Democratic Party. I mean, not saying that that's ideal, but compared to what there is now, I'd like to see more Fettermans.
Yeah, that would be an improvement because they're willing to have conversations. They're not that he was against using ad hom, and I truly think that he acted in good faith. I think he genuinely does believe that there is zero voter fraud.
Yeah,
I think that he's totally like taking that.
I don't think he's.
blind
I don't think he's a
sinker.
liar. I don't think he's a liar.
I don't think he's a liar at all. I just think he's kind of dopey. Then again, the man has recovered from a stroke. He is doing remarkably well, all things considered.
Yeah. Like he's actually like a lot of Pennsylvania conservatives kind of like him now.
I kind of like him as a person.
I like him as a person. Yeah.
I'd rather have him around than a lot of other people.
You know,
Hell,
in a
like-
world without democracy, Fetterman would just be a nice uncle for us all.
What the
Yeah,
Federite?
he wouldn't
No,
be.
or we go-
Yes,
What's your
he
thought-
wouldn't be in politics at all.
What are your
What
thoughts
are
on the
my what?
Federite? The
The
Federite.
Federite.
The Federite. Myth for everyone.
Bro, look at how
Fetterman is
sparse
emperor.
Harris campaign area is. Like there's empty chairs and stuff. Like, is she even going to give a speech?
Oh my God, no!
There's nobody
I'm-
there.
No, they've already left, and she's not gonna do a speech. She's not even gonna do the things that she says she's gonna do. She's just gonna fucking slink out of
She never
there
does.
and get super
But even
drunk.
Clinton had
Yeah, but
thousands of
Clinton is
people.
Clinton.
Yeah, but like even though everybody knew she was losing, she had thousands of people, and they were jam packed, tight, sticking around to see her speech.
Yes, and they were just staying there being miserable.
Some people sincerely liked Clinton, though. Nobody really actually likes Kamala.
But that's so sad because she kisses the establishment butt so much.
It's hilarious.
And
It's hilarious. She's just
She's
a
just a
bad
puppet for
politician.
them.
Oh,
She's a
but that's-
jobber. Yeah, he's right. She's a jobber.
Yeah, she is just unlikable.
Honestly, I as somebody who has been to multiple Trump events before, I don't know how long it's going to be before he speaks because he always shows
He's
up.
always late.
He's like an hour and a half. He was an hour and a half late at CPAC. He was 45 minutes late at the Libertarian National Convention, which to be fair is kind of rude because he was invited there. I thought that was kind of rude, but
Yeah, but
Um,
it's his thing. It's
Hey,
his
but
thing.
being late
Yeah,
saved
no, it's
Hitler's
funny.
life.
They're also dicks to him, so whatever.
Times.
This is just sad
You
for
can
Harris.
enjoy your 3%, faggots. I'm registered with you losers, and I wouldn't even vote for you.
But by the way, just so we get, what's our definitions of left wing in this group? I know yours,
Oh,
Politicrat.
don't start that again.
yeah, I don't.
But-
I'm too.
Wait, are we going to do that?
No,
Because
no,
that's going to be
no,
a
honestly,
debate.
like,
We are not ready for this.
No. Hey, I mean, maybe I'd be down to actually do restart the pig pen again sometime this week or next week if you guys want to do that. There.
Yeah. If you're to the
We could talk about it, sure.
if you're not to the right in the French Revolutionary Parliament during the French Revolution, you're not a right winger to me.
I mean,
Yeah, it was
no,
literally a
like,
term.
objectively speaking, because like the thing is, the only reason we have the term left and right, like that term is like the whole idea of left and right is useless outside of the context of late 1780s France.
No, I don't act. No, I
I'm being
actually
okay. I
think
mean,
Nah, terms can evolve.
yeah,
I mean,
terms can evolve, and I think it's useful as a relative term to your,
as a
to your
relative,
enemies in politics.
as a relative term, yeah, but like it's not very descriptive. That's the thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything in absolute terms. It doesn't describe a philosophy. It doesn't describe an ideology. It doesn't describe anything. It's
No,
just,
it does matter.
yeah,
Left,
it does matter in that you use it as a relative term to distinguish the one major party from the other major party. If you have two major parties in a system, if you have a political system that has many parties, it has almost no use.
No, I still disagree
No,
because,
it's
like,
okay.
let's say you
Yeah,
have a
you're right, actually, because in Dutch politics they were able to make like a five-way what's the word? C.
well, a coalition.
Yes.
Well,
my brain stops working when it is late.
But I disagree, though, that doesn't have any meaning in that sense, because you could have a country that has 50 different parties, but if 49 are liberal and one is left, then the one that's left is still left and the others are still liberal, though, right?
Yeah, like
So-
for instance, if this were
Yeah,
Europe,
but they sit on the right side, right?
Because if this were Europe, like the progressives in the Democratic Party and the Democratic establishment, they'd be two totally different parties.
Yeah, because the literal the terms came from the literal parties that sat on the left and the right of the speaker.
Sure, that's where it came
Assembly,
from, yeah. But it's changed. We're not in France anymore, right? So
Yeah, no, but yeah, it's definitely changed. But so, when do you think Trump's going to speak?
Oh, I think it's soon. I think it's imminent. There was a post just a few minutes ago showing him coming out to applause and stuff, but it was like kind of in the background area.
You shouldn't
So-
even pay attention until the music starts playing.
No, this is
I've
this
noticed
is this
Biden
is
is
coming up.
probably
This
going
is
to.
coming.
I still think Biden is probably going to be kind of forgotten as a president, purely and even if he did accomplish like a shit ton, it would still be the same, seeing as he's just like trapped between two Trump terms.
Oh,
Well, that's- I
New
think-
York
I think
Times
that's-
needle moved up to 93% chance for Trump, which is funny because it's actually basically 100 unless she rigs it. But
Yeah, I think what you're describing there, Politicrat, is that he did literally do nothing. That's why you would be seen that way. Because think of the notable things that have happened during the administration. Okay, so there's the Afghanistan pullout. That's remembered to be a complete failure because he went around and violated the deal that he had with the Taliban, and that's not something you do in Asian
I mean, I'm all for like bringing troops home from unnecessary wars and stuff.
Right, but
the thing is, we were
It was still-
we kept moving the goalpost in Afghanistan. We ingrained ourselves there for so long that pulling out was going to be a disaster. And then
No,
the way
I'm putting my foot down on this one. I'm putting the twink foot down. That was
No,
a
I'm saying-
disaster because they did it wrong.
It was a disaster. I'm saying the reason it was so bad wasn't that we got out of Afghanistan. It was
Yeah.
because of how poorly it was handled.
And because we violated our deal with the Taliban.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have had to scoot so fast if they weren't pulling a thing. Instead, they left hundreds of millions of dollars of equipment, and the Taliban now uses it as
More.
part of their regular military.
I mean,
it was
also
over.
the-
It was over
It was over
80
a billion?
billion.
80 billion. We literally,
Also
we
the-
literally funded their modern military.
The
They
state
have more advanced equipment and training than most of the continent.
Yeah, when you look at like militaries and their helicopters and stuff, I think the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan is like they're very high up there when it comes to like Black Hawk helicopters and like different combat helicopters and stuff. That like in a way it's kind of like Iran was, where they had like 80 F-14s, you know, and now they're the only country that flies F-14s because they're kind of out of date. But the helicopters and stuff that the Taliban operate are still very modern. Like if they went up against America right now, it's like a 50-50 chance of
And they
fighting.
got
Do you know
training.
how much
They got
Black
training.
Hawks
They contracted
break
us.
down? Like, I doubt their ability to actually maintain the equipment that they did receive. I've actually been seeing some videos coming out of Afghanistan of our equipment already failing them because they've ran them They don't know how to maintain them.
Oh, they don't maintain it. Okay, well,
I would be shocked by that.
that in a way, I guess, is a win for America because I always make fun of like how their stuff isn't built to survive a nuclear war. Like they need to keep like any debris miles away from an aircraft runway and stuff. Whereas Russia, you can throw rocks in the engine; they don't care; it's still going to work. But you know, I guess that is a win for America because their stuff's such bad quality that unless you rigorously maintain it, it's not going to work. Like if it was Russian stuff, it would still work though if Russia left a bunch of crap behind, right?
Yeah.
So what does
just
that
like
say
what
about
actually
America's
happened.
ability to fight an actual war, not just like against a tiny country, but like a nuclear war where like you're not going to be able to maintain stuff in pristine factories?
So like America, we like our glass cannon type
Yeah.
equipment. We like very shiny, expensive things that are really good when they're functioning properly.
Yeah.
But they will break down immediately. Like after 48 hours, you're going to start seeing stuff. I actually was on the process of verifying new equipment that the Army's purchasing. I was one of the testee soldiers for a couple pieces. And I was like looking at the numbers of how many we can actually produce a year of like the new cranes, new trucks, new other stuff.
Yeah.
And I
It's
was
just really
always
not enough.
yeah, and I'm like, yeah, no, if we're actually in a conventional war, like we will be out of equipment in, I think we'd be like out of ammo in 6 months. was
Oh yeah,
predicted.
North Korea produces more artillery per year than America does, and more shells than America does, which is wild. And it's
Yeah,
like-
way to
and-
Ukraine.
Yeah, like after at the peak of the Ukraine war, we could only maintain one singular combat
Hold on,
division
what's going on? Let's
deployed
see.
overseas at a time.
Wire. The Associated Press has called the battleground state of Georgia for Republican Donald Trump. That's another 16
Okay.
electoral votes for Republicans. The second of the 7 battleground states that AP has called tonight for Trump. The other 5 remain outstanding at this hour and it's too early to call. As you can see on the live voting map next to me, that brings Donald Trump's electoral vote total to 246 and Kamala Harris to 210. Back with me as he is all night is Sagar Magani. Okay, Sagar, we've got our second of these battleground calls. What are you telling?
Well, look at that.
Wait, this is janky. This is like
Yeah,
janky.
This is super garbled audio.
What the fuck's going on with Nevada, by the way?
Nevada's pulling on Nevada.
Nevada's gonna go red.
No, I mean like there's no information on it.
It says there's 18% votes reported in now, but 56% Trump so far. At least on NPR's tracker.
Slash party event tonight at
Um,
Oh god, he sounds like JFK Jr. I mean RFK Jr.
Not really.
flooding out.
Yeah, we saw that.
No, it's because of the garbled audio.
yeah, we can't hear shit.
It's not garbled for me. Hold on, let's try. it.
Yes,
yeah.
I know
So-
that this it isn't. It's StreamYard's doing it.
Oh god,
I don't
Wix.
think
Oh, God,
reloading
the
it.
fucking ads again.
God, oh my god, you gotta
Would
get
you
an ad
go-
blocker, dude.
Just install uBlock Origin. It works.
I already
Hashtag-
like
hashtag ad
Oh,
blocker.
shame!
Did you not? No, did you not hear what I said earlier? Ad blocker is not working.
Okay.
Use uBlock Origin. It is working.
Maybe it's just this particular browser.
Yo, play the stream. Play the stream.
Yes.
But yeah, no, America's stuff will not survive a nuclear war because the thing is, a nuclear war, it's not going to be won by whoever's got the most glass cannons. It's going to be won by who can produce the most cheap crap to fight a conventional war for a few years, right?
Not just
But if
cheap,
you
but
get
also
into-
the Russians make things to actually last a while.
Yeah.
So
Okay, but if you're getting into a nuclear war, that means basically you rule over rubble.
No, not necessarily. There aren't as many nukes anymore. Basically, if America and Russia had a nuclear exchange,
You don't know.
Hey,
no. I do know. I'm pretty.
Does it count as a
pretty into
nuclear?
You don't know. You don't know how many nukes there are.
A conventional
do.
war. A conventional war.
They
that
both
is
have about
fought-
1,900 deployed.
A conventional war that is fought with that uses tactical nukes every so often. Like, let's say there's a conventional war and 3 tactical nukes are used just on the battlefield. Is that considered a nuclear war?
That's a nuclear war.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a process of escalation.
But it's
and
not.
yes,
But it's not. But yeah, no. But tactical nukes aren't WMDs though.
It's not a global thermonuclear
yes,
war, but it
yes,
is a
they are
nuclear war.
WMDs. They still are
A
weapons of
nuclear
mass
war.
destruction.
Tactical nukes, I don't think are classified as WMDs.
So, do you know the difference between a tactical and a strategic nuclear warhead?
Yeah, they use nuclear fission to operate. They're WMDs.
Okay, Politicrat, you don't know what you're talking about because a tactical and strategic warhead is just how they're used. It's not about the yield.
Yeah, that's correct. Like a tactical nuke, for example, Hiroshima was used strategically, but it was a tac nuke. It was like 12 kilotons, right? So that's like smaller than most tactical nuclear weapons that are artillery operated. Like obviously the SATMs and stuff are like 1 to 5 kilotons, but with respect to nuclear war, yeah, if tactical nukes are going off, that's a nuclear war. How is it not a nuclear?
Actually, Hiroshima and Nagasaki, they were about 30 kilotons.
No, that's not true. Little Boy
and then-
yielded between 12 and 15 kilotons, and Fat Man yielded right around 19 to 20 kilotons.
And most tactical warheads stay about 500
are like
kilotons.
are like 10 to 25, right?
No,
about 500.
Tactical ranges between 0.01 kilotons, like a Davy Crockett, where it's like it's a 10-meter wide explosion. It's very tiny.
That's what I
and
mean.
you can carry it.
I'm talking about like that. That's what I'm referring to. Like
But
something
that's a
like-
tiny
He's trying
one.
to explain that
That's
the
a
point is
tiny-
that it's tactical. Not, it's not.
But you can use a higher yield weapon tactically. So, for example, the Soviets did military exercises with troops 500, 600 feet away from ground zero of a 40 kiloton bomb, and the troops were fine. They were in trenches, but they survived and walked away after. So, like tactical nukes aren't good if they're like hardened and spread out. Tactical nukes are useful against concentrated, fortified positions, basically as bunker busters. They're very effective. They're not really good against infantry, though, if they're in trenches. Like the shockwave will just wash over them. But that would still technically be a nuclear war. Another way that tactical nuclear weapons are really useful is in torpedoes. Like you can sink a submarine even if you miss with a tactical torpedo, like a tactical torpedo. So
also it's they're also very good for knocking out Protoss sky units. You know.
What?
Never mind. I thought someone was going to get the reference.
My God,
like
it
an anime?
No,
went off
StarCraft.
StarCraft.
Oh, okay.
I mean, artillery in general is not good against infantry.
No.
So a tactical nuclear warhead, yeah, I could easily see that.
No, but strategic nukes are useful because you can take out the enemy's ability to produce weapons like war materials. So and you can take out their nukes. So like a strategic exchange between the US and Russia, you're going to see the silos in Montana and North Dakota wiped out and Wyoming wiped out, but you're also going to see You're also going to see factories get targeted too in that scenario. So like industrial parks and stuff would go up too, airports, that sort of thing. Anything that's useful for fielding war material, ports, that sort of thing. This idea that it would just be rubble afterwards. No, that's not true. A lot of people would be dead. Like, let's be real. Even according to the Pentagon, about 90 million people would be dead in the first 2 weeks. But there's still war after. You still have fighting to do, and if you can't produce like cheap, effective stuff, your glass cannon stuff that needs perimeter to keep dust out from it, that's not going to work in a nuclear war. So I feel like America's military is expensive and powerful, but it's only actually useful against like tiny countries that can't really nuke America back. Is kind of how I feel.
We're only good if our operation is 48 hours. After that, we
I still, and I've said this for years. I still stand by that if there is a World War III, it's not going to be full nuclear. It's going to be.
I actually agree with that.
It's going to be conventional warfare.
It will be like Ukraine.
Yes,
honestly.
yes, exactly. That's what like. It's going to be going back to invasions and so people were calling.
But at some point, if they think you're coming into their actual territory and they see a bunch of aircraft coming in towards Russia, for example, they're going to assume that you're going to target their nuclear sites. So they would launch rather than wait for them to be destroyed.
Well,
that's why
Russia
maybe if you were on top of them.
warheads as well.
I don't think America would get that far, though. I think Russia's more powerful than people give it a lot of credit for, and you're seeing that.
Oh, it's not
right
that.
now.
It's not that. It's that there is still a serious reluctance to use nuclear weapons in any way. It's still considered to be absolute fringe crazy nonsense that you're going to use.
Yeah, yeah.
But even
tell
if
that
you,
note, Kevin
I'm saying if you send B-52s that are armed conventionally into Russia, Russia's going to assume you're going to try to take out their nukes, so they're going to launch rather than wait for them to
Why?
get destroyed.
There's a leap of logic you're making.
But then they're definitely going to get nuked.
Well, no, but
Also,
you were
Russia-
saying in World War III it's just going to be conventional, but that would assume
Yeah.
that would assume you're
can
using
see-
conventional weapons to invade nuclear superpowers. Why wouldn't
Nobody
they just
wants
fire?
the comfort of the modern world to
Let me
go
rephrase what
away.
I'm saying. I cannot. I don't see them using like giant ICBMs. Like I don't like a nuclear holocaust. I do not see that happening.
But,
I could
but
totally see
it's not going to be
tactical nukes, though.
planned.
Yes,
it's not
yes,
going
that's
to be
what I was.
planned.
That's what I was saying. I could see nukes used on like in more of a battlefield setting.
Because
But that's not
actually,
true, because if they detect submarines off of your coast in a war, the only assumption you can make is that, well, what if they launch at us? Why don't we launch first? That's the logical conclusion is, if we're already at war with them, sooner or later one of us is going to use nukes. Why don't we be the first to do it, so we can take out their stuff before it gets off the ground? So we can take out their stuff before it gets off the ground, and additionally, we minimize the chances that they're the ones that fire first and destroy our stuff. So it like nuclear war always favors the attacker. That's why a war between the U.S. and Russia would go nuclear very early, because it's in your interest to fire first.
I mean, it's.
So-
I mean, it's basic. I think.
This is why it's so dumb. This is why it's a good thing that Trump won, because it means we're less likely to have a nuclear war with Russia.
That is true. That is
Well,
very
yes,
true.
but for-
then
for reasons.
I understand. Like, I mean, it's fundamentally. I mean, we're fundamentally talking. This is game theory, basic. This is not.
Yeah, it is game theory, and in game
Yeah.
theory, your first to fire is the one who wins. So
Right, but still, no one's going to fire though. And
that's
you
not
know
true.
why?
No, that's not true. Because if they think you're going to
Isn't
fire
it
at them, if I'm
Okay,
Russia and I think.
we've been fighting naked proxy wars with the East Bloc for over half a
proxy
century.
wars. No, but that's not World War III. If there's bombers headed to Russia and bombers headed to America, guess what? They're going to assume they're carrying nukes. And guess what? Somebody's going to launch first rather than waiting and get sub-sniped, right? Because guess what? If the snubs are 5
The
minutes off
Ukrainian
your coast,
military has already invaded
guys,
Russia with
Look, hey,
conventional forces.
No. How about this? How about this? Here's a rule. How about here's a rule. Here's a rule. No wars between great nuclear powers. How about that? Conventional or nuclear. How about we just don't do it?
That's the
So that's what Trump
civil
wants.
way to go about it.
Yeah,
That's what Trump wants.
And
Like,
whenever
the most
the Ukrainians-
warmongering he's done is on Iran, but they don't really have
Right.
nukes. So
Right. And the point I'm getting at is that the problem is that these proxy forces are not following
And nukes
the rules that have
are fundamentally
been put on them. I think the nukes are
like
any-
the true power of nuclear weapons is fundamentally that it's a deterrent. Like,
yeah, that's
for
a deterrent.
instance,
But
Russia-
but they also have another power. too.
you keep just asserting that they're going to get
Ukraine-
used, even though there's
No. It's
What?
not just that they're a deterrent. It's not just that.
had Ukraine not invaded, had Ukraine not why does he keep up? Had Ukraine not given up their nuclear arsenal in 1993, Putin would not have invaded. Similar with had Gaddafi
Agree.
Was it Gaddafi? Yeah.
Yeah, Gaddafi gave up his
invasion
nuclear
of
program
Libya,
and got invaded.
would not have happened.
Saddam
I know.
gave up his
it's
nuke.
Like it's
His nuclear
fundamentally yeah, exactly.
So what that
yes,
means
I'm definitely
is
on
that
board with the idea that 100% you don't even risk the chance of it. They don't
So-
want even a chance of that. They're not even. They don't even want to engage.
Which is
if
why
it involves them.
I don't think it's going to be it's not a feat. It's not a practical weapon to use.
Yeah, mad has not gone
it's
away.
practical.
You'd have to be a madman to engage in that because it's the destruction of the society that you're trying to prop up as being superior.
Because even if you go back to
Nobody wants to
Well,
roll
no,
over
what we were just talking about, like because you said, because Kevin was saying, okay, they're going to assume that you have nukes if like because you're arguing that like if the planes fly there, the assumption of Russia is, those bombers, those are nuclear, they have nukes in them. However, at the same time, but if they launch their nukes first, okay, yeah, I understand, but that's definitely ensuring that they are going to be destroyed as well.
No, it's not.
However,
right.
No, no.
After
You
more than
gotta
half a
watch the
century
movie
of
First Strike. Or it's more of a documentary.
Oh, yes,
basically.
Sure.
No, it's not a movie. It's a documentary from the 70s and 80s. Anyway,
no.
the-
Let me finish saying what I was saying. I was saying that so if the bombers are going into Russia, U.S. bombers, let's say they go into Russia, even if they think, oh man, they might have nukes. At the same time, the best thing to do would not be, unless you know for sure 100% that it is nukes, the best thing to do would not be to bet on that, because then once you bet on that, they're going to get destroyed too. Like they're 100% going to get nuked. That
No, so
Yes. It's 100%
you're
correct.
Politicrat. It doesn't work like that, because like let's say America detected a launch, Russia just fires first, right? America doesn't launch right away. There's a process that happens. And guess what? If they hit your stuff before that process gets through and you launch, guess what? You don't have any nukes
But they're
left to
gonna
fire
detect
at
it.
them. So-
Nobody fires nukes.
This isn't
doesn't
the
happen.
This isn't the 1950s.
No, it's not the
you're right.
1950s. No.
This isn't-
If
this
you,
isn't-
do a
it's not the
first,
1950s.
if you do a first strike and you catch them off guard, you can take out all of America's nuclear bombers and all of America's
Yes, but none of that's ever
land-based-
going to happen.
all of America's land-based missiles. All that America would have left is some submarines, assuming they don't manage to sink those. That's it. That's it.
What you're
So
asserting goes against more than half a century of the psychology of the boomer and the boomer truth regime. They would never do
but
it.
boomers and Matt is actually wrong. Like I don't believe in Matt. I don't believe in it. I
Well,
believe in a
believe it.
first strike. So like no, it's dumb. Like for example, if Pakistan nuked India and India, their leader and stuff is kind of sleeping,
Again,
and they
you're
get
not
him
gonna
up.
do
Guess what? They're not going to have any nukes left to fire by the time they're in order to respond. Like if you nuke first and you nuke fast, they've got what? America's got 25 minutes to respond. They're not going to do it. They're not going to get their shit off the ground. So it's going to get
Anybody
nuked
who
before it can get
fires
off the
first
ground.
would-
So
Dude, a regime that fires first would immediately enter history as the most genocidal regime that has ever existed.
Not if they
no,
win.
if they thought they were under attack, it wouldn't be that way. Like Putin wouldn't
No,
do
it's
it out of
under
nowhere.
attack. Nuke them.
If he saw
kidding me?
armadas headed towards Russia, he's gonna fire first before they get destroyed. So
That's both schizophrenic and psychopathic.
no, you guys don't understand how other leaders work. You just think we're the good guys, they're the bad guys, they're dumb, we're
No, I
smart or
don't.
whatever.
That's not
So-
what we're saying.
No. You
Now
guys
you're-
got to
now you're
look at what
strawmanning
happened
us.
in 1983. Russia almost nuked America, even though America wasn't doing anything, because they thought that the war game that was being done was actually a code for a surprise invasion.
No, but they didn't.
and
But they
were-
didn't.
Yeah, but they didn't,
nuke
dude.
us. They didn't.
But they got very
That doesn't
close
prove
to
your
doing it.
argument.
Like
They
they
didn't do
they were
Oh,
ready
they
to
got
do
close.
it,
They got
and
close.
NATO had no idea. So, and if they did, would Russia be regarded? Would they be seen as like these evil guys and stuff? Well, if you believed their perspective, they thought they were under imminent attack, so they would fire before it would be destroyed.
Irrelevant.
So,
All that's irrelevant.
what I'm saying
Because-
is that a first strike, a preemptive strike, is actually a defensive move, because if
No,
you
it's
know
not.
you're going to get attacked, you're better to fire first. So it's
Well,
actually a
if you know,
defensive move.
if you know 100%
No.
you are being attacked, then yes, you are correct. Like for instance, this
But
goes
you
back to
don't-
the
yeah.
argument that I've said. So for instance, like with foreign policy, for example, like let's say you have China. Let's say China comes and like engages on like some sort of campaign of mass subterfuge throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. Could someone, whoever's typing, please mute yourself? Thank you. So, but yeah, let's say they engage in like massive subterfuge. Let's say they somehow manage to get like a puppet president of like Mexico or something, and then
Base, they already kind of do, but base.
But then like let's say they
What?
start moving like soldiers and stuff. Let's say they build a base there and stuff like, and let's say and then they start destabilize it. Let's say they destabilize like
Would you
various
shut up,
countries.
man?
Yeah, let's say they destabilize various countries in like throughout Latin America that are U.S. allies or U.S. vassals, essentially. In that situation, and this is why like the extreme like libertarians annoy me, because in that situation, like let's say, yeah, in that situation, like if China basically controls Mexico, they're destabilizing all these countries around. It's obvious what they're trying to do. That is aggression. In that situation, that is aggression. You don't have to actually attack the country like the United States.
Is it aggression? Because that's basically what you're describing is what America did throughout Europe and Asia for like 60 years.
I'm just saying because like on the grounds of the Monroe Doctrine, which I believe in, then
that's imperialist, by the way.
Well, yeah, it is, and I never said I was an anti-imperialist. I'm anti-war, but I'm not necessarily anti-imperialist.
But that's tough to blend because you've seen in your own lifetime that the empire is led to war, though.
Yeah, it also depends. It depends on. This is a very, very complicated, complex discussion that I could go on about for hours. But
politically, you know the empire demands war to expand itself, right? You know that. You know they want to go to war with Venezuela.
The American empire, as it stands right now, but
you know they want to go to war with Venezuela.
If a
the Monroe Doctrine
international
dictates
power
that
like
Europeans do not. Oh, I'm sorry.
If a foreign international power, if like an international power like China comes into the United States' natural sphere of influence, destabilizes all these countries around the United States purely to cause chaos, it is clear what they are trying to do. In that instance, a preemptive kind of thing, at least to drive them out of the sphere of influence, that's justified. Because otherwise, what are you going to do? Are you just going to wait until they attack the U.S.?
But what about the people? What about the people? Like Bukele in El Salvador, he met with Xi Jinping. The people in El Salvador love him. Bukele, he's making the country great again. He's reduced murders about 200x. And guess what? So what would you say to him? You'd say, no, you're not allowed to talk to Xi Jinping? Is that what you would say?
No.
I don't think it goes that far.
That's not what
well, it's just to me, what about the popular sovereignty?
Well, I think you're misunderstanding what a sphere of influence is. It doesn't mean that you own the place. It means that you can influence events because you have relationships with these countries.
Spheres of influence are natural. Like
yeah,
natural.
But it's
They're
synthetic.
entirely natural, and
No,
they
it's
come
synthetic.
along.
It's synthetic. The people don't like American imperialism. Like if you talk to people in Latin
It's not
America,
imperialism.
they don't like. No, but it is imperialism. It's literally a capitalist imperialist system. And if you talk to people,
Again, you don't seem to understand what a sphere of influence is.
To defend your geographical sphere of influence, to defend the America, which for the United States is the Americas.
Yeah, it's not implying that they own it. It's implying that that is a region where we have influence because we have relationships with these other countries. It is normal and natural to have diplomatic relations with other countries. We're not going to have the same. Wait, let me finish. We're not going to have the same diplomatic relations that we have with, say, Ecuador as we do with China or Mongolia, because we don't have trade with them. We don't have influence over their culture. We don't touch them in any way that's relevant. We do touch these countries because we have trade with them. We exchange cultural ties. We actually have cultural interactions with them.
you do coups. Like you talk about it as if it's some
Again,
harmonious,
that's not part of
and
it, though.
organic thing. Look at what they did to Chile. Look at what they did to Bolivia. Look at what they did to Venezuela. Look at what they did to Nicaragua. Look at what they tried to do to Cuba.
Again, irrelevant.
People
All of those
reject
things are
your
irrelevant.
empire. The people in all of these countries
Again,
want their own
irrelevant.
sovereignty.
I'm not talking. That's not what I'm
That's
talking about.
irrelevant.
I'm talking about defending.
It's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. The peoples
is
of the world
irrelevant.
disagree
And what-
with you.
It's
I don't think
irrelevant.
you under- I don't-
No,
I
it's
don't think you
entirely
under- I
irrelevant
don't
because
think you
you don't
understand the points
understand
I'm
what a
making.
sphere of influence is.
No, I
just
do.
don't understand what the fuck
I
you're talking
do. What
about.
I'm saying is that America's.
No, you're just making shit up.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that America's sphere of influence, or its claim to a sphere of influence, is synthetic and imperialist, and the people are right to reject it. And you could argue
It's
that
not.
America's more powerful and that America can overpower them. Okay, great, but I'm saying to you that it's an extension of the empire, is what.
Okay,
No, you treat the states that you're near that you
let's
have.
reverse. Let's switch the position right here. Let's take look at it from another perspective. Putin in Ukraine. Let's take a look at that. Why did Putin invade Ukraine? Why did
He saw a security vulnerability and
NATO
he moved in.
expansion.
So
Oh my God, you really are just like double standards.
Wait, who is that? What is that noise?
That's start
why
killing
am I
my,
getting
you know.
muted right now? Why am I
No,
getting
I thought
muted?
I thought that crackling was from you. Sorry.
No, I don't crackle. I'm not. I don't cackle and I don't crackle. I'm not cackling Kamala Harris. So
No. I said that crumbling noise that we just heard.
Okay.
So it's okay when we coup Ukraine, but it's not okay when we coup Ecuador.
Okay, also,
and
we're
Cuba.
doing the same thing with
No.
Taiwan.
When did I
Like-
defend the Ukraine thing? Wait, when did I defend Newland? I'm not a fan of Newland. When did I defend that?
Okay, let's end the conversation here. I want to have a stream
No, when
on,
did I
like, a lot of
defend the coup?
What?
Okay. Well, he said that I
So,
defend the coup.
Politicrat brought up the other side of the situation where Ukraine is within.
Okay, we're ending the conversation here. Let's get back to the election.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait for this speech. Speech is going to be based. So, Hawk
Yeah,
Arthur's in the chat. He says, "Who has chips?" Somebody had chips back there. He wants some chips.
I literally got some. I got some organic cheese puffs because you guys were driving me crazy. So,
Not a bad move. Not a bad
Yeah.
move, actually.
Which
so.
one's Hawk? Where's Hawk Arthur? I don't see him.
Oh, he's in my Twitch chat, but you could probably bring him on if he wanted to come up here. He's on X.
Oh no, I invited him earlier.
Oh yeah, no, Arthur, if you're there, you should come on. It'd be good. You can come on the panel. It'd be
Oh
great.
God.
What?
No.
Are you okay?
No. He and I disagree on stuff. Like we're not like a
We're
hive mind.
not gonna talk
We're not
anymore
gonna like
about
2v1 debate you.
Let's not.
No more dialectics or foreign policy right now.
Hey, the only one who said dialectics was you.
Yeah, I know.
Hegel.
Eagle. Okay, you guys see the whole like Hegelian e-girls thing the last few months? That
No.
whole thing?
I
Okay,
can't
that was a
help.
big-
But I don't know.
There was this meme about a couple who were married, and the husband was a philosopher and he was obsessed with Hegel, and the wife was a physicist, and she just kept complaining about like, why is my husband putting his hands together, saying they're symmetrical, and then saying like synthesis and stuff like this? They're not symmetrical, and he just keeps slapping his hands together and nothing happens.
Hegel also never used the word synthesis.
that was
What?
that used it.
Yeah. You got that.
The
hey,
thesis
you
and the
got-
antithesis become net synthesis.
Yeah.
Speaking
that was-
of which, I need
that
to
was
pull
a-
up a funny video. I need to pull up a funny video that has to do with that.
I mean, Fichte knew Hegel. In fact, they were correspondents, and
Uh-huh.
but
They were both
no, that was-
idealists, right?
Yo,
Yeah,
Arthur
they're
didn't
fine
see an
from
invite,
idealism.
Politicrat. You got to send a new invite.
Oh no,
for
I
it.
invited. I invited
Uh-huh.
Henry and Spooky Nookies. That's right.
Oh,
But that was
I heard they were streaming earlier, but I don't know if they're still streaming anymore. But I haven't talked to those guys in a while. I did debate Henry though, but he
Oh,
refused
people
to
are
debate me
lighting-
on Israel. So
people are lighting fireworks right now. People
I
are
heard
setting
them
up
big
around me
party.
too.
big party.
and what's that French term? It's trying to remember what that French term is, where it's like it's effectively over. Just accept it.
So are they going to do riots and stuff?
Yeah.
No, that would be crazy because you saw in 2016, the people did not accept Trump as the legitimate. Like Hillary, it took her months before she conceded, and a bunch of Democrats said, no, he's not a legitimate president. It was like stolen. But then the Republicans in 2021 actually had a chance to like be like the bigger man in that sense. Like, but the storming of the Capitol, then it's like you did the same thing that the Democrats did in 2016, but on steroids, basically. And it would be crazy to see what if the Democrats one up the Republicans again, and like the Democrats end up doing something like January 6th. That would be kind of entertaining.
I remember that French term is this election is effectively a fait accompli for Trump's victory. And
Yeah. I
dragging
always
this
figured
out.
that the point of the chimp outs was to make it look like that there's some sort of active, organic resistance against him taking power, and they're like kind of like not so subtly saying that no, we don't treat this as legitimate. No, you're not allowed to have this. No, we're going to like pretend at like coups and stuff, but none of it will ever happen because it's all astroturfed.
Hold on. So speaking of which, I just wanted to play this. It's not related to the election at
Yeah,
all,
cool.
but since we've been talking about dialectics all night,
It's not how fucking dialect.
No.
You stupid cock. I didn't study continental philosophy in general at Harvard for 7 fucking years.
Man, this is so garbage.
Like, no,
What kind of cuck studies Hegel for 7 years?
Hegel, as he would know. And Hegel has never, fucking ever, used the terms thesis, antithesis, synthesis to start perpetuating these little
Oh man, this is
lies.
garbage.
It's pretty worthless.
Yeah, that's garbage.
Yeah, we can't even hear it.
Oh, you
really
can't
that
hear
well.
it?
That's
No, every single video you played so far has been garbage.
No, the opposite. Turn it up. Turn it up.
Turn that shit up. Turn it
No,
up. Turn that shit up.
Antithesis, synthesis
that
was
better?
thought up by Fichte, and it's clear.
Slightly.
It's like a little better, but
It's
not
louder.
It's louder.
What? How fucking dialectics?
Are you streaming like your screen or the application?
General at Harvard for 7 fucking years for some low-life know-it-all who's clearly never fucking read Hegel, as he would know that Hegel has never fucking ever used the terms thesis, antithesis, synthesis to start perpetuating these lies at every single fucking opportunity. This isn't Hegel, my friend. Oh no. Oh no. Thesis, antithesis, synthesis was thought up by Fichte, and it's clearly inferior to Hegel's dialectical method. Critique, yes. It's called immanent critique, and dialectics is only one part of Hegel's full method, which again is called immanent critique, which you would know if you would actually bother to read Hegel. It's literally in the science of logic, you dumb fucking piece of shit. I honestly cannot believe
no. I would never read Hegel.
I'll be back.
The science of logic, man. It's just okay. That's just rationalism. Just like making shit up in your head and just pretending it has reality.
I mean, I don't know if this is like my inner German, but I do like the German idealist school.
I like,
so-
yeah, I like, yeah.
Oh, I'm just too Anglo for you guys.
No, I like. I mean,
Yes,
I
you
like. Here's the thing. I like rationalism is more fun than empiricism, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it's that's also where you get like degeneracy from.
I mean, that's true because like you can. But here's, yeah, but it's also rational arguments are the best arguments for God, though. Also,
Really, I'd like to hear about that some point.
Let me pull up my St. Thomas Aquinas.
I mean, the easy one is at least in terms of like creation, for instance, like the universe, something cannot randomly
just pop into existence. So somebody had to
there has
create
to, there has to, yeah, there has to be a first cause of some sort.
Mm.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
That's what I mean, like a rational, yeah.
Mm.
But
The
by the way,
problem is that the more you think about it, the more you kind of work your way into a tizzy over like, well, what created the thing that created the thing, and then I'm not going to say that what you're saying is wrong or anything. I don't disagree with it. It's just that the problem with those sort of rationalist mental exercises is that you rarely get a final answer.
So we're gonna have Arthur come back, and we're gonna change back to the election discussion. How are you doing, Arthur?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
Doing all right.
Building your online
So
business.
I've asked everyone else. I've asked everyone this. But going into the election, going into today specifically, what were your predictions, and how do they differ from the results? Like, I just want to hear that. I asked everyone in the beginning of the stream what their predictions were for the election. So I just wanted to ask what yours were.
I just agreed with the rest of the people that live in this state, California, that Kamala is going to win.
So wait, yeah, that's the thing. That's what I want to talk about real quick right now. The fact that when people a bunch of people, especially like normies, make their midwits.
Yo, I'm back.
When midwits make predictions based on like elections, usually their predictions, they're not even unbiased about it. They just try to find every single excuse as to why their candidate is probably going to win.
Honestly, I just wanted to jinx it, and I said Kamala.
Oh. Okay.
We got Arthur here.
It turned out remarkably like I thought it would, actually, because I followed Stick's information on it. He did an enormous amount of research on that. I have to take my hat off to him. Sticks really did a good job.
As in Sticks Hexenhammer?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, I've been following him on that for over a year. I thought he's
do you know
right
him?
on the money. No, not personally.
Oh, okay.
Is he
But
that
I've
half-naked guy?
been watching him for he's been predicting this for over a year.
Yeah, didn't he? Whoever's eating, please mute yourself. Didn't Sticks back like he was like he went to jail like 3 weeks ago.
Yes, over nonsense.
I heard it was someone said people were saying it was domestic abuse, but like I don't know.
Yes, he was charged, and he was let off because
is he having marriage problems or something?
No. Nope. No, a woman accused him of assault from 10 plus years ago when he barely knew the woman. It was a woman that he had a sexual interaction with long before he was married and broke it off a very, very long time ago. And she wasn't even in the state. She basically called the cops, accused him of domestic assault, and then the local cops arrested him and threw him in jail.
I thought he lives in the Netherlands.
I hate when that happens.
No, he lives in Rutland, but he also goes back and forth between the two.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess maybe that is his residence in because he's got the garden in
you have to
Rutland.
go to jail but you can't go to jail for a week based upon somebody making an accusation. That's the thing, that doesn't happen.
Yo, are we gonna watch the speech?
January 6th.
Well, that's different than this because that was actually something that happened versus somebody calling and saying so and so did this based on hearsay. That's what I mean.
I mean,
I'm not even
going
going
to
to check that,
because
but
they were in the vicinity of January 6th. So
Yeah, but even so, like again, I'm not defending that at all. I think it's terrible how January 6th was handled. But at the same time, like logically speaking, you can understand why they would do that because I mean it was chaotic. Whereas this is just somebody saying something and then somebody going to jail based on somebody making an accusation. That just doesn't sound right. I don't know.
I mean,
But yeah,
also
no.
just because
Leave
they're
all women.
enemies of the regime. So if you're enemies of the ruling regime, you're going to be arrested.
and he's a well-known enemy of the regime.
Something tells me like the government or like the state is not afraid of Styx Hexenhammer.
No, they're not afraid of him. They just did it to fuck with him.
Let's invite him.
Exactly.
Yo,
He
is
would
he
come,
is
too.
he gonna come on the panel? I forgot about that guy. I know he had like 100K or something
No,
followers.
I don't know. No, I don't know. I've never talked to him.
Okay, I never talked to him either.
Oh, you should. You'd like him.
Oh, you've talked to him?
No, it's just it's obvious. You know, he's
Oh, yeah, no, I get-
libertarian
no, I-
type.
yeah, I think-
we would all get along with him well.
Yeah, yeah.
And the funny part is if people actually put out propositions to him, he does go on streams. He's willing to go on any stream
Nice.
if you can find the time.
I mean, I've somehow managed to pull people to come onto streams before that I was or full on pre-recorded interviews that I would have never expected would have even responded to me. But then again, it was over.
We gotta
What?
watch the speech. It's gonna start any minute. It's gonna
Uh-huh.
start any minute.
Okay,
I'm just
fix your shit.
monitoring it. Like they're still talking and stuff, but man, oh man, it's gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge.
Look at all those red hats.
There's a lot of red hats right there, right? It's gonna be a red January.
It's 1:30 in the morning. That took ages.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure they haven't even called it on a lot of the mainstream media yet, right? So
Yeah.
sad.
I mean, Newsmax is called 270 for Trump.
AP hasn't called it, so
Well, AP is leftist cucks, so they have not accepted the results yet.
like they filled in all the states, but yeah, he's just leading in Pennsylvania, and you're like, what's he leading by? Oh, well, he's leading by 3% with 93% of the votes in. It's like, oh, so he won. No, we can't call it yet.
Yeah, and Fox is being Fox. They won't call Michigan. They won't call Wisconsin. They won't call Arizona. They won't call Nevada, even though Nevada is 75% in, according to them. Trump's got it.
He's up by 4 points and 75% in. So yeah, technically
Oh,
she could get 65% or something and win. But
If you
I mean,
if they would just call the freaking states right now, Trump would be way over 270.
oh yeah, no, it's huge. It's gonna be like let me just fill that in over on my end. I think it's over 300. Let's see here.
Yeah, because 267, and then all you have to do is call Alaska, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then
Yeah,
it's over.
303. It's 303 for him.
There you go. There you
So
go.
he
Just
breaks the big 300.
Don't we gotta wait till tomorrow for Alaska? Isn't that all the way in Russia?
Yeah, they can see Alaska from their house over there.
Ha.
They can.
Yeah. Sarah Palin. I remember that.
Yeah, remember when she was a thing?
Yeah, she was weird.
We love Sarah Palin.
She's kind of a meme. No, I would stream with her. Would you guys stream with Sarah Palin?
I would. She's very goofy.
Yeah, she likes to
I
hunt
don't-
bears
I-
from. She
I
hunts
don't-
bears from
Got experience now.
helicopters.
I don't particularly like her, but I feel like she'd be fun to stream with.
Oh, also her husband's name is Todd. And why do I know that? There used to be a guy, I don't know if you guys remember a guy named Richard, but before he was obsessed with Nikki Haley, he was obsessed with
oh my god, ew.
You guys remember Richard? He was obsessed with Sarah Palin, and he actually went like tweeting at Todd, telling him to back off, that Sarah was his and stuff. So
sounds like neocon trash.
yeah, well,
Oh, yeah.
that
No,
he
but
was
Didn't Nikki Haley follow him at one point, but then she unfollowed him after he was being creepy?
Well, yeah, he was being really creepy, and it wasn't just so she unfollowed him after the milk thing because he said that he'd like to drink her milk. So she
God.
unfollowed him after that, but that wasn't the creepiest thing he did. He actually found her daughter's YouTube channel and went and commented on some videos of her like high school football team stuff that she made videos about. And he said at one point in the video, like, if you look really closely in the background, you can see Nikki Haley's legs, and it's like 3 rooms over, and she's sitting in a chair. And the comments were all just like, Richard, like, you're here.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Vividly.
Yeah, I remember that a lot. But so his stomping grounds, though, he got started with Sarah Palin. He wasn't always a Nikki Haley fan. He was originally a Sarah Palin fan. That's what started him on his arc. So, and I think he retired a few years ago, though. So.
Oh my god, I'm dying over here. I already got up early today, and it's almost 2. I'm just, oh my god, I'm dying.
Yeah, honestly.
Come on, Trump, where the fuck are you?
If he's not here by 2, we're gonna have the stream.
Oh, I know what he's waiting for. He wants like the big guys to call the elections so that he can have like indisputable steam. But everybody knows he already won, though. Like, come on, Donald.
He's got 200,000 on Harris in Pennsylvania.
But I guess he's waiting for what, CNN or something. CNN hasn't called it, right? They're
I mean, it would be humiliating. That's true.
But he's a TV guy. He's a TV guy. You know he's tuning in right now, saying like, no, wait, they haven't called it for me yet. Like
I
we
think
don't
he's
want to
waiting
be
for Fox, to be honest.
Oh, maybe he's waiting for Fox. Yeah, you're probably right. He's probably just waiting for Fox because, yeah, I could see that.
All
But
they have to
Fox,
do is call Alaska and it'll be over. But, you know, let's see. Which one is more likely? I would say, yeah, just call Wisconsin. It's over. And because it's 87% in and he's up like 4%. They should be calling this right now. Shame about Maine. I thought Maine was actually close there for a while.
Okay.
I think what's going to be funny is that in the coming days, people are going to break down the states by county and say, like, look at this, look at the changes that Trump, like Florida, for example, the fact that he actually flipped, what was it, Miami Gale, what the fuck it's called? I don't know Florida very well.
What did academic agent call it? It's a chimp for Trump. They're gonna switch.
Well, I mean, most people go the way the wind blows, and that's what makes them weak.
Yeah.
Most people are fundamentally do not have enough power to project it on their own.
According to Project Veritas, they have footage of people bringing in ballots in Detroit now with California license plates.
What?
No.
Do we trust Project Veritas though?
I don't know.
Considering that they're not James O'Keefe's thing anymore.
I don't really know, but I wouldn't doubt that they try to pull some shenanigans in cities that they can do it in.
I wouldn't doubt
Well,
it.
lots of people are from California.
That's, but not
Technically true.
But not if you're voting in Michigan,
they're like
you live in
locusts.
Michigan, and you have a Michigan license plate.
Yeah.
I mean,
There's
a lot of
no
people
one
move
with
out.
no one with a California license plate should have votes or be voting or any. Most states don't allow voting from another state. There's Maryland is unusual in that we keep so many
Unless
different
you
kinds
live-
of ballots on hand.
Unless like you split time between two places and your primary residence is in Michigan, but you live most of the time in California. But like that come on, that's got to be that can't be a bunch of people. Like there's not a
No.
I'm just saying
yeah.
because I have a Georgia license plate and I voted in California.
Uh-oh. Stop the steal. Stop the steal. I can't even vote. Well, actually, people were telling me today I probably could then. Now, apparently they don't check anymore. Just go down there and be like, yeah, I'm just going to vote 40 times if that's cool with you guys. Okay, it's cool. We don't need your IDs. So...
Or then those people that were posting on Twitter that they brought their European passports and they voted in the U.S. election.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you just post like, yeah, you know what? I went down from Canada and I voted 40 times. And then it's like, okay.
I'm not sure how real all that
But
stuff
you have-
was,
but you
to be
have-
honest.
Like, okay, so
It'd be
I've worked.
funny if it's
So
true.
as somebody who I've worked like the election polls. I did that. I did it several years in a row, and here's where so voter fraud definitely exists. But at the same time, as somebody who's actually worked the polls before, like it's
less
not as
dramatic
easy.
than
It's
people
not
think.
as easy. Like, I mean, you have to say your address. You have to recite your full name. You have to show an ID.
Yes.
All of that. Somebody who comes in from Europe or something and wants to vote or like wants to fraudulently vote, or just anybody from anywhere who wants to fraudulently vote. Like it just, I can't understand how that can happen. especially because of the nature,
Well-
because of how the polling booths are set up, or not the booths, but how the system is set up. Like how am I making sense?
That's not
How
very
it's supposed to be
Yeah.
set up.
Well, no, but I've actually
that
worked.
sort of
But
thing
I've
isn't-
actually worked. I've actually worked the polls before, though. Like,
Yeah, I
Yeah,
totally
but-
get what you're saying because I worked in 2020.
yeah, I worked in 2017, 2018, 2019.
It's never as dramatic as they make it out to be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like just because personal experience doesn't mean that'll be universal across the board.
Like the whole thing
Right.
is like the whole thing is illegals are voting. Like no, they're not. Like that's actually that's kind of bullshit.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit. Because a lot of states are not close enough where rigging would help anyway. So, say I worked in Maryland. There's no rigging in Maryland because the population really is just so deep blue. It's not necessary. They voted 73% Biden and they voted 60% Harris. They're locked down. They don't need any rigging. I go in there and then and it's a bunch of progressive like boomers, and I've worked with these people before, and I talked to them about what they believed about the election, and they were all firmly against any sort of rigging, no matter what their politics were. They didn't mind that I was a conservative. They agreed with me almost on everything. They hated postmodernists, and they were progressives.
There's a bunch of
I mean, that makes-
poverty
that
in
makes sense,
Maryland.
because-
Like there's a lot of
see,
poor people in Maryland, and I just to me, I can't imagine being somebody having to work at like Subway or something in Baltimore, not being able to barely make your rent payment, and you're going to go out and vote for Harris and Cheney, basically. Like I don't see that.
I
but
just
they
find the
do,
whole. I just
so.
find
Maryland
the whole
is-
Harris. I
has
find
the
the whole
highest-
Harris Cheney thing hilarious, especially
Oh,
because
it
it's
is.
like, what do you think? Like, what do you think that's going to do? Is that going to help? That like having the second least popular vice president in U.S. history endorse the least popular vice president in U.S. history for president?
Yeah, and he
Like,
still got
what?
60%.
But they still showed up and voted for her. It's kind of sad. Like I'll tell you this: if I was working class in Baltimore, I wouldn't be voting blue. So
Dude, I am living in a town that is 95% black, and they're all like federal worker boomers, retired, and they voted Trump.
Yeah.
In fact, let me look at Maryland. Let's see. Oh my, yeah. Prince George's County. Yeah, 85% for Harris. Oh boy, 11% for Trump. Woo! I can see all the blue counties around me. You have to get out into St. Mary's or Calvert before it goes red again. And of course, like Garrett County, Allegheny County, Washington County, all three of those counties want to leave Maryland and join West Virginia.
wait, is there like a procession or something happening at the Trump rally? Like they're zooming in on a few people. Who is that? It's kind of hard to tell with the graphics, but
It's kind of hard to tell.
It's kind of hard to tell, but oh god, I can't wait. Like I'm tired, but I'm gonna stay up to watch the Donald speech. What did you guys think of the Donald showing
I'll
up
watch it
at
tomorrow.
McDonald's and cooking up fries while Kamala cooked up lies? What did you
Right,
guys
it's the
think about
best. It's like a 10 out of 10 PR stunt.
Yeah,
pretty funny. It was
it's funny, right? Yeah.
And that's the funny part is like, yeah, we know it's a PR stunt. Are you retarded?
Probably helped. It probably helped. It probably helped McDonald's profits. too.
RT calls Alaska.
It actually did.
for Trump.
RT.
They had-
Well, yeah, because Alaska's Russia, right?
And I
No,
have,
but here, I just thought the whole thing with Putin and like basically saying I'd rather Kamala win was just really funny because it completely it completely destroys that narrative. Yet the people who are coping were saying, no, he's just doing that to confuse people. Putin's just saying that to confuse. It's so much cope. After he
Like,
said
no,
he'd
that
rather
is what he
Harris-
wants.
Yeah,
Of course
no, he
it's
does
what he
want.
wants.
He wants Harris to. Yeah, he wanted Harris to win.
Why
He's
would
not
you think
lying.
he would want anything other than that? That's like the silliest. We're
Yeah.
still perpetuating this idea that Donald Trump is a Russian asset when the documents that claimed this not only have been
Steele.
misrepresented. Yeah, the Steele dossier have been misrepresented, but also completely unverified because we
Well-
got them from a Russian agent. The irony.
But there are
you know,
whole circles on, like, not just on X and stuff, but on YouTube where all the comments, everything, like guys like Jake Bro or well, and all of them are like, to them, it's like sacrosanct knowledge that yes, he is. There's a PP tape, and Trump works for Putin.
This PP
and like,
tape that's never been exposed. That's never been
exposed.
shown.
And I'm just like, don't you think though that Trump would have done it or that Putin would have leaked it when Trump bombed Syria? Like, if he was going to do it, if he was ever going to use it for anything, wouldn't bombing his ally be enough to get him to like say, oh, you know, bad boy, I'm leaking the tape, but he didn't do it. So it's like, it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. It's completely fake, and we have no proof that Donald Trump has had any contact with Stormy Daniels. In fact, she lied about it, and she has to pay him, and she hasn't paid him a dime.
She hasn't paid anything, and she has money now though, because to my understanding, I don't know if you guys followed this much, but her lawyer Michael Avenatti turned out to be a crooked lawyer, and she got a lot of money from him.
Oh God, yeah, he's creepy porn lawyer.
And remember,
he's in jail now. I think he's in jail for a long time, isn't he?
Creepy porn lawyer. Creepy porn. I just loved how everyone was like, oh my God, he's such a hero. He's a resistance hero.
He's a resistance lawyer.
He actually he got the reason why he lost one of the cases was because Paul called his personal number and claimed that they had information, and basically they then leaked that he jumped on basically taking evidence that would never be admitted by the court.
Oh, Paul. Okay, I thought you said
Paul, as in
Paul,
as in 4chan.
Oh man, to my understanding with Avenatti, it wasn't even just the story thing, the Stormy thing. He stole millions from clients, including somebody who was disabled. Like,
he embezzled her and other people.
Like somebody was in a wheelchair after an accident, and like they had a settlement for a few million or so, and he just stole it. He just stole the money. So like, he's a very, very corrupt guy. So what the media portrays to you as these great virtuous figures against the Orange Man, basically. No, a lot of them are either fake,
without, fake, getting caught stealing from someone.
I think
they're either like fake, or they're into children, or they're like a psyop, basically.
I thought it was hilarious. There were actually people during the Michael Avenatti thing who were saying, "Oh, he should run for president in 2020."
I remember that.
Oh, I remember that.
I remember that.
Oh, do you guys remember the goofy, or it was like goofy in a weird way, like the goofiest or just weirdest? Actually, I don't even know the best adjective to use. Presidential or campaign for the Democrats back like 5 years ago. Michael Bloomberg. Do you guys remember that?
I remember that. I remember the ice cream thing. You remember when he was the ice cream man before Biden was the ice cream man? Do you guys remember that?
I do not.
That was funny. He did this like really cringy, very performative, robotic ad where it was like Michael Bloomberg being like, I'm Michael Bloomberg, I like ice cream or something, and he's in his office and he like licks this ice cream, and I'm just like, and that was awkward. And then Biden came along and it was a lot more awkward. And then Biden, one of the last moments of his presidency now that, he's not going to be in the White House too much longer, and it's going to be Trump. He licked a baby's foot because I guess he confused the baby for ice cream. Did you guys see Biden licking a baby?
I've seen it, and I've seen the AI like generations of him ripping like the foot off. Fucking awful optics on that.
But it's like, but he does this all the time. He smells kids all the time.
Yeah, but it was particularly bad.
Yeah, but like
ABC 7 San Francisco says Harris is preparing to speak.
Oh, what? Oh, she's going to speak before the Donald. She's going to speak before the Donald.
Oh God, yeah, I want to see it. Let's see how fucking wasted she is.
Concession speech.
Oh, it's going to be miserable. She's going to come out, and the first 2 minutes are probably going to sound fairly coherent, and then she's going to mumble.
Right, the future will be unburdened by what has been. Oh yeah, of course it will, because Trump won.
She's going to come out and be like, I offered you joy, and you little children didn't want joy. So now you get hell, and then she leaves. It's like you could have had joy, and now you're gonna regret it. It's like, didn't you want this joy? You could have had joy. You know what joy reminds me of? Up in Canada, our leaders totally cringe. Justin Trudeau, when he won, he in his first era, he gave this speech where he's like, sunny ways, it's going to be sunshine and stuff, and it's like, and then what did he do? He caused the biggest housing crisis in any Western country in the modern era. It's like, great. So when they say joy, that's like a red flag. That means, okay, BlackRock's going to probably make a bunch of money. So
for Trudeau, is it true that he had like an affair with a student or something? Or is that just an allegation? Or is that just like?
Yeah, I don't think that's verified. Look, I tend to not criticize him on that kind of stuff and just his dismal economics, but there's a lot of scandals with this guy. There's no doubt about that. Of course, there's the whole blackface stuff. You guys know about those memes, right?
Oh, that was funny. He was like, yeah, or was brown? I think wasn't he Aladdin or something?
Yeah, well, there were a few of them, and they asked him eventually, after it happened the third time, the third one came out, they asked him at a press conference, they're like, can you positively say that there were only 3 instances of you doing blackface? And he said, look, there may or may not be more.
That's hilarious. No, do you guys remember Ralph Northam? About
yes,
the frat party he went to back in like
yes,
the 70s or the 70s, where
and him talking about murdering babies and bringing them back to life.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about back in the 70s. He went to a frat party dressed as a Klansman.
Oh yes, yes he did. There's pictures of that.
Yeah, it's funny.
Jeez.
Governor of Virginia.
Yep.
Well, former governor. Yeah.
Do you guys remember when Trump said that the current governor of Virginia sounded Chinese? Do you guys remember?
Glenn Youngkin? I do not remember.
Yeah,
that.
He said Youngkin.
Oh, Youngkin. Oh,
yeah, he
so
said
the guy who was running against the guy who was running against Tim Kaine. So it was the Taiwanese guy. So he was running against Tim Kaine. This
Hung
time.
Chow, I think.
Or, no. I was about to say his name is literally like Hung Kao.
Yeah. Oh, he's based.
Wait, what's his name?
He's
Hung Kao.
Hung Kao.
Like
as in like cow.
I just think it's funny. Hung Kao. His name is literally Hung Kao.
Yeah, he's incredibly based.
Yeah, I don't dislike it. The only reason I voted for Kaine is this time around was because because he's been a senator, because he's not a bad senator. He was a terrible VP. He was a terrible VP. But like as far as Democratic senators go, I don't know. He was always senator going back. Oh God.
Was it?
He's just always been involved in the state. Like I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like a perennial thing. But I voted for the Republican for House.
He's totally deep space swamp, and his voting record is like 95+% with Pelosi.
He's also one of the more, his stance on abortion is more like Joe Manchin's, but that's probably because he's Catholic.
That's fair.
But I do remember the funniest thing though was back in 2012. I remember that there were these. I remember hearing his ads for when he was running for Senate then, and it was talking about, it was like Tim Kaine, like he has this record of so and so blah 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 blah, including mission trips where he would go down into the third world, and he'd teach kids a little bit about life. Like it was just the most condescending sounding ad ever. It was hilarious. It was like the most white man's burden-y thing. It was funny. I remember my dad and I heard it on the radio. This was back, I was like 16. This was like 2012, and it was just the most. It was basically Tim Kaine talking about how he went and he uplifted the poor like Nicaraguans or whatever on a mission.
Yeah,
trip.
but now you know better. The white man's burden is real, and it is a mandate. You just gotta drag them upwards.
But But yeah, no. So yeah, I think I'm gonna see if Harris is potentially, because honestly, I've had to wait. Like I said, I've seen Trump in person multiple times. He takes forever to show up.
Yeah,
and
like
I'm
an
not
hour
gonna
late or
just-
so.
Yeah.
And this
let's
is
see.
ridiculous. I mean, it's 2 a.m. If he's coming out, I don't know how much longer.
Maybe he's
anyone
waiting for
can
the.
wait.
Maybe he's waiting for the. It's possible he's waiting for the morning. Maybe he's. Honestly, I wouldn't be
He
surprised.
just
if
wants
he's like-
sunrise. He's
I
waiting
wouldn't-
for fucking sunrise.
Yes, I
Him?
wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be
Wait, is he waiting? Is he waiting to prevent 4 a.m. ballots?
Him and Joe Biden went to sleep together at the same time.
I was about to say Trump is probably sleeping right now. He's probably trying to get
Me,
some,
me, 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 me.
I don't know.
Me, 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 me. Little sheepy sheep. Me, 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 me.
All right. So either way, I think right now, I mean, we're starting to we're the viewers are dipping out already. Kind of, it's late.
Yeah, because they're all just dying.
Exactly. No, plus we've been spouting nonsense for the past 30 minutes. So I don't know. The stream really started derailing around the foreign policy discussion.
Weak liberalism.
Yeah.
There is no end to progress.
So either way, I say, well, let's start to wrap up. Let's just go. Let's do final thoughts, starting with Kilhoun.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kind of everybody's been predicting that the left is trying to put the woke away. So by getting rid of Kamala, they kind of shut off the woke elements of the left in America. So call me not surprised.
What about you, 3 or 12?
Kind of went the way that I was expecting. I thought that there might be a surprise flip of a state or two, but honestly, we really didn't get any. I wondered if Maine was going to be the state that was unexpected, but nope, we didn't get on New Hampshire either, and that's okay. 303 is about the number that I think is reasonable. You know, not exactly a landslide, but the solid win that we were all looking for.
Arthur, are you there?
Yeah, these states, I agree. These states went exactly how I thought they would. But if Kamala wins,
well, she's definitely not winning.
She's not winning.
There's no way.
I'm
she's
calling
winning.
it right now. It's 303.
all right. Well, I'll just put that thought away.
Well, how do you feel about tomboys?
Tomboys?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I'm a homo.
Is Kevin here?
Okay.
They're too girly for me.
But by the way, but Kilhoun. So what was actually okay? What was your biggest surprise in terms of states? If there had to be any surprise, if applicable in your eyes?
He is beating himself to death.
I already saw like these predictions, like all the states that are like leaning red right now. I saw polls of them predicting to go to him. And I mean, it's like Kamala's also just unlikable. So even if they were going to forge numbers, they can't forge numbers like that unless they want to get to Liberia territory. So I'm not really surprised by any of this, actually.
What about you, 3 or 12? Biggest surprise?
Yeah. I think I would have made the exact same map a year ago.
Arthur?
What am I surprised about?
The election? Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. All right. So, but
Yeah,
final-
I'll say what I'm
final-
surprised.
Yeah, you say what you're. Yeah, you say what you're.
I'll
surprised
say
about.
what I'm surprised about, because this one actually is like kind of a surprise. Trump winning the popular vote by so much. Like, we'll see how much it turns out to in the end. But what are they going to do? Are they going to say that he stole democracy by winning the popular vote? Because
That would be
normally,
funny.
it's like
They're gonna find something. I can't wait to see what kind of cope they come up with.
well, normally their go-to is, well, Republicans only ever really win the Electoral College, and if we get rid of that, then they'll never win. It's like, but then how would you explain tonight? Like, I'm surprised at how many votes he's got, not just the states, basically. You know, I mean, I knew he was probably going to win the Rust Belt, but I mean, I'm just surprised by how much he's won popular wise. Like
Would this
what
count-
it means
would-
is
would it- would
like,
this- would you
like
say this
he's
counts-
up in New York. Like compared
in
to
Florida now.
Biden. Biden was at like 21. Harris is at like 15. Like even in New York, 6% of people more voted for Trump this time around, for example. That's
Hey,
surprising.
Wait a second. Aren't there like way fewer votes than 2020?
Hold on.
It's like 61, like 62 to 67.
Would you guys consider this a landslide?
We need to wait. We need to wait, but not really. I mean, normally it's like in
It's
that
a
range
solid
of like
win.
it's a win. It's a win. I don't think
It's a solid win. I think 303. Getting over 300 is a nice number.
yeah. And like, but that happens a lot though. Like it's kind of common for that sort of thing to happen. I think anything like 350 and above is like clearly a landslide, but no, I mean she won some states.
I think she won almost exactly every single state she was expected to win.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Even the surprises in politics
swing,
didn't lead to anything.
Even the swing states that I figured she'd win, she ended up winning. I mean, Georgia was the was the real kind of wild card there, though.
It's still close.
Georgia and Pennsylvania. Georgia and Pennsylvania were the wild cards here.
Georgia is
I'm not surprised.
95.
I'm not surprised by Michigan. Definitely not surprised by Ohio or Indiana. Not particularly surprised by Virginia. However, there was at one point it looked like something interesting could have happened.
Yeah, I actually kind of
yeah.
thought Virginia was going to flip.
Yeah, for a second I
Yo,
did too.
Are we gonna watch the speeches?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. We have no idea.
There are no
when
speeches.
they're gonna start, so that's why we're winding down now. That's why we're doing final thoughts.
Okay.
Wind down your mom.
Kevin, what are your final thoughts?
Final thoughts. Okay, yeah. My final thoughts are this. Look, Cackles lost tonight because she ran a 2016 style Hillary Clinton campaign with less
not even that.
charisma, and more Cheney. And at the end of the day, the people wanted Joe Rogan and McDonald's Donald. They didn't want Kamala Harris cooking up lies. They wanted Donald Trump cooking up fries. They wanted Donald Trump cooking up fries. So that's what they got. Like it's an
I'm
election.
hungry.
That's what they got. So
Should go to McDonald's.
yeah, I might go to McDonald's just for Trump. So.
I don't have a car.
I actually got BOGO Whopper, so I'm good.
Burger, Whopper.
Oh no!
Remember we were singing that. Remember we were singing that on a stream that where you started singing it on the stream.
Oh God, I did. That was me.
You were inserting slurs.
Yes, because it works.
You were drunk. You were
N-word.
Plus, I think we'd all been drinking on that stream too.
Yeah.
It was
Oh.
no, because I remember I decided to have a stream. This was like January of 2023. I remember I decided to have a
It was a train wreck.
No, I did. No, that was the point. It was supposed to be it was after Discordant Dragons with Yiz. We ended up doing the.
Yeah, and I dragged Wes in there, didn't I? That was good.
Yo,
yeah,
Fox
no, and then we were
Business.
streaming, and then we were streaming on then we
Fox
moved to
Business projects Donald Trump next president, so they projected it finally.
Okay.
No, yeah, but we but then I remember afterwards we migrated to my channel, and that that was a fun stream. I think I privated it though because it was just too chaotic. But either way, so but yeah, I mean, I'm honestly not surprised. I mean, I wasn't expecting him to win by so much.
Yeah.
But I was definitely expecting a solid win from Trump.
I'm actually shocked. Oh, the one thing I am shocked about is that nobody talked about the Senate and House seats. There's a bit of throwing around of there's a possibility of getting a
The
majority.
Republicans won the Senate by
Yes, they did.
by 1 or 3.
They got 2 seats.
2 seats. Okay.
So they so it's 51.
It's 52. 51. I mean, that's usually that's normal. But
And they got 2 House seats, which is cool.
only 2 House seats.
Yeah, only 2. Well, yeah.
Are they?
That's what it looks like.
They're the minority, or are they? They're the minority in the House, though, right?
No, they hold it by. They were holding it by 1.
Oh no,
seat.
okay, yeah, no, I got it flipped because they were talking
Yeah.
about a
No,
red wave.
I made the same mistake.
2023, but it wasn't a red wave. Yeah, but
Yeah,
it was
so-
just, they won in 2023, but just barely. It wasn't the
They
red
had
wave.
10 seats. They had a 10-seat majority originally, and then they lost 9 of them from people just quitting.
Yeah.
Which is just bonkers to me that you'd let that go.
But either way, I mean, I wasn't the closest thing to a surprise that I had was Georgia. Well, not Georgia wasn't even really that much of a shock to me, but
It isn't. I always thought Georgia was
it wasn't.
gonna-
It wasn't a Georgia's not a shock to me, but like but it was definitely an interesting development. It was
Georgia
the
was
biggest
so
surprise.
obviously rigged in 2020 to the point that the Georgia Election Commission dumped the firmware of the Dominion voting machines and found that every single vote was 0.65 Biden, 0.35 Trump. So if I recall correctly, they got rid of Dominion voting machines in Georgia.
So I hope. I mean, honestly, I feel like I feel like they should just get rid of electronic voting machines in general.
Yes, should just
I mean,
be illegal on a federal.
I mean,
there should just.
I
be
mean, it just
federal
doesn't. It
ban.
just. I mean, I think it just makes sense to do PIP because it's more. There's less room for error.
But fellas, I think we successfully defortified the election.
But yeah, do you think they're still going to be talking about Trump with like now they can't talk about Trump talk like do you think they're still going to bring up Trump not conceding in 2020 because like that's kind of irrelevant now? Do you think they're still going to
Yeah, they will. They bring up everything. They do ruination because they're all feminine.
Oh, there's people on the stage now. Actually, I think it might be like I'm not going to bed. I'm watching his speech. So I'm either watching it on your stream or if you're gonna cut it, I'm gonna watch it on my stream. But which you guys are welcome to come on. But
I think I'm gonna cut it here.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, me and Kevin
Yeah,
are gonna.
I'm done.
I'm gonna go. Like,
yo, Arthur, you're a real one, right? You're gonna watch his speech with me, right?
Oh yeah, I'm stay up all night.
all night for McDonald's Donald, right? Let's go.
You guys should go celebrate with some McDonald's.
No, I actually want some fries now. I'm not kidding. Like, depending on how long it's gonna be, I might go and get some fries.
Honestly,
actually, you got a point
get a sweet tea also. Those are
'Cause
good.
Politicrat, did you
use
hear?
the broken ice cream machine.
Did you hear they finally settled the terms of their contract with the company that makes the ice cream machines? They can now repair their own machines.
Wow. Finally.
Yeah.
Yes, I did hear that. Either way, so on that note, thank you everybody for coming on. Thank you also to those who have since departed, not died, but left the stream and were on. I think this was a pretty good one. It was definitely better than the last election, the one from 4 years ago. I think this one was, yeah.
It was so rigged. It was awful.
No. I'm not talking about the election. I'm talking about the stream.
The stream.
The stream was way better than the one 4 years ago. As
The
funny as,
Lotus leaders
but
one
either way,
was really
so but yeah, no. So I think it went well. So thank you guys for coming on, and then to those who are still with us listening, thank you very much for sticking with us this whole time. And
Thank
to
you.
all the others. So and to anybody, please be sure to like and subscribe. This was. I know some of the other most live streams on this channel could be listened to after the fact. However, I don't know why you'd listen to you'd watch a live coverage after the fact, especially if it's 7.5 hours long. But we did get some very, very good views, and I am glad that this has turned out to be so successful. But
Subscribe to Superpower Broadcasting too. Subscribe to Politicrat and me and Arthur. You got a channel too, right?
And Kilhoon, but I don't know if he does anything with it anymore.
Yeah, I don't even.
I'm
I don't
planning
make
on
content
restarting
on
my
that.
channel, but
Whatever.
You did
Yeah.
Vosh's house. You guys got to go and watch Vosh's house. It's pretty funny. Arthur made it. It's got like 50,000 views.
Anyway, thank you so much for coming on one last time. And I think we will be. This stream has made me decide. I think I want to bring the Pigpen back because we were starting to go into Pigpen territory, but I needed to keep us on track. So we're going to be I'm going to be starting up that series again. I might even do one this week. So, all right. Good night, everybody. And yeah, Trump won.
Yo.